I got a lot to do.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Kroll and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll...
Round one, fight!
Stop! Oh! I can't! Ow! Stop! Stop! I can't breathe! Stop!
No!
Oh boy,
Dear!
I think she's actually hurt.
No,
there.
I think she is.
Yeah, she's
Ouch.
hurt. She took a hard fall.
Hey guys, welcome. Happy New Year. It is Wednesday, January 4th. You're my buddy. Oh my gosh. I just want to get that's one of my favorite clips. I made it a permanent clip here this afternoon. But guys, it is so good. Happy New Year. I hope you guys all had a great Christmas, New Year, all of it. Toyota-thon, happy Honda days, all of it, guys. I'm a little mad at Sean. I'm going to bring him on and I'm going to excoriate him. Is that a word? I don't know. I'm going to bring you in here, Sean, because I have to ask you a darn question. That's not Sean. That's Jericho. Sean.
That's not.
Book of Eli. You told me
Yes.
about this movie months ago. I've never seen
Yep.
it. The next time you have a movie this good, you need to force it upon me. I was like, yeah. We'll get to it. I watched it. I'm like, you didn't tell me it was this good, dude. So
Sometimes I have problems. Like this
offended,
isn't actually salt and pepper in my beard.
Mm.
It's Coke.
Oh,
which I like to, So that was part of the problem. No,
Okay.
this movie, man, you know this. I talked to you guys about this. There are certain movies that I don't like the term even cult classics, but there are certain classic movies that come out that people don't fully understand. And funny enough, we were talking about this before the show started. I think Pale Rider is one of those movies. Like, we know it now as a classic, but it was not. It was like, why are they making a Western now? And to me, if someone was looking at a movie and saying, what is your post-apocalyptic movie? What is the one that you think is the best? I look at something like Mad Max Fury Road, and I'm like, Book of Eli has that movie beat hands down. Not talking about action set pieces. I'm talking about depth of story and where it goes. And the action is incredible. But yeah, dude, I love this movie. I knew you'd love it if you saw it. I knew you'd love it.
Fantastic. So good. So good. Exactly the kind of movies I love. We're not going to go on off the rails here, but another thing I got into, because, I love It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite movie of all time. So I checked out some of his other movies because I've seen some, but I went down the Hitchcock rabbit hole.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
I'm embarrassed to say this as someone who claims to love movies. I've never really seen Alfred Hitchcock movies. Damn, are they good?
Oh, wow.
I know that's like the most obvious thing. Everybody already knows that, I guess, besides me. I watched Rear Window, I
Oh, yeah.
watched The Man Who Knew Too Much. I watched
Great movie.
Strangers on a Train last night.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I knew he was good. I didn't know Hitchcock was this good because I saw Psycho like in middle school or high school and I didn't like it really. And we'll get into Hitchcock later, but yeah, this show's gonna go on forever, guys. It's just getting better, and there's so many great movies out there that teach amazing lessons and entertain. And all that.
You know
Book
what's
of Eli.
great though?
Holy cow!
It's great when you haven't seen movies like that though. It's
Right.
great when I meet somebody who's like, I've never seen an Akira Kurosawa film. I'm like, you have a wonderful amount of film ahead of you. You know, when someone hasn't seen Hitchcock, it's the same thing, man. It's a great thing to, you know. It's like if, you know, every now and again we'll do one of these shows where there's a movie that one of us hasn't seen yet. I hadn't seen Black Rain, man.
Right.
And I mean, that was a terrific movie that I saw
Michael
for the
Douglas.
first time on this show, man. You know?
Amazing. The Brotherhood in Black Rain. When they sing What I Say, the Asian detective and Garcia.
And Garcia.
That's like such a touching moment there.
They make you pay for it too.
I haven't seen that in a long time. I gotta watch that one again. I haven't seen Black Rain in a minute. This was a great movie. This and another underrated Denzel movie aside from this one would be Man on Fire.
Yep.
It just didn't get the pub that it should. And Man on Fire, that's one of those movies, the spoiler alert. I'll just call it the scene at the end where they make the exchange. Man,
I haven't seen it, so
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Another thing to look forward to.
Well, before the show, yeah.
It is tough. It's a tough scene to get through, but that is another movie. And let's see, this one was Joel Silver.
Okay.
Ridley Scott, didn't he? I think he directed Man on Fire.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and you got Christopher Walken in that movie. Mark Anthony, he's holding his own. A little Dakota Fanning. I mean, another movie that's stacked. It's not like it was just Denzel and a bunch of no names that he's carrying. That movie was stacked, and it somehow slipped under the radar. I don't hear it spoken of as a Denzel classic. But Book of Eli, this is another one. What do you mean? You can Gary Oldman? Just give me Denzel and Gary Oldman. Leave it at that. I'm already at the movie theater.
We got a $20 super chat up there from.
Thank you.
Already?
Hey, very generous. Hey, starting the year off correct.
It's just picture.
I don't know where that comes. What was that? Was Out for Justice is how we came up with that, right? Steven Seagal with one of the I don't want to say worst, but one of the most interesting American Italian accents I've ever heard.
If you made a list of the top five worst Italian American accents in a movie, make that list and then take Steven Seagal's name and put him on his own list.
Okay,
that's right.
Because you can't share. Nobody can compare to that.
I wonder about all the accents Steven Seagal has done, where that one ranks on his different accents.
Yeah, absolutely.
God. Like a bird.
Right?
That's what we got. That's what we got, guys.
And I have to tell you, go ahead.
Let me read it real quick. Sorry. Aruma Faye for 20. She's one of our great fans. She's always here. She's on Jericho's show. She's all over the place. And she's a mod here. We love her. Thank you so much. Book of Eli has made me cry every time I've watched it. The ending is beautiful. Didn't make me cry because I'm a macho man, but I agree with you. The ending is beautiful.
It is.
It made me want to fight somebody with a chainsaw. You know, it's that kind of movie. It's uplifting.
Right.
But you know, I know that you live in California, Jericho. I understand that. But I like to picture you sitting in New Jersey in the back of an Italian restaurant with like lighting and some goons around you. You know, maybe Bruce Wayne comes in and you go, "Yeah, your father died like a punk." You know, like it's like Jericho's this tough guy. But, you know, that's what I need that, you know. So you go, like a bird. I need to see a
bird. Dude,
we got a request in the chat. What do we think of Tammy A with the wrench? She's here all the time, right?
Yeah, she's one of my mods, too. She's cool.
Right on.
She's good
all
people.
Right. Well, then I dub you each side of the shoulder
Dude.
with the sword.
You've
I
been
dub
knighted.
thee a moderator.
Lady, it wouldn't be
We
sir.
now
It'd be
call
lady.
you Lady Tammy A of
Oh,
the realm of W.
cool.
What
we
the
don't
fuck
call
kind of
you.
accent is this? This is No Country on Earth, this accent I was doing.
That was new.
What
That's
was it?
2023.
Mid-Atlantic.
That was new for 2023.
That was the Mars colony accent. You need those big sideburns if you're going to do that
Hey,
one.
say, old boy.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I mean, but this movie, the way that it is shot, the way that it is put together, the action in this movie, it just deserves it just deserves more credit in so many ways because it really is a post-apocalyptic western, and it's so great.
That sepia tone that it was filmed in, the shadow work. I mean, and it was directed by the Hughes brothers. They gave us Menace to Society, which
they gave us From Hell and From Hell, horrifying, terrifying movie. There you go, Double Bruce. He gave me a wrench and sent to bestow the wrench. So there, I dubbed the Lady Tammy. Lady Tammy of the Double Impact Realm. Excellent, old boy. We need monocles to do this shit.
You don't even have to say
anything.
Here's the pitch for monocles. If your glasses are working too well and you'd rather only see good out of one eye and hold your glasses up the whole time, get you a monocle today.
If you're a fan of late 19th century technology, you're going to love.
Right.
If you love inefficiency.
Right. Are your glasses making you feel like you have too much convenience in your life?
Do they stay on your ears? Well, we have a solution for that.
Can we talk about, though, how every kid I know of, who was drawing at the time, who drew comics, saw the Hughes brothers poster for Dead Presidents, and that was every character design that you ever had, man.
Right.
That was the coolest shit.
We might have to go on a Hughes brothers tear. See, you're
right.
Absolutely. This just goes on. This is infinity. We can pass this down to our children. This stuff can go on for days.
Some might say to infinity and beyond.
And beyond.
Yes, oh my Lord.
The Hughes brothers, they gave us Dead Presidents, like you said. They gave us Menace to Society. Menace to Society, I was afraid to watch that movie because I heard about the scene in the liquor store where they're watching the tape over again and blows the back of his head out and you see it. I mean, I was 13 years old. I hadn't seen nothing that gritty yet. And this is before I saw Faces of Death. Oh my goodness.
Faces of Death. Oh my God. Everyone rented that in like 1993, right?
Terrible decision. So that scene, and it was so real. Like I saw it once with my friends and I didn't watch it for a long time after that. That movie struck fear in me. And this was equal talent to that, but in a different way. And right off the bat, and I'm talking the first scene your eyeballs set themselves on is in a nuclear winter, I guess. It's like raining ash, decomposed body all twisted up and gnarled with maggots on it, and you can hear the flies buzzing around. And it's this, uninhabitable landscape. Like no one can survive there. Yeah. Then you see one of nature's mistakes, the hairless cat. No, thank you. This is what
it's eating a person.
This needs to happen to all hairless cats. So yes, the hairless cat is munching on somebody's foot, and this already sets you up to know how tough survival is out here. This cat is eating a human foot. We're trying to make it, and it also makes you think that cat wasn't always a hairless cat. That looks like a nuclear fallout cat. So he's munching on somebody's foot. He's distracted. And then it pans over to Denzel sitting there, still like a hunter, sitting still, waiting for the prey to come by. But he has on a gas mask. So that lets you know, oh, yeah, it is pretty bad here, wherever this is. And he's sitting there and he has his bow up against his feet. And he's drawing back on it. That way you can get a nice pull on that. And you can cover some good distance, and it's still going to hit with a pretty good punch when it gets there. So he has the bow drawn back and he's holding it on his feet. And he's pulling back with his hands. And then the cat like hears something and looks. It's too late, you filthy, disgusting, hairless cat.
I gotta say, this
Good
made
night,
me
sweet
very.
prince.
Good night,
Hairless prince.
I am an unapologetic anti-cat bigot. I
Damn.
hate cats. I hate
Damn.
cats. I hate them with a passion, and I'll never back down with that. I've hated them my whole life. I hate cats.
Yeah, I'm not.
I had an economics teacher, and this is how you know I grew up in the South, whose name that she went by, which was her childhood nickname, was Skeeter. Her name was Skeeter Makepeace, and we called her Skeeter Make War. And Skeeter was sitting there, and she had these huge hunting dogs, and she was sitting in class. She was 3'1", had these giant hunting dogs, and she was sitting in class, and she goes, "You know, they say that cats always land on their feet. But I found if you throw them hard enough and put a good spin on them," and we just all looked at her like,
Damn.
"Holy shit!" This woman is so she'd survive this apocalypse. Skeeter, wherever you are, God bless you.
Teacher of the Year
Here's
award
one for
goes
you.
to.
Damn.
So yeah, he puts an arrow through this stupid, disgusting, hairless cat. And I got a good friend of mine who is deathly afraid of cats, and this is a bad dude.
Wait, afraid of cats?
Like, well, it went back to his childhood.
He's cataphobic, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess so. Whatever feline phobia.
That's hate speech, man.
We don't support cataphobia.
Come at me, cats. So he had these people that live next door in this bad neighborhood. He was poor, and these cats, all these feral cats, meow, meow, outside his window. Some trauma shit, right? It's not just like, oh, I'm afraid of them. Like, there's something attached to it.
Right.
So we were at a mutual friend's house, and they had a cat that was pretty wild. It was young, it was bouncing off the walls, and he was already, like white knuckling his knee, like, oh, I'm trying to make it, man. And then the cat runs. He's sitting against the couch, and the cat runs along the back of the couch, and its tail like goes along the back of his neck. If I didn't hold him down, his spirit was going to come out. I mean, it was the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. If given a choice, dogs all day.
Dogs all day. I am on my third Basset Hound. They're some of the greatest dogs ever. So those little squatty ones with the short legs and the really long ears, and yeah, great dogs.
I saw a thing on hounds. Their face had the wrinkles because the scent it sticks to their wrinkles, so that way they have more time to process the smell. It's kind of like a flavor saver mustache.
Oh, well.
And that's why they have their
Release the hounds.
And that's why they have their their heads are down and stuff, so the wrinkles, the scent kind of sticks to it. And they've been known to follow a scent right out in traffic and get hit by cars because they're so focused on the scent that nothing else matters. They just keep walking, and then they're pretty good dogs.
$5 for double brewski. There's more than one way to skin a cat, but it's okay so long as you have some barbecue sauce. Eat that. Never mind. Somebody was getting on.
Never mind after that.
Calm
you
down.
Throw never mind at the end of that.
Never mind.
Forget what I just said. Never mind.
That's like in New England, that having been said, It's like, this guy's an asshole. I hope his house collapses on him. Piece of shit. That having been said, God loves us all. And you're like, the fuck?
God bless.
You can't just say all that shit.
God bless.
God bless.
So, yeah, he fucks that cat up, puts an arrow right through it.
Cat, it's what's for dinner. So.
It is.
And this is some North Korea shit right here, too, because I remember that gal from North Korea was talking about that. She was in a hospital, and there were kids eating rats, and the rats were living off of people, and there was a cycle of death and sickness. This cat is living off of people. He's killing this cat, and he's living off the cat that lives off of people.
All right, the cat's eating that big toe right there.
He was mad. That cat was pissed. He was about to enjoy that big ass toe.
And someone in the chat pointed out this is a 3-legged cat. I didn't even catch that when I saw this.
Damn.
Yeah.
He's gone now.
Yeah.
People.
Family A for $2. You need bouillabaisse. Oh, he's gonna make a nice kitty cat bouillabaisse.
Hey, you know what? You don't make that freaking bouillabaisse taste this much better here. Give me that cat. Throw him in there.
Cat,
put him in
50 gallons of bouillabaisse I can get out of this.
Flavor the whole thing. Out of here.
I like this right here from Mr. E. With all due respect, no offense.
No offense.
No offense.
That's just like
you
the
are.
only
Oh my god.
So we are now 17 seconds into this movie.
Into
We're
this
making
movie.
it.
That's right. Let's
We're
do
making it.
this.
Let's go.
Just 9 hours ago, guys. We'll get
It's
there.
called fine tooth comb.
Right.
Yep.
So it starts off in the. I'll let Jericho take over, but just to recap, like a nuclear wasteland, post-apocalyptic. I know it's been done, but it's done great in this movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
A cat eating dead bodies of people. Denzel hiding with a bow, basically blast this thing because he's looking for food. It's wow, that's what a way to live. But yeah, and then he starts marching, and he's marching with him, through the wasteland. Ooh,
And that's what
terrible.
he does. And this scene here, so he rolls up on this car, and the first thing he looks at the pedals and wants to find shoes. Because things like that, especially for him, who's all he does is walk. He'll tell you pretty soon in the movie that he's been walking for 30 years. So, you're going to run through some sneaks doing that. So he's looking for shoes, and that's like a big item. And you'll find that things like scarves and gloves and Vaseline, things that this has been in my medicine cabinet for a year and a half. I'm gonna throw it away. Shit like that. They're like looking for it and hoping for it in it, and it makes them happy. And this cat, we'll put it to you this way: the cat comes back. We see the cat again later on in the movie. But he's just searching. It's not only is he pursuing his goal and trying to get to his destination, but he's always searching for a tool, something to make his life easier, something he can barter, at these little towns that he comes to and everything. So it's a constant search. I imagine the stress level must be off the charts for this poor guy.
Yeah. I have a theory about like The Walking Dead and Fallout and the apocalypse and the the post-apocalyptic whatever, why that's so popular in the zeitgeist. I think A, it's an interesting concept, but B, I do think like the zombie thing to me is a reflection of our culture kind of obsession with narcissism. Because when you think about a zombie, it's like I'm normal and everyone else is a mindless, stupid thing that's in my way, and they all need to get out of here because I'm trying to live. And do you guys see that? Because that's always what I kind of thought was at least part of the allegory here. Do you see that or no? Or am I making that up?
No, I mean I could see how that's possible. We definitely love our narcissism in our society, but I think we always have a fear of things that are relentless. And these zombies, they'll climb, crawl, scratch, chop them in half. They'll crawl in the arms, like they're just relentless. And even if it's small, it's big, it doesn't matter. We always just kind of have this natural fear of relentless force, I think.
Yeah, I think that there's, it depends on the zombie movie. Like the early zombie movies where the zombie was somebody it was about the past, coming back to life and haunting you. You're not able to get rid of it, and zombies are always scarier when they're people they're people that they're not them anymore. And then I think you're right. There's also that aspect of, being swept up in the anonymous sort of horde of people and the masses, which I think is something that, the depersonalization of the masses that you feel you could be swallowed whole by, no pun intended, is something that goes on during periods where you have zombies.
Right.
But I think in this movie, there's this question that we always have, that is, if society were to break down and I was pushed to the brink of survival, would I make it? And these movies show us heroes that can survive it. So that, again, like what you say all the time, Gabe, when you're quoting, I think it's C.S. Lewis, right? That we don't tell stories about dragons to tell people dragons are real, but that they can be slain.
Yes.
And I think that's very much it. I mean, the apocalypse, I always told people that, none of us have survived post-apocalypse at this point. I think it's safe to say. But you talk to young kids who have a breakdown in the family, lose a parent, lose a sibling, lose somebody, and it is the end of the world in a sense for them, And I think that this is an extreme metaphorical representation of that. And you see that this movie everything is so carefully chosen spiritually in this movie. Like the music, that he listens to, and the fact that, you're seeing this cycle of life living on life, basically. It's like the cat's eating the people and he's eating the cat, and it's just this constant, cycle, and it's incredible. It's incredible how they put it together.
Real quick, double brewski for 2. Thank you, friend. Let's
Thank
face
you.
it, some of us can't wait for zombies. Well,
Oh yeah, I'm down.
I'm glad.
I'll feel
I'm
good
glad
with these gentlemen.
Yeah, I need to get a little more ammo, and I'll be ready for him too.
All right.
That's right.
So he stumbles into some ramshackle thing, and like Jericho was saying, he's searching for whatever he could find. And he opens his closet, and apparently this gentleman he hung himself.
Yep.
You know, and just the frank brutality of what's happening here. Denzel, he covers his nose. I remember seeing he kind of covers his nose a little bit.
Yeah.
You know.
And when he opened the doors to that closet, it scared the shit out of him.
Right.
You see that guy hanging there, which you don't see a lot of fear coming from him.
Right. And he takes the shoes because he's a wanderer and he's walking. So yeah, he's gonna need some new shoes.
And he right after he takes the shoes off, he puts them on. He's like walking around and shit. Like when you were a kid and you got a pair of brand new shoes. You walk around, you look at you turn and look at the side of your foot, and you like walk around and shit. You know, that's what he was doing. He was happy, you know, and that's hard to come by in the world he lives in. So he was happy and shit, and it shows that we all things that cut through, you know, this post-apocalyptic shit or anything that's horrible. Certain things cut through that, and we all, even though his times are horrible and like there's a hole in the ozone layer and shit, and there's basically zombies he deals with out on the road.
Cannibals.
Hey, we all feel good with a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, Payless stores have really gone downhill in the future. Yeah,
that's true.
You just don't get the customer service.
They've all hung themselves in the back. It's really weird.
Yeah, what you don't see, what you don't see is Al Bundy is just off camera here, dead. That's right. So, right. Arumafe makes a good point here. Incredibly dark movie, but it's contrasted with the point of the movie very well. I saw a movie that I never ever want to see again that I think is an excellent movie for the point it makes. Prisoners with Hugh Jackman and other people. Most intense, like grim movie I've ever seen. But the point of it is a point about God and the devil and evil and stuff like that. And it's the point of the movie is about revenge. And if you go too far with revenge, you just become the devil yourself. I won't say anything else. That is one of the most hardcore, like grim movies I've ever seen. Excellent, but it's too much, that movie. But that reminds me of this in a way where this movie's this movie's tough.
The most badass movie, I mean, just in terms of the most epic, badass, incredible movie about what comes after revenge has got to be Ben-Hur. I mean, I watch that movie all the time when I get a chance. I got the giant, deluxe Blu-ray remaster. It's an incredible film. But just the idea that it shows you a character, shows him brought down by the, this evil wickedness of this particular person. He goes on this journey. He fights his way back. He gets revenge, and then it's like, well, what's the point now? It's like it's a brilliant and it's the kind of movie that you just get amazed by. And for Eli, the thing I love about him as a character is, he's very rooted in his faith. He's very rooted in his belief, and he has no. It's the ultimate faith because there's not like he can communicate with anybody. He just says, "I'm supposed to be bringing this book west. I'm heading west. That's what I was told."
Right.
Boom.
Yeah. That's it. That's a singular focus. And one thing I noticed, like he's not. Temptation is there, but he's not distracted by it in the least.
No,
like he is dead set on heading west, and he doesn't know exactly where he's getting when he gets there, but he just knows head west, and he is a bulldozer. Anything in his way, he'll remove it because he has this force literally speaking to him, telling him this is what you must do. And not to mention, you put in 30 years. I'm not going to stop now. I'm not going to stop heading east or heading west now. Or 30 years in, I want to see how this shit ends. So he's dead set on his goal, and that is it.
Right. I mean, perseverance. I know whenever people talk about research and studies, it's like they did a study. And it's like who the hell is they? But I have to say it that way. I just read it like 2 weeks ago. They did a study. I don't remember, but it was real research and all that. And the most common denominator for people who succeed is just perseverance. It's not being born into wealth. It's not being male or female or gay or straight or anything, any of those identity things. It's literally just sticking to it over time. That's the one thing that all successful people have in common. There are other things that can help you succeed, but sticking to it, no matter how it feels or how it looks, you're going to get there eventually. You
Yeah,
have
it's a
to.
key ingredient
And
for sure.
Yeah.
yeah,
There's
yeah. So I
there's
think
two
it's great.
things that these folks who are what I like to refer to as the chin strokers, the tastemakers, the people who decide what's important, do not have respect for and understanding of. One of them is action and violence towards a goal, heroism in its traditional sense, and the other is faith. They look down their nose at it. So to them, they could not understand, because Denzel Washington is a man of faith, and I'm sure that drew him to this movie. They couldn't reconcile the idea they have of what a smart person is, like Denzel Washington, with him. Why would you sink so low to be in this movie? When in reality, it is such a unique work of art. It's the kind of thing that if those people were ever real, if they have ever had an authentic moment in their lives, they would want to champion a movie like this. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to champion these movies, man. Period.
It was visually beautiful, music, everything, the acting, and the story utterly touching. So he finds dead man's shoes. I hope they fit.
They did.
Yeah,
He was
they
happy
did.
about it. Looked like they did. He was prancing around like they fit good. And they look pretty new.
I hope he has some odor eaters in his bag, because a dead man's shoes,
A
those
rotting
might be
dead guy's foot.
dank.
Well, that's by our standards. This is after the nuclear war, hole in the ozone, just shot a radioactive cat. So it's probably not that bad. That's probably he's not even concerned. And this right here, he's praying before he eats. And this also tells you the level of society. The next scene where the cat comes back. That's the cat that he shot earlier. He's roasting
Throw a
it.
little cat on the bobby.
Put a little cat on the bobby. So he
diplomatic immunity.
diplomatic immunity. So
Jericho, South African. I'm telling you.
Whatever.
he puts the cat over the flame, and this is a good night for him. Fresh cat. He throws on his iPod. He has his Al Green and a safe place to sleep. Like this is a win. This is a good evening for him. And you see him, take a piece of the cat off of there and you eat it, and has his little his iPod on and has his Bible. This is a good night post apocalypse, post nuclear war, post the war, as they refer to it. So this is Friday night.
This is a thing that is near and dear to me. Just like the center of my worldview, my morality is gratitude, and like realizing the world I live in of air conditioning and filtered water and shelves overflowing with food and owning multiple cars, a beautiful home, like it's a miracle, and I don't have to have any of that. You know what I mean? I'm so lucky, and I think about my ancestors and all that and what they had and didn't have. And I saw also, I was telling you guys, I was watching Jimmy Stewart movies, and I saw Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And when he gives that big speech, he says something like, "My ancestors didn't have free speech. I do, and my children will." And I think about him having this dinner here of like roasted cat and dead man's shoes and a rotten house that he's in, and there could be bandits coming to kill him. And as Simply Green says here, religion and faith always see a resurgence during hard times. And I was talking to my brother today, and he was going through something. We were praying, and I'm Christian. I don't hide that from anyone. And if you're not, or whatever, I'm an adult. You make your own choices, but I'm not going to be afraid to share it. And I told my brother one thing that I pray, like in the last 2 years, is I thank God for problems. I say, thank you, God, that I have this problem, because it makes me have an opportunity to trust you, an opportunity to get closer to you, to love you, and then end up being a better person for the people around me. I can be more loving and kind and wise and all that and patient. So I think gratitude is such a beautiful thing, to realize everything we have is just this spectacular miracle, any of it happening. So absolutely. I agree with you there, Simply Green.
Yep.
Yeah. So he hunkers down for the night. And there he is. The little rat comes out, and he gives a piece of rat some of the cat. Talk about the tables being turned. Now the cat's eating the rat. Or the rat's eating the cat.
Want some of this?
Yeah,
come
on. Little payback, huh? Yeah, that's what he tells the rat, and the rat comes out and gets a bite. Again, that's a hard time. Or rats are trusting people. This rat's like, look, ain't nobody been in here since the dead guy hung himself. I need to go ahead and get this little piece of cat that this guy's offering me.
Intergalactic transmitter is being our Epicurean expert here. He feels the cat would be good with soy sauce.
I agree.
If you are having barbecued cat, what are you doing? Like Mexican? You doing Tex-Mex? You going to Asia? Like what do you think would go best with some cat?
I like to go on this. I only go Southern barbecue.
Ooh,
Some Sweet Baby Rays on that bitch.
those are some tiny ribs, though, baby. You know,
No, eating the whole thing. We're going head to tail, and
right.
some coleslaw or something, some baked beans, glass of sweet tea.
And, what kind of wine would you pair with this cat?
Sweet and sour sauce. Just get down, make it happen.
I think I'd pair it with a nice Cabernet Sauvignon.
Oh, yeah.
Some wild turkey, 1985.
Bouillabaisse.
Always.
Bartles and James.
Oh, John does
Well, if you
take
want to
no
get classy.
Sky Nut, though. No Sky Nut. So
We don't have any more Skynet left in the air.
That's right. No, this is post Skynet.
Yo,
That's what happened.
Skynet's dried up.
look at this.
Skynet
Not the Sky Nut.
Always.
No Sky. The ladies, it looks like the ladies are anti-Sky Nut.
What's wrong, ladies? You don't like the Skynet?
Secretary not sure for 5. Thank you, friend. Very generous. You three make a great team. Love how each of your thoughts and opinions connect with each other. Much love from San Diego. Secretary. I'm a San Diego, baby.
Much love.
So shout out to America's finest city. I love watching the weather. This is mean of me, I will admit it. When everyone's freezing their butt off or baking in the summer, you look at a map of America in August, it's red. It's 170 degrees across the nation.
Mm-hmm.
And then this little corner, San Diego County, it's like 72. And then I just hold my belly, and then I go back and laugh.
Some people think that Rhode Island is America's finest city.
Really?
But it's a state. Yeah, but sadly it's a state.
It's a city.
Nobody thinks it's the finest state, I don't think. But,
no. I love my San Diego. I'm in love with this town. It's my adopted home. I'm from Greeley, Colorado, which is, according to DC Comics canon, the home of Jonah Hex. That's where he was born. I'm from Greeley, Colorado, and that is the city.
Sucked.
Horace Greeley, the New York newspaper publisher of the 1800s, that saying, "Go west, young man." That city's named after him. So when he said "Go west," I think he was talking about my hometown, Greeley. But San Diego is really my hometown. I've been here since I was a little kid. I just absolutely love it here. So sorry, anytime someone brings up my town, I love it. So
there you go.
Anyway, yeah. So Cat eats what's for dinner.
Yeah. So Denzel is there and he's eating cat and
with the rat.
With the rat, sharing it with the rat.
What is this, Doc? Is this Dr. Seuss over here? I'm eating a cat with a rat and a baseball bat. Hope I don't get fat.
And here's another thing we don't think about. He's listening to his music, right? And he's it's like this montage of him getting a little bit of comfort we take for granted. And then he falls asleep listening to the music.
Mm-hmm.
And that's and that brings, and I love the KFC. I just love KFC.
Yeah, how many of those you got shoved in a drawer in your kitchen somewhere in your cup holder? We don't give a shit about those, but at this time, yeah, those are everything. He uses them as you can use those as money.
Yep.
He takes a full body shower, guys, with the KFC alcohol wipe, and it's sad. I'm one of those people. When I love barbecue, but when I go to the barbecue restaurant, you will see me, the plate of bones, and 748 napkins next to me. Yep. I cannot stand to have dirty fingers, so I wipe them, napkin, wipe them. I can't do it. I see people with sauce all over their faces and fingers. And it's just like what? How can you do that? That's driving me crazy.
It's fucking disgusting.
And,
Go eat
I don't
outside.
know. You look over and you see me, and I've got the Hannibal the Cannibal Lecter mask on. They're wheeling me in.
Wait, I gotta go. Give me the doggy bag. I gotta go.
Right.
Yeah, that shit drives me crazy. I want to make those people eat in the parking lot.
Right.
Ooh,
yeah, John is right. Sticky fingers does not work. No, it doesn't. I cannot stand having.
The first thing I do when I'm done, I go to the bathroom and wash my hands. It drives me crazy.
And to quote Denzel Washington in this movie, man, what I loved about it is he goes, we threw away things. She goes, when she asked him about the past, he goes, we threw away things that we kill each other for now.
Right.
Yep.
And it's just, man, it is. You want to talk about
Literally
hardcore? Yeah, literally, it is.
Yeah. Shit that we would throw away in the garbage and not think twice about it. People get killed for. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not trying to be like nasty or perverted here, but he goes in with the little KFC wipe in the front of his pants,
Yeah.
And I just think
Gotta
that
freshen
would
up.
be horrible if that's all you had to clean yourself. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just wow. Spaghetti sauce on the chin, too much sauce. What would be worse? What would you least want to fall into? You could both answer this. A vat of bouillabaisse or a vat of sky nut. Which one?
I'll take bouillabaisse all day long.
The bouillabaisse is boiling hot though. So which way?
I'll take the bouillabaisse. You can drink your way out of that. I ain't drinking my way out of no Skynet.
I know
I'll
how
tell you
to get out
something.
of the-
To be honest, in my will, that's how I want to be disposed of. So to me, it's just kill two birds with one stone. I want to be
Yeah,
Lord of the
definitely a
bouillabaisse.
bouillabaisse.
You know,
The lawyers the lawyers reading your will to your widow, and she's talking about filling your casket with bouillabaisse.
Well, I've hired.
Yeah, right here. Black and white.
I've hired a lawyer because I just want someone to do this, to show up at my funeral in plain clothes, and when my eulogy is being finished, read by either my wife or my kids, I want this person to come up to the mic afterwards and look at them and go, "Is that it?" Like that's all. Like that's my dream.
One last time.
My epitaph is either, I haven't decided, but my epitaph is either going to be "I was born for this," or "I'm still holding a grudge." I haven't figured out which one of those I'm going with. But what are you gonna do? Man, he's got such a. I mean, this is a Western. I love it. Let's go. Yeah. Keep
He wakes up. He kind of wakes up like jolted out of his sleep. Like what the fuck? Like almost like he overslept. He didn't mean to sleep that long. Yeah, he didn't like that, and he just looks outside over the landscape, and he's like, "Another day. Let's go."
Yep,
he hits the road. He hits the road, and the road hits back.
Right. Uh-huh. He runs into this lady, and I played. It was like 10 years ago. There was that Western from the Rockstar video game people, Red Dead Redemption, something.
Yep.
And I remember in this stupid video game. It's a fun video game because I love Westerns. I was riding the horse. It's my son's game, but I was playing it. I'm riding through that countryside on the horse, and there's a woman with a busted wagon, and I think she had like a Mexican accent. She said, "Señor, ayúdame, like help me." I get off the horse in the video game, go to help her, and bandits jump out from behind the rocks and like kill my character. And I was like, so
blaster, dude, blaster, keep riding.
Yeah, so we get a little bit of that here. This lady's like, "Oh no, I've been, whatever." She's been mugged and assaulted, and she's begging for help.
But she's being totally like, "Oh, I'm just so frightened." And she's opening up. It's like so obviously a trap, man.
Right. Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, just imagine the condition of that hoo-ha out in those, in that landscape. But he's not falling for it. He knows what's up because he even says, the good thing about hijackers is you can smell them a mile away. And I guess they really smell pretty bad. So he knows that they're there, and he knows that woman's full of shit. You know what I'm saying? His first day on the road, he knows that's some bullshit. And so then the guys come out, and the guy's almost like, he's all, "Damn it, you figured this out. Well, time to give up your shit."
Us from 20 feet away. What does that say about our hygiene?
You know what? These guys needed their own KFC wipes. That's the problem.
I don't know if you had enough wipes.
I do have a problem with the bandits, though. In this world, where you're fighting over Ritz peanut butter crackers, how did this guy get fat? If everyone's like fighting over one can of beans, this guy got fat. That's impressive.
He fought a lot of people, I guess.
Yeah.
He has a chainsaw.
He does have a chainsaw.
Let's be real. These people have the shakes because they eat people, which makes his fatness a little more terrifying.
That's everybody's always checking the hands. Let me see your hands, because if your hands are shaking, that means you've been eating human meat. And you eat too much human meat.
I didn't catch that. Did they say that? Because I know there were a few times they asked to see his hands, and I was like, "Why?" I must have missed the sentence, or I must have not heard them.
In the scene where they go to that house and they meet the couple, when they're on the back porch looking at their little cemetery, he says, "We got to get out of here." She's like, "Why?" their hand. They ate these people. That's why their hands are shaking too much human meat. And then that's all. Like, all right, gotta go. So yeah, but even before that is when he gets to the town. The guy asks him, "Let me see your hands." So he tells these guys come up to him, and the main guy right there on the left, he really comes up the closest to him and starts telling him, what you're going to do, what you're going to give us, and shit like that. And he touches him. It's another classic action movie trope. And I always in a scene like this when he tells him, the guy touches him and he says, "If you touch me again, you're not going to get your hand back." That always makes me think of The Last Boy Scout with Bruce Willis. Where the guy, he hits him and he goes, "You touch me again, I'll kill you." And so that's his line in that movie. Everybody tells that to. They touch him and he kills him. So he tells him, "You touch me again, you're not going to get the hand back." And the guy's like, "What?" And it's kind of one of those mid-sentence things. He's talking and he goes to touch him again. And then he just whips his big ass, like almost like one of those banana blades.
Right.
He whips that thing out in like one motion, whips it around and puts it back. And then this dude's hand just gets severed at the wrist. And he falls down and he says some shit, yells out to the guys, something that doesn't make sense. And he goes, "What'd he say?" And he's like, Denzel tells him he's in shock. I think he meant kill him. And as he's saying that, behind him is a tunnel. And because it's so bright outside, everybody's noticed through the movie, everybody's wearing sunglasses outside. Because it's so bright outside, inside that tunnel, you go from light to tunnel when you're driving, it's sunny, and then you go into a shadow. It takes a second for your eyes to adjust to that lack of sunlight. Now you're in the shadow. So he backs into the tunnel, and then it's shot from the other end of the tunnel. So you just see silhouettes. And you see this band of this 4 guys walking into the tunnel. It's a great scene because, again, that fat guy, that's when he's saying that, and he's backing into that tunnel behind him. And that guy just said that image, the shape of his body, and all the guys walking toward him, and it's all silhouette, so it's all dark. And he just, he gets to work on him. He gets to cutting and a sticking, and this guy's taking one through the esophagus. And the big guy with the chainsaw, he cuts his stomach open, and then ends up shoving the blade through his chest. I mean, he just works. So there's like 4 or 5 dudes. He just goes to work on all of them and cuts the shit out of them. So now you're like, oh shit! Not only is he a good hunter, this dude can throw. He can defend himself. He can fight. He can kill. So you're like, okay. So now you're wondering, is he was he a special ops guy before the shit hit the fan? Before the hole was torn in the ozone and the big war? Or what was he? So after he dispatches these guys, he comes back out of the tunnel, and that guy, the first one whose hand he cut off, he's reaching for his hand and he kicks away. He's like, "I told you, you're not getting that back." Oh, jeez. And so you don't even let him get his hand back. And he's sitting there on the ground, and he goes up to him, and the guy asks him, I don't know if he asked him, "Am I going to die?" or whatever, some shit.
Oh, I know what he says. Yeah, he goes first. He says, he goes, "I told you weren't going to get that back." He goes, "Yeah, you did." And then he looks at me and goes, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
And he puts the knife to his stomach, or the machete kukri to his stomach, and then he leans down into him, and he's like, "Oh, it's a cold,
slowly
spiritual, holy hell."
But you can tell it's almost like he's sticking him in a certain spot to dispatch him quickly. He's not trying to torture him. He's just getting him like in a good spot where it's going to kill him quickly. And so he's slowly shoving. And this blade's got to be 18 inches, 20 inches. I mean, it's long. It's like a small sword.
3 city blocks.
Yeah, he's
that shit's like
a mile long, and he sticks it in him slow, man, all the way in. And then you hear him dying.
Takes his time, slow, like a lover. That's why he's listening to Al Green.
That's right. Yeah,
that's what he's whispering in his ear.
He's like, "I'm gonna go in slow."
Yeah, he was singing. He was whispering, "I want to sex you up" in his ear. And he just
TikTok, you don't stop.
Yeah, the thing that gets me is
I'm listening. Go ahead.
But the thing about it is that he's when you first see him, this guy, he's a psychopath, but he's a kind of a likable character. Like, he's like, "What's that say about our hygiene? Do you believe this guy?" And when he's missing his hand and he knows he's done because this guy can kill him, and that's that, you almost see he takes his glasses off, which is a big thing people do in this flick. Like, he takes his glasses off, and you see his eyes, and he's just some young, lost soul, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and Denzel takes him down, and this movie is got so many amazing, like that action scene. First of all, is one of the great action scenes in Silhouette of all time. Classic. End of story. But then where it goes from there is it takes these left turns to flesh out this character that just, it's incredible, man. It blows my mind every time I see it.
And he, after he's done with those guys, he walks back up there. He's like, "You got any water?" And she's like, "No, they were going to take yours." And he looks at her again. He's like, "Bullshit." And she's like, "Oh, it's down there." And she has a flipped over shot.
He's like, "You see what I just did? Did you see what I just did?
Yeah, you want some too?" So he grabs the water, and it's in like a glass jug with a little handle on it, and he smells it, and he's like, "Oh, never mind," and lets her keep it. And then he just starts walking, and she's like, "Where are you going?" "West." "Can I come with you?" "No." They just walking. That's it. Fend for yourself. You know, post-apocalypse bitch. You know, good luck.
I left you your favorite food over there in that tunnel.
Yeah, I left you plenty to eat.
Shaky.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you plenty. I left you about 500 pounds of meat, girl. So, good luck to you. And he bounces and leaves her. That's it. And it's again this I think I mentioned it before we started, but that sepia tone, however you say that shit,
right.
that it's shot in. It's kind of like it almost has color. It has some color, but then
it's got that a lot of things in this era, mid 20 like Call of Duty video games, they were all brown and gray. A lot of video games were that way. The movie 300 had a little bit of washed out CGI background.
Isn't it like they call it? Isn't it like bleach bypass or whatever they used to talk about?
And this shot right here might as well have been in Zack Snyder's 300 with that bleached out thing and that fake background.
Yeah.
Those clouds are obviously like enhanced, and it's not bad, but it's very, very of the time, 2010.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it totally looks like it. So,
it was great. And then so he's walking, and then so he's on a hill. And he hears people, these two people, a man and a woman, and they're walking, and then he hears motorcycles coming. And so I think that also told him he's close to a town because these guys are out, you know, there's no gas stations around here. So they got to be coming from somewhere relatively close. And so they pull up. He knows what's going to happen. They're bandits. They roll up, don't say shit. Before they even get off their bike, they shoot the guy. It's a man and a woman.
Yeah.
They shoot his ass.
And don't they shoot him like at point blank range? Do they use a shotgun, or am I misremembering that?
It's not close enough to tell, really. It could be a shotgun, but they just blow his ass away. They don't say shit to him. He has nothing that they need, and or they can get it from him after he's dead. So boom, they shoot him, and they start to rape the woman. And he's up on this hill watching, but he gets down behind this little berm, and he's like, you know, he's talking to himself out loud, like, you know, it's not your concern, it's not your business. You need to stay focused, and you know, they know the dangers of being out here and shit. He's talking himself out of doing the right thing, and he could go down there and dispatch those dudes, but it's not part of his mission. You know, he needs to get going. Yeah. He needs to get west. And so when he comes to this town, he has a chance at redemption. We'll put it that way. Right. And so these dudes, you know, rob the guy. They have a bag of books. They throw it to the main guy, and the main guy out of this group of bandits, he's always some piece of shit. I've never seen this guy play an upstanding character. He's always a fucking weasel. He's an asshole. He's always a bad guy. He's always a bad guy. Man, he's really bad in this movie. And so they kill the guy, rape the woman, take their shit, and he whistles almost, you know, very the Crow, you know. Yeah, T-Bird. Fire, you know, when they plant the bombs, let's go. So he whistles, they go there, they head off on their Harleys and all like these post-apocalyptic motorcycles. And Denzel's like, shit, you know, he feels bad. He feels bad that he had to leave those people.
But what could he do? He basically has that big blade, and they have guns.
They sure did.
You know, Joe Mello for $4.99. Hey, brothers, just wanted to wish you three and everyone in the chat a happy New Year. I editorialized that and added an extra happy
New Year.
But
New Year.
2023 is going to be a year of just victory and blessing for all of us. I know it. Going to be awesome. Thank you, Joe. So and someone else pointed out in here that color grading, that washed out color from the sunlight, because they do mention. I think it's fascinating that when Denzel's talking to the Mila Kunis character, he's telling her what happened, and even they don't know because all history and knowledge and everything's been lost. So you have survivors of basically a nuclear holocaust that don't even know what a nuclear bomb is or anything. He said the sky opened up and the sun came through and burned all the cities. Like they don't even know what a nuclear bomb is. The way they've been left with nothing. And I think this washed out thing. There's something wrong with the atmosphere of the ozone and the sun. Just,
That's why everybody's wearing sunglasses or goggles. Everybody does. It ripped a hole and it fucked everything up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This guy that you were talking about, Jericho, that you say is always a piece of shit and everything, like the second you said that, I pictured him walking into your house, going into your fridge, getting the milk out, and just drinking from the carton, and I was like,
dude.
oh, he's that guy.
What are you
talking about?
You're going to get blasted.
He's like Phil Hartman in Jingle All the Way. He's in your house making cookies with your wife.
Oh, shit, dude. Oh, dude. That was some brutal shit.
I would come home
amazing.
Oh, your wife's cookies are amazing. Put my cookies down now. Put the cookie down. And people are looking at me like, what the fuck's wrong with you? This is on a payphone. Remember payphones?
Right.
Oh, your wife's cookies are so good.
Yeah. So, from the top of this destroyed overpass, and that's about what the Los Angeles overpasses look like right now. They don't look much better, guys. So
they look a little better. They clipped all the little rebar and the wires.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a little better. It's been improved.
As a San Diegan, I officially waggle my nose at LA.
It's like New York and New Jersey.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So I just couldn't imagine. It's terrible. He's at the top of this thing and he ducks down low when the bikers come. And he knows he's outgunned, and he just watches these guys slaughter these people and steal all their books. Like, why are they stealing books? You'll see why. Yep. And like all great Westerns, he wanders into the town.
Yep. That's right. And everybody knows he's not from there. Everybody's looking at him and shit. He's definitely an outsider, but he's come there. You get, like you said in the Western, got to water my horse and put it in the stable and drink some whiskey and get a hot meal and all that kind of shit. So he's coming in to kind of recoup.
John brings up a good point. Currently, there's more poop on the overpass than in the future post-apocalyptic times. So, yes, it's actually cleaner in Denzel's world than the real.
The apocalypse wasn't all bad. It did cause there to be less shit on the streets of Los Angeles. So that was a plus, man.
Yeah. So thank you for reminding us, John, to be grateful that the nuclear holocaust cleaned the hippies' poop off of the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's if there's a silver lining to a nuclear holocaust, it's
a lack of dupe.
Man. There's like a lot of poop everywhere, man.
Are you an apocalypse half full or an apocalypse half empty kind of guy?
Need to get all that poop off the streets, man.
So he's wandering into town. And just seeing the baby cry.
Yeah, and the mom's passed out. She has a bottle in her hand. So she's shit-faced and her baby's just laying there screaming on top of her. That's pretty sad shit, man.
So sad.
Pretty sad state of affairs.
This scene is badass, man.
Right, and he comes in what looks
pawn
to
shop.
be like a pawn shop, general store, whatever. And this is the singer Tom Waits. I recognize him right away. I don't know too much of his music, but I'm like, I know that guy's a singer. And he plays they call him the engineer in this or something like that?
Yeah, he's like the all-around handyman guy. He pops, picks locks and knows electronics and stuff. And he pulls a shotgun on him because that's the world we're living in now.
Right.
And he tells him, I don't know you. Get out of here. And so he goes, I'm just here in the town. And he turns a look. And when the guy turns his attention, he takes a shotgun, flips it around, points it at him for a second, and then flips it around and gives it back, showing him that he's all, I'm just a customer, man. He tells him, I'm just a customer.
Yep.
Right.
He's all, I'm sorry, I got to see your hands. So he sticks his hands out. His hands are still. He's like, all right, you're good. Because, the freaks, the weirdos, they eat too much human meat and get the shakes. It's so gross.
Dude.
And the guy, he's like, what do you want? He's like, I need this charged. And he's his iPod charged so he can hear his music. Here's his Al Green. And he's like, well, what do you got for you? He pulls out some of those wipes. Those KFC wipes. He's like, oh, yeah. He gets excited and shit. He's like, oh, I like that. And he gives him a Zippo because he gets a Zippo off one of the guys that he hacks up in that tunnel. And so he gives him the Zippo and it works. He's like, I get to keep these. He's like, yeah, go ahead. He's like, all right, cool, man. He's like, yeah, give me a couple hours. I'll charge your shit for you. And he's like, I'll stay right here. He's like, oh, man, what? You don't trust me? And he goes, I'll stay here.
I'll stay right here.
Yes, I'll stay right here.
That is, listen, that's what happens if Jericho and I go out to get ribs. He's going to say, I'm going to be like, hey,
not if.
I'll watch when. And I'm like, Jericho, I'll watch your ribs. You're like, nah, I'm going to stay right here.
I'll stay right here. I don't trust you, because if I come back to empty bones, it's going to be a problem.
Antoine Dennison, downtown LA Skid Row looks worse than this. Like, I've never been to Skid Row, and I don't know if you guys know all about it. But it's literally a real place in Los Angeles of just homeless, drug addicts, all just horrible crime. I think prostitution, everything. Very, very bad. I've seen pictures and video in the news clips and stuff. It's hard to believe something like that is real, but it looks horrific.
Half of this movie was filmed on Skid Row, but they had to clean it up first.
Right.
That's right.
They're like, guys, we need bulldozers. We need to clean this shit up.
They're like, hey, can you clean that up? Nobody's going to believe it's this bad in the nuclear future. All right.
But it's basically no bullshit if you gave a part of the city to homeless people. That's what Skid Row is.
Yeah.
It's theirs. It belongs to them.
Bully Badger is correct. Ribs, what a waste. Order a brisket and take a nap after. When I go to a barbecue restaurant, brisket is what I'm ordering. Sliced brisket, not ribs.
Yeah.
Love ribs. Love them. But I don't know. I feel like I can eat brisket faster. You know what I mean?
So, brisket's delicious. I had a brisket. What was it? 14 hours. It was smoked. Delicious, but I would not call ribs a waste.
Oh no, I love ribs. Beef ribs.
Delicious.
Scoop that brisket up with the ribs. Now,
I butchered my own ribs last week, and my wife cooked them up, and they were delicious. I got the bone-in ribeye roast, the big one with like a bunch of bones in it. Cut the rib plate or whatever the hell it's called off the back, but I cut them dinosaur style, where they're the really, really tall ribs.
Oh,
and then I cut a bunch of steaks out of it too. Whenever I see a ribeye roast on sale at Vaughn's, I'll buy a bunch of them and cut myself a bunch of steaks, cut the ribs off the back. So
hell yeah. Sounds good to me.
That's how we do.
So he's leaving his shit.
I'm hungry.
This just devolves into rib talk.
With Beaver and the Gooch.
Make sure you're here tomorrow night for a rib talk. Rib talk all the time.
I don't understand why there's not more food on your channel, man. Like I think you gotta have like a break every now and again, hardcore politics, and then roll into some ribs and brisket.
Food talk.
Just saying.
This is how sad it is. This is how sad
Carnal pleasures with Jericho Green.
With me and the beef, this is how it is, okay? Yeah. As I was getting ready for the show, I went in the bathroom, straightened my hair, make sure I got nothing in my teeth. Like a minute before we came on, and I saw my wife had a ribeye on the stove for me. She's going to grill it up so I can eat it after the show. And I thought, I don't think the fans would mind if I ate that on air. So that's where I am, guys. That's the level of unprofessionalism that I am considering in the name of peace.
That would make our viewers respect us more if you consume a steak on camera. My son, when he was about 4 years old, he was walking through the house shirtless, eating a piece of New York steak.
That's how it's done.
That's how you got to do it.
He's a man now.
That's right.
There's nothing left to teach you.
That would make him the chief, in fact.
Yeah, dude, he'd be challenging me for the throne. I'd have to fight him in the backyard. Right. Yeah, man, he was no shirt, New York steak.
First of all, Mike's name is fantastic. Mike likes tacos. I like this guy already.
Pink or otherwise, brother.
One of the great comments I've ever seen. Rib Talk on 102.3 The Meats. Philadelphia best beef talk radio.
Hey, do you want some beef? Make sure you tune in to Rib Talk on 102.3 The Meat.
It's happening.
You're the 10th caller. Thank you for calling 102.3 The Meat.
Hey, don't mean to
pack of sirloin steaks.
Hey, don't mean to rib you, but you're caller number 10. Meat, and more meat. Dude, I would listen to that. There was rib talk. Who the fuck wouldn't tune into that?
102.3 The Meat, where it's the weekend all weekend long.
It's the weekend all the time. Fellas, she wants the meat. Hey, Daddy, let me see your meat.
I like it well done. How
Jericho
about
is
you?
like he's making the show right now. This is a tease.
Yeah,
You need to
want
go
to
live
volunteer
with this.
to
You're
the
like,
meat? You got it.
Next on Innuendo Radio, show me your meat.
oh my.
Jonathan
Meat
wants us to
talk.
get the tires back on the road.
Jonathan said,
the
reel
vehicle.
it in.
Jonathan, we left that behind so long ago. Sorry, Fred.
That's right.
Reel it the fuck in.
But let me tell you, this is got to be one of my favorite parts of this movie. When he points the shotgun at him and that quick move where they sped up the frame rate and everything like that, but it doesn't reek of that. It was the perfect amount because the action in this movie is so tight, man.
Right.
When he swings that shotgun around and he's like, do you understand who I am? Like, do you get it?
Yeah.
Like, I could kill you if I wanted to. That's not what I'm about. So, can you... And he goes, I'm going to reach in my bag now. Take your finger off the trigger. He goes from having a shotgun pointed at him to being the, person in charge of the room, which is something you see him do over and over and over again. He's the big man. These people can't mess with him.
And he does not take his finger off the trigger. I watched. He left his finger on the trigger. Not good at following the rules. But yeah, and he gave it right back to him to say, are we cool? Because I couldn't put a hole in your ass right now and take all your shit and charge my shit for free. So he keeps it cool, and he tells him, he's all, hey, well, you can, or before he tells him, before he says, I'll wait here, he says, you can go across the street. They have water over there. Take me a couple hours. And he says, I'll stay here. Then the motorcycles. He hears the motorcycles again. Now it's a chance for redemption. I wasn't able to do anything then, but I'm not going to let this opportunity. I'm going from, help to punishment. I could have helped those people, but I wasn't able to. So now I'm in punishment mode. Now I'm going to punish these people for what I let them get away with. And so these fools come in not too long after him, and he hears them, and he's like, well, maybe we'll go check out the saloon, the bar across the street. What'd you say? They have water there? So now all of a sudden he wants to go. He puts on his sunglasses and walks out, and he goes across the street into this bar. And when he walks in, those guys, before that, this scene right here, they take that bag of books, and what's his name? Ray Stevenson in the background, star of Punisher 2, one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
I got in a Twitter argument with the director of that movie like 3 years ago.
That lady? Some woman, right?
She's I think she's Palestinian or something, and something came up that I was Arab and something like, so we talked a little bit, and I just saw her have like Trump derangement syndrome, and I told her something how dumb that was, and we got into like a little bit of a fight about it on Twitter. It's a weird experience.
What a dumbass.
Let me correct something. While this is technically a bar, it is also, I think, spiritually a saloon, because we are in this Western. I mean, I don't, because I know a lot of people mess with the Western genre and expand it, which I'm fine with, because I think the Western is something that is, well, he is heading west, folks. It ticks off a lot of those boxes. But I mean, holy hell, this is like, that. What is it? Oh God, is it Josie Wales? Where he says, the bounty hunter walks in the bar and he goes, "You're a bounty hunter?" And he's like, "Man's got to do something for a living." And he's like, "Dying ain't much of a living, boy." and that is who he is in this shit, man. Do you know what I mean? He is Clint Eastwood in this. It's they didn't know what to make of this movie, but you fine people here, you people in the chat understand what we're talking about here. You guys can get this. If you have not seen this movie, I've seen it 50 times. There's no spoiler that will ever take away the genius of this movie.
Oh yeah.
Right.
It's brilliant.
Yeah,
can either of you pronounce this German word? It's a word I love. It's a face.
Pfeifengeist?
I don't know. Well, how would Mr. Schwarzenegger say this word?
Well, it's been a long time since I've been back to Austria, but I would say back in Pfeifengeist.
Ah, okay. And Mr. Schwarzenegger, who do you know that has the most back Pfeifengeist face? Who is that person in your life?
Let me see. That's a good one there. Since I was the governor of California,
Yes.
I would have to say Gavin Newsom has the most backpfeifing guys I've ever seen out there.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. That's what I thought. So, but yeah, no, this, you were saying earlier, Jericho, this guy always plays a bastard in movies.
Always.
Yes,
He's
he
always
does.
a shithead.
They got his look perfect here for the Backpfeifengeist.
Yes.
So,
He's
yeah.
perfect.
So,
Good. And so he comes back and and being juxtaposed with Gary Oldman just shows you how much of a moron, how much of a backwoods, just fucking okey doke this guy is. So he's like, oh, he throws down the books, and Gary Oldman's looking for this book, the book, which he's looking
Right.
for the Bible,
right.
because he wants to expand from that town, and he knows he can have total control over people and ultimate power if he has that book, because he says people will do what you say as if it comes from the book. They will do whatever.
Right.
And
Beautiful.
power and fame and fortune and all the shit that they want. So that's the book that he's looking for, and he has these morons out here scouring the landscape for this book. And so when they came across that guy and that woman, they had like a pillowcase full of books. So they were all happy. They're like, it's got to be in there. There's like 10 books in there. And so it opens on him. It opens up on the book that he's reading. It pans up. You see it's Gary Oldman reading the book. And if you didn't know and you see it, you're like, oh shit, Gary Oldman's in this too. So he's reading a book, and Ray Stevenson says, so-and-so's back from the road and they have something for you. And he's happy. He's like, oh, tell him to come up here right now. And so he whistles, and then Dum Dum comes up there with this bag of books, and he dumps them on the desk. And Gary Oldman's looking through them, and he doesn't see it. And he can tell by the look on his face, and he goes, oh, I guess the book you want isn't in there. He goes, no, it isn't. He says, have some drinks, get some pussy, and as much as you and your boys can stand on the house, but then you get back out there on the road. And he's like, well, I don't understand, man. A book's a book. And he's like, you don't need to understand. I understand. He's like, this book is powerful. I can rule the world with this book. You just get it, you idiot. And so he, throws them a bone. That's all they want to do. They just want to get some Mad Max hose and some drinks, and that's it. So he tells him, as soon as you're done, you get your ass back out on the road. And I don't remember what he's saying. His henchman Ray Stevenson. I don't remember what he's saying to him right here.
Mm-hmm.
But after this scene is when Denzel comes out, and he walks from that pawn shop across the street, goes into the saloon, and then as soon as he walks in, it's the classic. People are roaming like, who's that guy?
Right.
And all that kind. I'm sorry. Right before this. That woman, Gary Oldman, that's his woman, and he has a little bottle of shampoo. That's another thing they got from that couple, and he puts it to her nose, and you realize, oh, she's blind. So he's like, oh, look, the boys found this, and she smells. Oh, it smells so good. He's like, shampoo, and he washes her hair, and he's talking to her. And so in this scene, the vibe I got from it was, she's in charge in some points, like because he's not this hardened, ruler of this town. He's washing her hair, and he's wearing like a silk robe and shit. Looks like he just took a shower. So it's almost like this is his woman. This is what matters to him. This is what he cares about. And she almost has a power over him, which changes pretty quickly. But after this is when Denzel comes into the saloon, and they don't like that. This guy's an outsider.
Yeah.
Who the hell is he? And so Dumbass, who's always a dumbass in every movie, for some reason he automatically locks in on him. Maybe because he doesn't recognize him.
Real quick though, the gal here who he's like giving her the shampoo, it ain't just some lady. It is the beautiful Jennifer Beals.
Sure is.
From Flashdance. What
That's
a
right.
looker. And still to
welder.
this day, she's like in her 50s or something. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful woman. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Huh.
And so he tells the guy, I need some water. And he goes, oh, I got to go into my personal stash. That's going to cost you. So no problem. I got some shit. So he takes out a scarf that he was wearing earlier that with that print. I don't know what the name of that print is on that scarf, but you see it in like Arab countries and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And so he pulls it out, and he tugs on it, shows good fabric, lays it down. And he's like, well, what else you got? He's like, that'll get you about halfway. What else you got? And he pulls out some nice like brown leather gloves, anything to shield you from the wind and the sand and the sun. So the guy takes it, all right, cool. And then he calls, and when he's handing him, he slides the scarf over to him, and then this cat jumps up on the bar, like the bar cat or whatever. He jumps up on the bar, and the cat's walking toward Denzel, and he's about to walk on his stuff, and he just nudges the cat out of it, and the cat gets all pissed off and shit. And it cuts over to the dumbass with his friends behind him, and he's looking at the guy, and it's almost like, okay, this is my chance to fuck with him. This is my end.
Right.
This is he, touched my cat, so now I'm justified in fucking with him. And so he calls over. Now think of the women you've seen so far. You got the blistered, desert whore with the guys that he hacked up. Like there's not a lot of lookers. Then the bartender goes, Solara and Mila Kunis.
Yeah.
Like, oh, she doesn't stick out like a sore ass thumb in this town. Right. So he gives the water to her.
That was one of those things about this movie that just cracked me up, because I was like going, she looks like Mila Kunis in the middle of this movie.
They didn't put no dirt on her face or nothing.
Somehow in the Mad Max world, she's still getting her eyebrows waxed and getting her hair done.
She definitely is. Yeah.
She's brushing her teeth every day somehow.
There you go.
Somehow she is maintained.
That's like I don't know if this is funny. I think it is. It's a recurring joke. I just mess with my wife. I like to make up like fake scenarios and pretend I'm into it. And I'll tell my wife every once in a while, I'll be like, hey, what if I told you I thought brushing your teeth was bullshit, something from the government, and I'm just going to quit doing it from now on, And I'll just like try and be serious, but I tell my wife stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, but I have absurd things like when people were talking about things being conspiracies and all that stuff, and they make fun of it, I go, let me tell you something. I think this whole thing, referring to a certain event that, happened a couple of years ago, started and has been ongoing, and I go, let's be honest, this whole thing is to sell greeting cards.
Right.
Like, are you out of your fucking mind? I like to take a hard left there, It's like time to mock things, and I get tired of it. It's just, oh, Lord almighty. But no, I mean, this dude, like, I love this dude's face, man, because this reminds me of that line from Clint Eastwood, Gran Torino, when he goes, you ever notice that every once in a while you run into somebody you shouldn't have fucked with? That's kind of where Denzel Washington is.
He sure does.
There's an alternate definition of this word. It's face in badly need of being slammed into a post-apocalyptic bar.
Yeah,
so, that's the other definition. It's more
marble
closer
bar
to the Austrian region, not so much central Germany.
It's up in the mountains. It's
right.
We have to do a whole show on just that. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Mila Kunis, he sends her off to get the water, and automatically or immediately you can tell that Ray Stevenson has a thing for her, because he steps directly in her way when she's trying to walk by. She's all, can I get by, please? And he steps out of the way and lets her go. So you can tell he's like always trying to flirt with her and hook up with her, and she fucking doesn't even doesn't like him, hates him, matter of fact. And then he goes back to the bar. Dumbass gets up and goes to mess with Eli, and he says, I saw it. What do you say? I saw you hit my cat. He's like, I didn't hit your cat. I just nudged him. He's like, well, that cat's been here for 2 years. That thing's got more right to be here than you. And so here comes another classic action movie trope. I'm just here to get some water, and I'm gonna be out of your way. I don't want to cause any trouble. I just want to get my water and go. Please let me go. Of course, dumbass is going to see that as a sign of weakness. No, I'm not going to let you go. I'm going to kick your... He starts to say something, and obviously Denzel's had enough of it, because he grabs the front of his shirt and introduces his mouth to not only the bar, but the edge of the bar where it's real thick, the strongest point. Kisses.
His teeth have had better days.
He gave this dude customer service across his mouth.
Fucking hell.
And he sits him up and he's talking to him. He's telling him, look, man, I don't want to do this. I want to get the fuck out of here. I don't want no trouble. I'm sorry. Let me go. And so the guy stands up and he has the lights are on, but nobody's home look. And then he goes, yeah. And he like agrees with him. And he's smiling and he lets him go. And he just goes, boom, falls on the ground.
And he's got that great line, man, when he leans into him too. He goes, I know what you are, I know what you've done, and you will be held accountable for it. Like Denzel really lets him.
He's like, I saw what you did to those innocent people on the road.
Fuck.
He's like, you're gonna pay for what you've done. I thought he just paid, because he's about to spit his teeth out. I thought he just paid, but apparently Denzel says he has some more paying to do. And when he hits the ground, for a second he pauses. He's like, "Shit, maybe they didn't see it." You know, I don't know. He didn't say it. I don't know. Maybe he's thinking that. Maybe his boys didn't see what just happened. So he grabs his shit and he turns around to go. He's trying to leave. He didn't wait for his water or nothing. Let me get out of here. Yeah. As he's walking out, you hear all these chairs scoot, screech across the floor. These guys are standing up. They're getting around him in a circle. And you're like, oh shit, we just saw the scene in the tunnel. He's about to fuck these dudes up. And yeah, man, he does. He starts to roll up his sleeves and he starts saying a Bible verse to himself. I don't know which verse it was, but he's starting to quote a Bible verse. Yeah, I mean, look, you're about to fight a dude and he's rolling up his sleeves quoting the Bible. That's your that's your red flag. Right. That's your chance to get out of there. They don't take
run for your life.
Right.
Run for your life.
I thought it was weird in the original cut when he told Toothless Joe over here, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies.
That's
I thought
right.
that
Yeah,
it was a little rhyming.
Sure.
And then there was this drum thing that came out of nowhere.
That's right.
I think I heard something about that.
Yeah.
I think I might have heard something about that.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what does he say? He says, from the dust we came and to the dust we shall return.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing he said. And he
that's
starts
the last
going
thing
to
they
work.
heard, man. That's the last
He starts
shit
going
they
to work
heard.
on these guys. He fucks them up. And they're all getting the business. They're all getting sliced and diced. Competition's paying the price. And
Dude,
yeah.
that would have been the best to play for the scene. I'm doing a cut of the scene with that. It'd be, don't call it a comeback. Whack!
I've been
Here for years.
So
Fucking beautiful.
Yeah, he fucks these dudes up in a multitude of different ways. And Mila Kunis comes in. And I hate this. This makes me mad.
She found eyeshadow in the nuclear holocaust. She found it.
Well, that's the one thing she kept. Like when they pulled her from the nuclear rubble, they opened her hand and she had Maybelline in her hand. She's like, I will not let this go.
Simply Green points out, I thought the cut where instead of the Bible verse, the fight, he just says, it's Morbin time. Was a bit off.
He pushed a medallion out with his hands like this. It was weird.
Man.
I heard about that one too. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah.
But I heard about that one.
No, that's why the original director got fired over the Morbin time. He wouldn't.
They're like, you're not taking this seriously, is what they told him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard Arnold is in talks to be in the next Morbius movie.
Are you serious? No.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
How would you handle saying it's Morbin time, Mr. Schwartz? I can't even ask you the question.
I would probably be. Actually, if I'm in the sequel, they're going to call it More BS, is what they're going to call it. But I would say, I would look to my left, I'd look over to my right and say, it's Morbin time in here. It's Morbin time in here.
Oh my God.
Right.
Sean, don't you fucking die on me. Don't you die on me.
I picked the wrong time to quit sniffing glue. Listen, this is the thing I gotta tell you though, in all seriousness, and Razor Fist was saying this, and I think it was one of the best observations ever. He goes, the Western genre needs to come back. Someone good has to really bring, more Westerns back. Because if there's one genre you could roll Arnold Schwarzenegger out into now at this age, with that weathered face, it's the Western. That's where your older actors really can shine. We're having gravitas. You don't add makeup. You don't try to make them look younger. You don't try to make them look, you put them in a damn Western, man. It's like, get it done.
Yeah, the more weathered he looks, the better.
Yep.
For that time.
Yep.
I remember hearing something in the 90s when I was a kid about Sergeant Rock is a World War II DC Comics comic book from the 60s and by the great Joe Kubert, one of the greatest ever to do it.
Yeah.
One of my favorite. But I remember someone making a joke about Arnold being rumored to star in Sergeant Rock. Could you imagine him with that Austrian accent? Like, here comes the Germans. How would that even make any sense, dude?
I'd be like, wait, you sound just like him.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, goodness. So anyway,
Ugh.
we got a
Yeah.
great fight scene. The
see-
fight scenes are spectacular in this.
Awesome. The lighting, the angles, and when the guys are around him in a circle, the camera is on the outside of the circle of people, but then it comes in like in between them. The way the camera comes into the middle of the circle, the camera angles and stuff, and the work with the camera is awesome.
Beautiful.
But what I hate about this, and I hate when they do this in movies, he has an axe in his hand. I don't know where he got the axe. I don't know. He must have took it from one of the henchmen, because you can see that guy in his right hand has like a big ass wrench or something. And so he has an axe, and it's a primitive looking axe. Maybe when axes were first invented, it looked different. But he's about to start hacking this dude up who's on the ground, and she yells, "Stop! Please stop! No more!" I'm like, I hate that. Get the fuck out of here! I'm killing. Yep. These dudes are gonna hack me up. What are you talking? Get the fuck out of here! But he stops. He stops. Please stop. Let him go. He's like, all right, you lucky. And so he takes his water and shit, and he gets up out of there. But you're not gonna get away that easy, Eli.
So what? Oldman and he's a good looking Punisher. He's got the look, but that movie I heard was crap.
Yeah, no, it was terrible. Right. It was like, you have like this great 5-star Michelin chef ready to work, but you give him a bowl full of dog shit to cook with. Like that movie was
the finest Cheez-Its in the land, sir.
Hey, come over. Sir, would you like to dine in some hot Cheetos?
It has a grape Kool-Aid reduction.
Excellent, sir.
Oh, and we have an exotic treat, some Bazooka Joe bubble gum for the amuse-bouche.
Oh, yummy.
Can I interest you in a moist talas appetizer?
So would you like to end the evening with a nice Laffy Taffy, sir?
Oh, is it banana, perhaps?
Only the best for you, sir.
Oh, of course.
Maybe I can please you, sir, by bringing you a nice chilled squeeze it.
As a child, I would have eaten at this restaurant for sure.
Fuck yeah.
No, that's totally true.
Cheez-Its and squeeze-its, I'm there.
Oh.
But Gary Oldman or Carnegie, his character's name, Carnegie sees Eli down there doing his thing, and he, being the businessman that he is, I can incorporate this man into my empire. And I saw his skills, and he tells me, he's like, I don't know where you got that skill set from, but I could use it, and so that pisses off Ray Stevenson, because that's his job. He's the head of security, he's the right-hand man, and Gary Oldman is basically replacing him right to his face. So he's hating on Denzel for that reason, but Denzel says, I appreciate the offer, but I can't. I have somewhere I need to be. He says, where's that? Out west? He says, there's nothing out west. He's like, well, I've heard different. I'm heading out west. I'm not interested in your job. And he's very polite, very thankful for the opportunity, but I don't want it. And he says, well, why don't you stick around for the evening? We'll give you some food, some women or something. Just think about it. See how you like it. We'll talk about it again in the morning. He says, and then Ray Stevenson goes, oh, in case you're wondering, it isn't there. There's no choice. And then he looks at Gary Oldman. He's looking at Gary Oldman the whole time. He doesn't even look at Ray Stevenson. He looks at him and he says, there's always a choice. Meaning, I'm not scared of you guys. I'll pick whatever choice I want. But I guess, to keep it from getting even more violent. He's like, okay, I'll stay. And so Ray Stevenson, what's his character's name? I don't want to keep calling him Ray Stevenson. Punisher 2. Punisher 2. Frank Castle. He walks him to his room and he lets him know. He says, hey, there's going to be somebody outside your door all night long. So if you need something, just let us know. He's, I won't need anything. He's like, well, just in case. So he goes inside this little room, and by their standards, this is all right. This is this is a nice hotel.
It's 4 stars.
Excellent. It's like the Waldorf Astoria.
Indeed.
Waldorf.
We have a plywood picnic table, a chest of drawers to sleep on.
And if you look in the corner there, you'll see it comes with your own rat. He's
friendly. He's a dear. He's so friendly. Quite informative chap, too.
A bit of a jokester. So he's staying in this high-class shithole for the night. And the blind lady, Flashdance, she brings him some food and some water to wash his hands with. And at first, she walks in the room. He sees she's blind, and he doesn't say anything. She's talking and stuff. She's like, I'm going to need you to say something so I know where you are. And so he scratches his shirt, makes a slight sound. He sees her head turn. It's almost like he's thinking, are you really deaf? Or really blind, I mean. And so...
wait, hold on. Could you imagine in real life if someone told you they were blind or deaf and you tested them to see if they were telling the truth?
Well, you know,
I feel like that is a bit of a faux pas, as they say.
I don't think they do faux pas
You
back
like just
then. I
snatch
think
someone's blind cane. You just steal their cane or whatever. Steal their hearing aid.
waving your middle finger in front of their face. Like, oh, you really
It's
are
like
blind.
that Big Lebowski scene where he goes, this guy can walk. He pulls him out of the wheelchair and drops to the ground. And he's like, oh, shit. You know, it's like,
Whoops.
yeah, it's frowned upon.
I guess he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I guess I see what you mean. But he like scratches his shirt and makes this very slight sound. She turns her head and she heard it. It's like, okay, you really are blind. And then he says, and then so she walks and puts the stuff down. And he says, thank you. And he says, oh, I like your perfume. She goes, oh, it's just some shampoo, but thank you. And he asked her something.
Oh, were you blind?
Yeah. Were you blinded? Yeah. Did you get blinded after the war? She's like, no, I was born this way. So by the time the war happened, I was already used to living like this. And really, she's the luckiest one of all. She's living it, but she don't got to see it. She at least doesn't have to see that shit.
I think Denzel and maybe a few other characters, they call the nuclear apocalypse the Flash a couple times. Like they say something about a great flash or something. And what I insinuate from that is that's what blinds some of the people, or why so many are wearing the sunglasses and all that. And but yeah, that's why he asked her. But basically, did the war make her go blind, or she was actually born that way? Is what she did. So,
and she's like, no, it's been like this, you know. She was born that way. And so he takes the food, and then he's kneeling down, reading up against the wall, and he's reading the Bible. And then he hears a knock at the door. He's like, what the hell is this? And then it's Mila Kunis in a little sundress or something.
Yeah, it's grim because in front of this woman here, Jennifer Beals, don't remember the character's name, Gary Oldman, the warlord or whatever, he's telling Solara, right? That's her name?
Solara, yeah.
That sounds like a sensible 4-cylinder Toyota Solara. Didn't they have a Solara?
Yeah,
there was
Toyota Solar. I think so. Solaris.
Solara. It was a convertible.
It was a Solaris. Yeah, it sounds like one of those commercials where it'd be like some 20-somethings and they're going down the coast with a surfboard in the back seat, and they're all going to meet at the beach and have a good time. Like, or the Taco Bell commercials, always these hot 20-somethings in the Taco Bell parking lot holding their tacos. And
everyone's
like
a different race in the commercial.
Yeah, nobody's left out. A Mexican guy, white guy, Asian guy, mixed girl, black girl. Everybody's there, and one of them is like good with a skateboard and shit. They're just having a good time. And what makes you have more of a good time? Fucking Taco Bell.
But look at the grief on her face here. If you could look at her mouth and all that, and her chin, you can see it, because he's telling Solara that she's got to go spend the night.
Well, he's telling her that's what he's going to do. Yeah, he's saying
her daughter.
She comes back up to the room and says, he's not like everybody else. You're not going to be able to convince him to do what you want. He's too strong-minded. He has somewhere he's going to go. You're not going to be able to convince him to stay. And he doesn't like that. He doesn't like being told that there's someone he can't conquer or get to do what he wants. So he says, well, I can't do it, but I bet you Solara can. And she's like, no, please, no. And this is where you see that power dynamic shift. When you first see her, he's doing her hair. It's almost like he's the only thing that he cares about. This is the only thing that he shows a softer side to. He loves her. She's in charge of him. This is the only person that he bows to. But that switches because she's like, please don't send. That's her daughter. Don't send my daughter down there to bang some dude. And he doesn't even look at her. He just gets up and she's holding on to him. He pulls her hand off. And like he's like, fuck you. That's what I'm gonna do. And then you can see that, oh yeah, he's a dick to everybody.
It shows what a creep he is. And I just want to praise you guys in the chat. You're so much fun. You're so informative. Make sure you hit the like and you're subscribed. And there's links to Jericho's channel. Subscribe to that. Hilarious. There's a link to Shanthan Jetty's. book Nosfero, a beautifully painted comic, and a link to my project. But I want to praise the chat because I just see you guys talking, and it's like, oh, a Solar's a 2-door convertible coupe. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. You guys have so much range. And then I just come across this comment. PCP makes the taser not effective. Same thing with meth. I don't know if that's true, but you guys have a lot of range.
It feels true.
It feels true.
It feels true as shit.
But yeah. So, I'll take it. That's hilarious. You guys are hilarious. So, oh, geez.
Yeah, some of these same people, like Tammy and stuff, are in my chat.
Yeah.
On my live streams, man. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Big ass drug riddled up dude, rip out the taser prongs. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, man, that PCP is a sumbitch.
For those of you that don't know, and I'm not name dropping, but he is my friend, the actor Dean Cain, who played Superman.
God, I know the story.
We talked today, in fact. He took me and my wife to dinner at Fleming's Steakhouse in downtown San Diego. He came down here when we first became friends last year. And he's I think he's deputized at 2 different sheriff stations. I think one out east and then one in Idaho, I believe. Whatever. I'm not sure where. And he showed me the taser training that they did to him. And I clowned him so hard because he lays on his stomach and the other officer tased him. And for some reason, his right hand just started flapping. And then Dean, who I respect and like, he's a friend. He got this look in his eyes telling me how much he would love to tase me. And I'm like,
don't tase me, bro.
You could ask my wife. He got a little excited. He's like, I'm like, why? He's like, you're a big dude. And the more muscle mass you have, the harder it's all going to contract when you get shocked. He's like, wonderful. A guy like you, like 280 pounds of muscle, you do not want to get tased because those strong muscles are now working against you, just like spasming. So
and your hand might start going like that too.
I will not allow this.
That's why Dean kind of scares me. He kind of is like, man, I'd love to make you a peanut butter sandwich, but Dean, I have a peanut allergy. I know, man. And people with peanut allergy.
Hear me
like,
out.
Dean, easy, friend. Easy.
Hear me out.
Kevin says, Dean seems like a good dude. I can see where he plays. Listen,
amen.
I know him personally. We speak on the phone. We text and all this. If I ever need anything, like there's a little girl I did some charity artwork for just the other day. I text Dean and say, hey, I'm going to tweet this, tag you. Will you retweet it? And he's like, love it. And then he does stuff like that. And then I don't use him to do that. Like we have an actual friendship and talk, but he's such a charitable guy. And he does acting stuff. I don't know. I don't want to go too into it, but I admire him very much. And he's a good example of a man. I'll leave it at that. So that is the Dean butt kissing portion of the show is now over.
All right.
Now back to the show.
So he hears a knock at the door or whatever, and Gary Oldman has sent the young lass to seduce him, to maybe convince him to join this evil gang of bikers that kill people for books. But again, showing great character. He rebuffs all of the sexual advances and just guys. Like he's telling her, like, well, no, we don't have to be like this. Is terrible.
He's coming off the road. The post-apocalyptic road. It's tough out there. Look, I'm here for the night anyway, okay? I'm not leaving tomorrow.
Right.
It'd be tough to rebuke that. It would be tough to say no. I'll leave it there. Real tough. Because, But he does. He says no. And he says, you can go ahead and get out of here. I don't need that. And she says, well, I'll sleep on the floor because I have to stay here. If I don't do what he says, I'll hurt my mother. She's I'll sleep on the floor. I won't be any trouble. And then she proceeds to be a bunch of trouble. What's that? What do you know over there?
Well, and it's sad too when he tells her, no, I'm not going to use you. Go back. She's a bit terrified to go back, because like you said, I got to at least sleep on the floor because if I go back, but she's terrified about it, which is, and you just think of Gary Oldman and just how awful he is. So it's good developing just the depth of evil with this Oldman Carnegie character. So,
yeah, he's a real piece of shit.
Yes,
but she's like, I have to stay here. I have to stay in the room. If he doesn't think I did what I was supposed to, then my mom's going to get hurt. Please let me stay. And it's funny in the beginning, right? And he comes in, he opens the door, she comes in, and he goes, oh, I remember you. You got my water, right? She's like, oh, yeah, you're the traveler guy. You're the guy I saw beat the shit out of 10 guys in the bar, and you're about to split that guy's head open with an axe, right? Yeah, that's me. What's up, girl? Like, I think she knows who
That's an understatement. He decapitated at least one guy.
Right.
All right, there was a head rolling in space, man. It was something. It was something, man.
Traveler guy, right? Yeah, I think you remember who the fuck that is.
What do you have for me here, Sean?
I just want to make a point real quickly. This is a quick Photoshop job I did since our last conversation.
Oh,
Can't you see it?
well,
Can't you see it?
Yeah, I mean, he'd have
Do you
to.
see it?
Yeah, but they would have to acknowledge his accent. Like he'd have to say, "I was in the war," or "I came over after the war," or something. You can't just be out here. And one guy talks like that.
We had a massive amount of Dutch people here, right? And people
Right.
like that's the thing about the Wild West, right? They always act like there weren't a lot of different accents, out there in the West.
Oh yeah, there were tons.
It's
Yeah,
like-
they just got here. They didn't have time to have that accent, diluted over time. They just got here. Yeah, there were a ton of them, but I'm just saying they would have to acknowledge it. At least,
Jericho, I'm telling you to write the script is what I'm saying.
because the character might be that, but everybody looking at this shit knows that that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. So you gotta at least drop a couple lines in there to let us know why he talks like this, out in the wild West.
so
I need it.
I did have a question for you, Sheriff Schwarzenegger. What is the vernacular, in your region of the Arizona territory for the bad guys, the bandits? What do you like to go with? Is it like owl hoot, hijacker, booster, stealer, bandito? Like what do you call them out there? What do you call them?
I call them naughty boys. I call them, go get the naughty boys and bring them here.
What is the naughtiest naughty boy you've apprehended?
Oh, this guy, I call him Super Naughty. He was a really bad guy. He was known for stealing horses and grabbing ladies by the vagina and things of that nature.
Oh, what did you do to him?
Well, first I gave him a good talking to. I like to sit people down and talk to them. And I was like, why are you doing this? Why are you super naughty, grabbing the vagina and stealing the horses like that, dear? And then I hung him in front of everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
My goodness. Now, are there a lot of Latina maids in the Arizona territory? I would assume, because it was just Mexico a minute ago. So
yeah, but there weren't enough, so I had to go get them more. I went down there, like you said, Mexico's right there. So I went over there. I was like, "Come on, get over here now!"
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to hearing from you again.
Yeah.
All right. Well, happy trails, Sheriff Schwarzenegger. We'll talk to you later. Okay.
Thank you.
That's a new character. Sheriff Schwarzenegger. Thank you.
We're gonna work that in whenever we can.
Yeah.
I gotta get that mouth moving in that photo so we can stop
Yeah.
talk over it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Helping any way I can.
Oh,
right.
goodness.
But that's-
go ahead.
I'm just gonna say that's tough to say no to. It really is.
Right.
But he did. And he is reading the book, so she's asking about the book. And she has this curiosity about her. Because she's young enough, she was born after all of this. All she knows is this horrible landscape and this lifestyle. That's all she knows. So for him to tell her stories about what they had, and like you said earlier, we threw away things that we kill each other for now. And she's always just, wow, tell me about this in the book. And so she's very inquisitive, but she's also very street smart, for lack of a better term. Right. She knows that world. She knows the ruthless nature of it, and she knows how to match it. She's pretty smart. And he's gonna share the food that her mom brought in for him. He's gonna share it with her. But before they do, they say grace, and she's like, "What?" Because she knows nothing of God, religion, nothing. So she's like, "Say grace."
All of human culture's basically been erased in this movie, where they're not even religious. The people, they don't even know about religions or anything like that. So when he goes to pray with her, it's kind of touching. He says, "Let's hold hands, close eyes," and then they thank the Lord for the food and the shelter and this and that. And it's the first time she's ever done it. But I think they don't say it, but they show it. I think she feels something here, because when she has a meal later with her mother, she says, let's pray. She does the same thing, even with very, very limited knowledge of what they did here. But I just have to say, and I don't want to harp on it too much, I was shocked that you have a movie that from Hollywood. This is Warner Brothers, right? I mean, I think it was like Lionsgate, Warner Brothers, something like that, where it's like it's pro Bible and pro praying, and like what? And the good guy is principled, not like Deadpool, the worst hero of all time. For those of you that don't know, I hate Deadpool more than anything. I hate that movie so much.
Well, Jericho and Gabe, both of you guys, like this is the thing that we've talked about before. When you see It's a Wonderful Life, we got to stop acting like these movies that have, a healthy relationship with prayer are, 300 years ago or 200 years ago. I mean, I think this movie kind of points that out, right? The apocalypse isn't that long ago. It didn't take long to erase this stuff, but it doesn't take long to bring it back. It took this one moment to affect her in a profound way. And then she passes it on. And it's like within like 24 hours, she's passing this on to her mom. And it's incredible, man. It's a great flick.
Yeah, and when she passes this on to her mom, this gives Gary Oldman some information because he helps her finish the prayer.
Yeah,
and that's when he realizes, okay, some shit's going on here. She stays the night with him, and everything's fine. And she goes back to, is that her mom? No, she's sitting on the she's sitting at the table with her mom behind him.
Right.
And they're about to eat. And she says, she says, wait. I don't remember. She calls it prayer. She's like, I'm going to say something. And she starts.
Yeah, let's hold hands. She goes, give me your hands. Yeah.
She's trying to remember what he said the night before. And she's kind of like, this, and I think that. And she goes, I think, and that's all. And she's trying to remember how to end it. And then Gary Oldman chimes in and he says, amen. That's the word you were looking for, is amen. Because she told him, he asked her, what did he say? He didn't say nothing. Was he reading a book? No, he wasn't reading anything. And so then by her knowing that prayer and her, looking for those words, and he answers amen, he knows that they were talking, because she said he didn't say shit. She didn't even want to talk about it. He didn't say anything. So apparently they were talking. And so he finds out she's full of shit. And so he wants Denzel to stay. He wants Denzel to, or wants to get the book from Denzel. Right. That's what he wants from her. And the mom is like, please, no, leave her alone. He's basically, shut the fuck up. I'll do what I want.
Hard to watch. He grabs the mom like with all her hair right above her neck, you tell, and he's like jerking around. She goes to her knees, and I don't know, man. She's blind. She's thin and frail, and he's just such a wicked bastard. Gary Oldman.
He is. They make him bad. He's so bad.
Shit in this movie.
Mm-hmm. He's forcing her daughter into what he believes to be prostitution. He thinks they did it. He's
and then this is like, again, a Hollywood movie. He asked her what was on the book he had. What was on the book? She's like, I don't know, because she's illiterate. Most of the people in this post-apocalyptic world, they're illiterate. She's like, it was a symbol like this, you know. So
and she tells Denzel, I can't even read it. She's like, I can't even read it. I just want to see it. I can't even read. Yeah. And then he shows him the symbol, and
so I was very concerned. I was very concerned about a half hour or 40 minutes or whatever into this movie, whether I was going to hate this movie and turn it off. Because when I find things offensive to God or blasphemous, I turn the movie or the TV show off. I'm not watching that. And when Gary Oldman started crapping on the Bible and Christianity, saying, well, if you have the book, you can basically brainwash everyone, control them. I was worried that that's what this movie's point was going to be. And I didn't realize, that's what the bad guy's point is, which is fine for the bad guy to be evil and wrong. Of course, he's the bad guy. But I was scared that that's what the movie was going to say. And I'm like, I'm not going to watch. This is garbage. And, it turns out, no, he's the bad guy.
So this was a pivotal moment for you.
Right. Yeah. For me, I'm like, okay, which way is this movie going, man? I'm not going to watch stuff like that. So, and Aruba Face says, same, I do. Yeah. If something's filth, I turn it off. I was raised that way. We didn't watch filth growing up. So, absolutely.
Yeah, so she basically spills the beans because I figure Eli had to know this would happen, because she immediately fucking tells everything that they have. He didn't have to put the screws to her at all. Just grabbed her mom by the hair, and she's like, okay. And she told him everything. So I'm sure he's smart enough to know that was a possibility. And then he knows that okay, time to get out of Carnegie's town. Time to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Real quick, just a side note here. Brian Knapp says Dan Orlovsky, who was a former NFL quarterback, I believe, prayed for Hamlin during his show on ESPN. And I'll say this. I think it's rude to force your religion on other people's, but I'm not going to hide what I am. I tell you guys. And I'll say I prayed with my brother on the phone today. I prayed with Sean after the show. Many times we pray. And it's powerful, guys. It is powerful to pray. Every day when I wake up, the first thing I do in bed, I don't get out of the bed. I close my eyes and I thank God for the day. And I just thank, and it's silly, you'll say, but I have this habit of praying to God to thank him for every little thing. And the way I list things is whatever I feel. Like if my foot's sticking out of the blanket, I'm like, I thank you, God, for my foot. I thank you for that bird I hear outside. I thank you for this pillow. I get to more serious things, my family and all that. But I just try to start the day being grateful. And it's transformative prayer. It really is. I'm not forcing it on any of you, but it's a huge part of my life to just constantly commune with my Creator. I think it's important, and I'm not embarrassed of it at all. So
you think about this too. What's so beautiful about this movie is that he talks about we threw away things that we now kill each other for.
Yeah.
One of the
literally
things we threw,
right.
Yes, one of the things we threw away was the Bible, was God.
Right.
And that is what this guy is killing people for. Like, that is the thing that is sort of missed. You think about her, not only is she illiterate, but you think about how much of this stuff, how much of our culture gets passed down, but it just takes one broken link for it to go. And she's got is this. This is all
she doesn't even know what it's called. She doesn't even know what it's called.
It's got a cross on it. Doesn't know.
Yeah, she just puts her fingers like that. And those who know, exactly what that book is. And that's exactly what he's been looking for. So now he's going to get even more ravenous about getting that book. Now it's not about Denzel and wanting you to be on my team and all that shit. Now I know you have that book. That's what I want. Give me that damn book.
Got it.
Right. And this goes to show, again, subtle character development that's poignant, though. How smart Denzel is as just a human being, his character. He knew to skedaddle. He didn't even. He knew the girl was going to go down there. She was going to spill the beans. So he knew to get lost because Ray Punisher comes upstairs like, oh, we got to get him. And he's nowhere to be found. And the brutality, the Mad Max level of savagery. The guy on the left, I guess he was the overnight.
He was supposed to be watching the door. He was the guy outside the door.
And we don't have a photo of it, but Ray Stevens is like, basically, you were supposed to be watching, and then just shoots him right in the forehead and kills him.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Doesn't even watch his body drop. Just shoots him in the head, turns around, takes off. And we've had some pretty good guns in these past couple movies. Arnold had that 9.2 millimeter, which was basically that Luger and a Desert Eagle. A Desert Eagle with an extended barrel is what it was. Yeah. Giant gun for a giant man during a giant decade. I love it. But this right here, John says, is Mila based? She might be.
Let's hope so.
She's huge pro family. Huge. Comes from a big family, a Ukrainian family or something. She might be. Yeah. But Denzel Washington has an HK-45 in this movie. And you're looking at probably around 2 G's for that gun. So it's a very, very nice weapon. HK is they're like the Mercedes of guns.
So Denzel snuck out of the room because he knew trouble was coming. He goes back to Tom Waits, the engineer pawn shop guy, to get his device, right? To get his
to get his iPod.
Yeah.
And he tells him, hurry up, just unhook. He's like, oh, hold on. Man, unhook that shit now. Like, let's go. He's like, I need to get the fuck out of here. And so he unhooks it, gives him his stuff. He walks out. Boom. He walks into the gang.
And it's a Western. It's a Western movie.
Fucking Western.
Right? It looks like one. Put them in Western gear. That's a Western. Don't touch the background at all. Middle of the street, outside of the saloon. That's usually where the bad guys hold up. The saloon, the whorehouse. And here's his henchman. And he's basically, hey, I need to get out of town. What do you guys want to do? And so he starts walking, and Gary Oldman tells Punisher, shoot him, but he doesn't even say it out loud because he still like he doesn't want. It's not like he doesn't want Denzel to hear and start running, and he doesn't get a good shot at him. That's not a Glock, Captain Tor.
Controversy.
No,
Glock
it's not.
I'm
it's
a Glock
HK-45.
owner.
Me too.
I got a Glock 17, and
Me too.
my wife bought her first gun, and she can get it tomorrow. The California 10-day wait is up tomorrow.
Oh God,
So,
that's so
yeah.
stupid.
So,
Meanwhile, you go over one state, you could buy a gun on your lunch break. Anyway, no, that's a HK-45, and Gary Oldman tells him quietly, kill him, because he doesn't want Denzel to hear, and then maybe start running, and then Punisher can't get a clear shot, so he kind of whispers to him, and so he takes out his Beretta M92, and he aims it at him one hand because he's pretty cocky, and he's not that far away. So if you're well versed in shooting, and somebody's 10, 12 feet away, that's not bad. You can hit that with one hand. So he boom, and it sweet goes right by his head. I think it almost hits his hood on his jacket.
I think the second shot hits the hood. I had a thought during this with the missing of the shots, and my wife said it out loud. I was thinking, and she turned to me and said, "Oh, nobody's good at shooting because they don't have enough ammo to practice in this future."
Yeah, that's
I thought,
true.
oh shit! For any of you out there, if you shoot or not, I only started shooting when I was 38. I'm 44 now, so 6 years ago. I started buying guns and going to shooting ranges. And I remember the first time I went, I was only 10 yards from the target. I hit the target like 3 times in like 30 shots. It's really hard at first. Like the learning curve is like, when you first start shooting, you're not hitting anything, man.
Yeah, you're pulling the gun and you're jerking.
You're pulling it. You're doing all kinds of dumb stuff.
Yeah, all the dumb shit you've seen in movies your whole life.
Yeah.
Well, you guys live in a different. I mean, the gun laws in California are very different. I mean, here we're still using muskets.
Oh,
yeah,
you guys,
because we have that New England history. I tell you what, you get one shot off, and then you've got the ramrod out, and you're trying to get this. I mean, it's a mess.
I say, have you ever used a blunderbuss to dispatch your enemy?
My favorite.
You can't fire, like, it's against the law to fire without a tri-corner hat on. I mean, everything is weird.
Oh, I'm going to show you some shit that's going to blow your mind.
Indubitably.
Tell me more about your ramrod.
Exactly, that's right.
So, he shoots
Don't call me a minute man. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
How dare you, sir? We will meet on the field tomorrow with pistols.
Oh man,
pish posh.
Which president was it? I'm not even kidding. He did like 20 duels.
It was Jackson.
Was it?
Yeah.
What is that guy's
Jackson,
problem?
the coldest motherfucker ever. He had bullets in him.
Dude.
He had bullets in him. They said when he would sleep at night, his wife said the bullets would rattle. She could hear it rattling inside of him when he was sleeping.
I gotta say,
dude,
if you don't do this, but if you find yourself getting into the double digits of duels, maybe you're the asshole. It can't be everyone else. It's probably you.
This is your 12th duel this year. Yeah, you're a dick.
But you gotta have a dual budget.
But do I want that guy to be my president, though? Yeah, I kind of do.
Yeah.
He's a bad motherfucker.
How awesome does Denzel Washington look in this shot?
Right?
That's all I gotta say, man. It's this movie.
Best shot I think we've had out of all the movies we've done together so far.
Yeah.
That's
this is pure. This is what it's about. Being brave, being masculine, being a hero, being highly skilled. That's a part of being masculine that's important too, because you see the action in the moment, the quick movements, the aiming, the trigger discipline, skill with a knife. But that didn't come in a day. That came from a lifestyle and years and years and years of discipline. And I said way earlier in the show, the one thing whoever they are that do studies, the one thing that successful people, highly skilled people have in common is sticking to it. So when you see the expression of successful, powerful masculinity, what you're seeing is a lifetime of dedication to honing yourself. You know what I mean? So I think that's why we all admire it so much.
Yeah, you guys are perfect examples of that. I could give you guys an ink pen, a Bic, ballpoint pen, and a fucking napkin. And you guys could probably draw some shit that I couldn't draw if you had my family at gunpoint in a fucking shipping container somewhere. No bullshit.
Well,
you
I got a better skill than that, man. You give me a ballpoint pen, you could have a ballpoint pen, and I could teach you how to fucking draw. Like that's my favorite skill I have, man.
I don't know.
Is teaching.
Sean, it's gonna take all you have, man, because I can't draw for shit.
You could give me the entire primal of the beef back ribs, and I'm telling you, I could clean that whole thing out down to the membranes.
Dude, speaking of beef, I saw something today online that I've never heard of in my life. I've heard of
what
steak.
was it, my good man?
Give me a second, old boy.
Where's my monocle?
I've heard of steak tartare, but I think it was Wisconsin. They have something called a cannibal sandwich.
Nope.
And it's ground beef, a piece of rye bread, a piece of onion, and like Swiss cheese or a piece of cheese. And they eat it. The raw hamburger on a piece of bread with the onion and the cheese. It's called a carnivore
where do they go
sandwich.
when they have to
Or cannibal sandwich.
Where do they go for the E. coli symptoms for the next
Well,
3 days?
I think you have to eat it in a bathroom.
Oh,
so you can immediately
sit
down.
Or a morgue.
You eat it on the toilet.
No, not a half bath, a whole bathroom, because you're going to need to lay down in the bathtub to shit and vomit at the same time. I don't know, man, but they were at like some restaurant or something, people were tearing them sandwiches up, man. So I don't know. Maybe they got some high quality beef in Wisconsin, but these people were tearing that shit up.
Oh my God, that is something else. That is
it was crazy.
I like my steak. I like my steak rare, medium rare. I'll eat it that way. But my burgers ain't no way. That's you're asking for it when you do that.
Dude, you're asking for the Hershey squirts, man.
Yeah. But I had guys, for the first time ever on Christmas, I had A5 Wagyu ribeye.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh!
Did you even have to chew it?
It's like eating beef butter. It was insane. It's so good. We had it on Christmas and unbelievably good.
Dude, the marbling on that shit is. It's mostly.
insane.
It's not even. I'd say it's mostly fat. More fat than meat. I mean, it's the life those cows live before they're slaughtered. I mean, it's amazing.
I couldn't even. You can't. At least for me, like cutting a piece of the meat and just eating it plain was like a little too much. So I would take a little bite of the meat and dunk it in my mashed potatoes and like cut it that way because it was like eating beef butter. It was so delicious. But it made me a little tired after I ate it. I'll say that though. So,
that's some high quality shit there, right there.
I am hungry. Good. I hope my wife is making that steak.
Woman. So
hey, listen. I'm half Arab, so when I want to eat, there's food. Let's go.
Yeah. So before he pulls out that HK, Punisher shoots at him one time with one hand. I got this. Boom. It whizzes past him. Like you said, I think it was a second shot. He puts both hands on it. Boom. Second shot hits him, like you could see it like disturb his hood on the back of his jacket.
Right.
So now you're like, is this dude? Is he like have powers or something? Is he how come that dude couldn't hit him? Because that's not that far away, especially if you shoot guns regularly. That's not that far away. You're like, what the fuck? He couldn't hit him. So then after that, he's like, okay, these dudes aren't playing. So he spins around, grabs his shit, and just starts boom, boom, boom. And every shot he's firing is hitting somebody on the roof in front of him, on the roof behind him. These fools standing in a tight group right here in the street. Boom, boom, boom. He's laying these fools down. And he gets behind a car. And when he's done with the ammo in his handgun, he lays it on top of the car. And then for a second, I was like, man, I know you're not going to leave that fucking gun right there, because he didn't put it back in his pocket and he just laid it on the car. And then he grabs a sawed-off shotgun. And so he starts, boom, boom, laying these fools down with the shotgun. Well, Gary Oldman is in the doorway of the saloon. What he should have done is taken his ass in the saloon and got out of the way. So after Punisher can't shoot him, he says, what are you guys standing around for? Kill him, kill him. And so they all start bang, bang, bang. So instead of going inside, he's standing in the doorway. So when Denzel starts shooting at him with that shotgun, he's shooting at a guy, and behind the guy is Gary Oldman. Right. So the round, because it looked like he must have been using buckshot, because if it was a slug, it just would have hit that dude. But some of them bounce off of this pillar and hit Gary Oldman in his knee. That's took a handful of pellets to the knee. That shit's gotta hurt. And this movie has not been a pillar of cleanliness. It just has not. So, somebody's gonna have to get to digging those pellets out in these conditions. It could be bad.
He's like, nurse, bring me some KFC wipes. Stat.
Yeah, I know. Oh man.
Hey,
Yeah, we
please,
gotta clean
nurse.
the area with a urinal cake. It's like
Nurse
Make
scalpel.
it
She
stop.
goes.
All right,
Just
you're
cleans
no
it up.
fake. It's time for me to turn the wheel. We're gonna derail for 2 minutes here. I'm gonna tell you one of the grossest things that has ever happened, but this is what
It
happens.
has to happen.
In the name of fatherhood. In the year 2000, it was Father's Day. My son was only about a year and a half old. My daughter was maybe 3. We had just moved to Colorado from California to go to college out there. On Father's Day, we took the kids to see the Disney animated feature Atlantis. Right? You remember that one?
Yep.
And my kids were allowed to chew gum when they were little like that, but it was like a micro piece. You know, Jericho, Sean, you give little kids, toddlers, you give them a pinch of gum so they can't choke on it, you know?
Yeah,
And
just a little bit of dip.
during the middle of the movie, I take
no.
my son Peter to the restroom. Peter has to pee in the middle of Atlantis. I take him to the bathroom and he has to pee. The way my son would pee in the urinal when he was little, I'd put one arm by his neck, one arm by his belly, and I'd hold him up so he could pee and do it himself because it was a grown-up urinal. It was too tall. Hold him in the air. He pees. Wash our hands. Go sit down. We're watching this animated undersea adventure. I smell watermelon everywhere. And I look at him, and he's, and I take this gum out of his mouth, and I turn to my wife and go, what the fuck are you giving him this much gum for? And I throw it in my mouth. And my wife tells me, I didn't give him any gum.
That ain't gum?
Oh, it was gum, but it came from the urinal.
Oh!
Yeah. So I'm sitting there like, I'm chewing the gum and going, what'd you give him this gum for? You can't give him that much. You tried to choke him to death? She's like, I didn't give him any gum. And I'm just like, and the gum fell out of my mouth.
Oh,
Gabe, my only question is, where did you go to find a new mouth?
It's funny you ask. There's no fucking place you can do that.
That's when you just break out a Zippo, open your mouth, and just
Did you burn the inside of your mouth?
No, this
Burn
is
that
actually paint
shit
thinner,
down.
guys. I use a little bit every day.
Let me tell you something, kids. That's the part of parenthood you cannot unsee. You
They
cannot
don't put that in
unlive.
a book.
You honestly, like, it's like you talk to people about this. Like, I took my son to use the bathroom one time. I'll never forget. He's a tiny little kid, and you're just screwing around with the toilet seat so you can turn this kid and put him on the toilet without him falling in the damn toilet because he's so fucking tiny.
Right.
And my son goes and puts his hand down between the toilet seat.
Oh,
The
no.
place in the middle.
No.
And I go, oh shit. So I grab his freaking hands and like arms to get him away so he doesn't touch himself. He rotates around and puts his hand to my eye.
No!
To my eye.
Did he touch your eyeball?
To my eyeball. It was under the lid. It was touching brain.
New eyeball.
And ever since then, I've been a little off.
Well,
Holy
I don't
shit.
feel so bad about the watermelon hubba bubba.
That's
Yeah, it's true.
utterly,
and now
utterly
this eye is
disgusting.
green. You know, not
Holy
the
shit.
pupil, but the whole ball
the
is
sclera,
green.
the sclera itself, green. How interesting.
No,
It's beautiful.
thank you.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Oof.
amazing. I didn't get anything from the gum, thank God. Oh
Yeah.
my God, you want to talk about a sinking feeling that doesn't feel real?
Dude, you're
What do you give him all this gum for?
you fucking idiot.
And I'm just like, oh my God.
That's like that top secret moment, right? Where he's like, you dropped your fake dog doo-doo. What fake dog doo-doo?
Gabe, just live your life like you're immortal. Dude, nothing can kill you.
That's right.
Because if something could kill you, that would have been it.
I was watching
Oh.
Strangers on a Train, the great Alfred Hitchcock movie last night.
Yep.
And Bruno, the villain, is just like insane. I won't go into it too long, but he's telling the other guy, Albert or Gary, I don't remember his name, but he's telling him, I believe people should do everything in their lifetime before they die. He's all, have you ever driven a car 150 miles an hour blindfolded? And the guy's like, no. He's all, I have. So, yeah, you just got to live your life, man.
You
So,
can. I wouldn't recommend it for anybody else, but apparently your insides are coated in fucking cast iron, so
I
you
would
can at
tell
least eat
everyone-
whatever you want.
Right.
Shit.
And just for the sake of YouTube, do not drive cars blindfolded. I disavow that. And don't do anything because that's dangerous or illegal. That's my
Well,
official position, YouTube.
I don't want to feel left out, so I'll tell you guys a really disgusting thing that I saw one time. Didn't happen to me, but I saw it. So I was in an airport, and this lady was with her toddler. He was probably 3 or 4 years old, and he had like this radioactive, that glowing green snot that comes out of a sick kid's nose.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, the radioactive boogers. So he has this shit like running down his lips, almost into his mouth. So this lady takes her kid.
No.
And I guess she must have had nothing, absolutely nothing on her. She puts her mouth over her son's nose and she sucks the snot off of his face.
No.
Her
No.
mouth.
No. No.
She walks over to a trash can and spits it inside the trash can.
This can't be real.
Look, I saw it with these ocular stems right here.
Oh!
Now, as long as you have clothing on, as long as you have a shirt on, that should never happen. I've done that a few times with my kids. You take the inside of your shirt and you clean their nose if you ain't got nothing else. But as long as you have on clothing, that should never happen. She said, I'm getting it straight from the tap.
In her defense, her sleeve, she got that shirt at Old Navy. It was a high quality shirt.
You don't want to disgrace. You don't want to disrespect that quality Old Navy fabric. So yeah, man, that was one of the more disgusting things I've ever seen in my life.
My granddaughter has pooped on her mother, my daughter, about 4 times in the last 2 weeks. So I think it was intentional as well.
Yeah, kids. It's a known fact that at 2 weeks, kid can be.
This kid, she ain't no newborn. She's 4 weeks old. She's 4 weeks old. She knows exactly what she's doing.
She does. Yeah. Anybody with hair like that, they're old enough to know exactly what they're doing.
I know. I do know that you're Jericho. I know you're telling the truth about the snot sucking mom.
Yeah.
But I'm going to choose to say that you're lying for my own good. So you sir are lying.
Yeah.
However,
I'm gonna have to zip
out
my brain now. Burn that corner out.
Guy from Red Bank can't take it. He can't take it.
No, guy from Red Bank. Come on. We won't tell those stories anymore.
We're done.
Promise. Scout's honor. Don't go.
Okay. We won't tell anymore, but here's the showstopper. Here's the final one. I won't even read it out loud. I'm not even going to read it out loud. There you go. That's the showstopper. Thank you, Matthew Quinlan. You win the gross off. Your poor wife.
Words are powerful.
The guy from Red Bank, please don't leave. We're done.
Oh, yeah,
words are powerful. And when you use the word in instead of on, that changes everything. Oof. All right, thank you. Back to good old Book of Eli.
By the way, and let's talk about action scenes. So we've had basically a samurai out on the road action scene.
Tearing people up.
We've had a Western post-apocalyptic bar fight, taking people down. And now this is our first, Unforgiven, outgunned, but the badass is going to take everybody in this town out. And it is one of, so many classic scenes in this. So many classic scenes.
We can go down that Western rabbit hole a little bit further. Mm-hmm. You could almost say that Eli is the Indian. You got got him with the bow and arrow earlier. There's going to be more bow and arrow later. Mm-hmm. He comes into town. Who's this guy? I don't know that guy. All that kind of stuff. He's an outsider. He's treated differently because nobody knows him. I think he could be the Indian in this this Western because there's some great Westerns out there with the whole cowboy Indian. Well, any Western, So I think he's the Indian in this, and so he gets in this shootout, and you see Mila Kunis kind of stick her head out, like, "Ooh, what's all this gunfire?" And so she sees
stick my head out after everybody's getting shot, man.
A very Marvel Cinematic Universe look here,
It
looks like the boys are playing.
Boys will be boys. The boys playing with their toys. So she's like, "Ooh, this dude, he's the truth." And so he's gone. You know, he gets out of there. He basically shoots all the dudes, and gets out of there. And then he's walking, and he just says, "I don't like being followed." And then here comes little Mila Kunis from out behind the car. Oh, hey, I just, I want to buy. It's safest if I'm with you. My mom says I'd be safe if I was with you, so I'm with you now. And it's the classic, hey, don't follow me, kid. I work alone. Go back to your mom. Get out of here. I'm traveling alone. I don't got time to be watching you. That kind of shit. And he, he's going to leave her. But then she says, I'll show you. And that's one of the things he asked her when she was spending the night with him. Where do you guys get your water? And she tells him, here, I'll tell you where we get our water. And he's like, oh, fuck, I need that. All right.
When this moment arrived, I have like trauma from woke movies. I was worried that when the girlie shows up and she starts traveling with him, that she was going to be the smarty pants and the badass, and he was going to go like shrink and be like a wimp and stupid. And she's like, here's how you use that thing. I thought that's what was going to happen maybe. And I was like, oh no, please don't.
I don't think Denzel would let that happen. I don't think he would let that happen. Yeah, he definitely was in firm control of the situation. And she takes him to the well, under a spring or whatever, where they get their water. So she's a woman of her word. She took him, and it's kind of fucked up what he does to her after this, but not really.
Oh, it's beautiful, dude.
It was smooth. It was real smooth. When they're leaving, you see the guy right there all bound and gagged, and he says, we got to get out of here because they're going to send their henchmen. And he says, oh, my sunglasses, where are they? I think I left them in there. Can you go check them out for me? Can you get them for me? Oh yeah. She goes back inside, slams the door, locks her in there. And he says, I've got to go. She's like, you said you would take me. He's like, I did not say I would take you. You said if I show you the water, you take me. He's like, I didn't say that. You said that. I got to go. And she says, hey. And he goes, yeah, what's that? Fuck you. So funny.
And he says to her, this is no place, and this is the opposite of woke. It is no place for someone like you.
Right.
You would not last 5 fucking minutes here, because let's be real. As dark as her town is, she is the equivalent of homeschooled as fuck when it comes to the larger. Yeah. She has not seen Skid Row, and this is like Skid Mark Row. Like, you're gonna get your shit fucked up out here.
You'll see some corn and peanuts out here, girl.
You absolutely are. You are going to be a stain in the road with your haircut. That's it. That's all it is, man.
Yeah. It turns bad quick.
He doesn't lie, man. Yeah. And he was
turns
right
bad
to do
quick
it.
out there.
Yeah.
That goes back to Punisher. He says, I think this is where Gary Oldman tells him, we need to get some people together. We need to get some men together, because now he wants that book. He knows he has that book. Right, the book's never been this close before. So he says, I want you to get some men. We're going to hit the road and go get that fucker. And he's getting his leg patched up. And there's some guy, some dude who looks like this isn't the only job he has. He's taking pellets out of his knee. And he goes to touch him again. He's like, hey, he grabs him. He's like, you wash your filthy fucking hands? And he goes, yeah, I washed them twice. In what? He had his hand, he had like mechanic hands. Got like that. They got the grease just, worked into the grooves of their fingers. I'm like, dude, you're rooting around this dude's kneecap with these filthy ass hands that you wash in piss.
I like how the guy's been digging into the meat of his ACL and PCL for 15 minutes, and then he thinks to ask him if he washed his hands.
Oh, he's like, oh, my bad. Now I remember. Did you wash your filthy hands?
I washed them in the toilet. It's
water. Water's water, right?
They cut it from the movie, but Tammy remembers in the deleted scenes, they washed them in the bouillabaisse.
That's right.
Hey, why didn't you say that at the beginning there?
Hey,
but
no problem.
The heat of the bouillabaisse, that'll kill anything. He would have been better served if he did wash his hands in fucking bouillabaisse than whatever he washed them in, in this movie.
Rambo would have cauterized that thing with some fire too.
He would have heated up that knife and just burned it. But
the bad guys set out to find Eli now to get the book.
Here's their convoy.
What I love about it is in a world with scarce resources, they are driving cars that get 8 miles to the gallon. Some of them.
Yes, they are. Yes. But they're conscious of that, because the guy tells them at one point, we're almost out of gas. You want to keep going? He says, we barely have enough fuel to get back. You want to keep going? So they're very conscious of their carbon footprint. So like they're
right. No, we're a carbon neutral murdering gang. Like no
exactly.
way, man. You like how I stalled out for the right name, so I just said murdering gang.
Murdering gang works though.
Nothing is called a murdering gang. Hey,
but it should be
murdering gang. Yeah, what do you guys do? We murder people and we're in a gang.
Hey, look at this. You want to join the murdering gang? She. We go around and we murder people. She. That sounds good to me, man. Straight up, right in the beginning. What do you guys do? We murder people. She.
Like, oh, duh! It's in the name.
Duh! It's in the name. See, you want to be a part of it or what, kid? So I like the straightforward nature of that.
So she's gotten out of being locked in the water place. Denzel's made it on his way,
but now she's on her own. Denzel's gone.
On her own.
He's ahead of her. She made it out.
She runs into.
Come on, girl.
Yep.
I thought you were street smart. So is this the same woman? No. Is that the same fucking woman she just found?
It is the same woman, man.
A new horde to be down with.
Oh, that's
to play bait for. It's the same lady.
The gang of bandits she was with, Eli dispatched them.
Well, maybe this is the rest of them. Maybe there were other members. They were back at the clubhouse or something.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a murdering gang. It's a bandit.
There's more than one.
He's like, hey, do you want to join my bandit ambush gang?
I mean, unless
I don't know. I just got out of a pretty bad murdering gang. We're different. We ambush. See?
We murder too. It's actually a bandit ambush murder gang. We just shorten it for the sake of clarity.
Yeah, dude. And I gotta tell you that I really like this scene. Right? I like this scene. I liked that this woman who is, basically the bait is like, you need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Because she sees this person's kindness, and it also shows why he didn't want her coming out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's brutal as fuck, and I cannot stand, we have to watch these movies where someone like Mila Kunis beats up all of these freaking, guys in this day and age. And in this, it's like going, no chance, kid.
Dude, and she's been out on her own for 10 minutes.
She's
been out for 10 minutes.
Right.
Dude, it's the truth.
She just got out of there.
3 days or nothing.
It's the reality, man.
What
this lady
you don't
was saying,
know, stage right just off the camera is the saloon where the shootout was 30 yards away. It's right
exactly,
there.
That's right. You can't walk to the end of the block, Solara.
Dude, this lady's saying everything but Ixnay on the LP. Like she's telling her, go, get the fuck out. No, I don't need help. Go. And then she takes her glasses off, and then she looks behind her, and she turns around, and the fear is immediate. She sees that and goes, oh, and like screams. Like it was more than a scream. And it was fear.
It's bad too, because you think young, attractive, evil murder, robber, ambush bandit guys. I'm not gonna say it. You know exactly what these guys are thinking, and they are. And stuff like this. Remember, Sean, we both we watched Death Wish, with the amazing Charles Bronson. And in the opening, the assault on the wife and the daughter, you almost can't watch it. But
you can't fucking you can't watch that shit, man. If you can this is the thing, right? I told my wife this, man. It's like when I see a movie where somebody hurts a woman or a kid, it I'm not having that, man.
Yeah,
but those are the waters you have to tread into.
That's right.
To make if you want to make them bad, that's what they got. They got to touch the most sacred thing to us, our women and our children.
Because it's real. Like that's the thing. Like too many people live in this freaking ridiculous reality where this shit doesn't happen. Here's the fucked up thing about Book of Eli. Okay. Somewhere in the world right now, this is reality or worse.
Mm-hmm.
People don't ever think about that. They just don't think about the fact that in the world there is somebody living off of, in North Korea, just recently we had that young lady, Jordan Peterson was talking to her. She's made the rounds, talking about living off of eating rats and insects in the middle of nowhere. People think that just because they're like, wow, can you imagine if this happened ever? It's like, it's happening right now.
I saw
right now.
This lady from North Korea escaped, and she was talking about how they ate sawdust.
Yes.
Sawdust? We walk on that. Right. We walk on sawdust. It's what we put on the floor as, feng shui at a fucking barbecue joint. Like, it's funny to us. and they were eating that shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
man, it gets way too real out there. And one of the movies, there's two movies that come to mind where it was tough. There's a Korean movie called The Man from Nowhere. And the way they treat the children in this movie, they got them working in like drug labs and shit. I mean, the kids are dying from inhaling the fumes and they just like step over their body. It's horrific, man. It's really, really, really bad and hard to watch. And I'm trying to remember the other one. Was it with somebody's wife or something? I can't remember. There's another movie where it is hard to watch, but after you watch that, after you make it through that scene, now we're going to get to the payback of it. Now we're going to show you the horror that's going to be visited
Death Wish work, man. When
That's what
Wish,
makes Death Wish work. Yeah.
You go. We need about 2 more hours of killing, but I'm satisfied for now. Get me a sequel. Like that's it.
Yeah. Oh, and they gave you that. They gave you about 8 sequels. But yeah, it gets real bad for Mila Kunis, and there's no. She punches a guy a couple times and she fights him off. No. Yeah. These guys take her over immediately. They take advantage. They take control of the situation. They overpower her. That one of the guys ends up punching her in the face because she won't stop fighting. It's not pretty, and it's not. She puts up no fight whatsoever. She tries, but against two men, it's a wrap.
And it's men, and as men, Jericho, Shant, myself, we're all family men. We're all, we care about these kind of values of men. And you're watching this and you're just like, you don't, it's not real, thank God, but you hate it. You hate it so much. And this bastard here, it's a little hard to make out here. That is the front of someone's pants. You see the gloves. The gloves, he's undoing his belt. He's going to pull his pants down. And then an arrow comes right through his ass and right out his crotch. And you're like, You're like,
that's
I'm
where
so happy when this happened.
And you're wondering if Denzel was using his feet for that shot.
Right.
Yeah, because it went all the way through.
Right.
That went straight to Florida.
Holy hell, man. Yeah.
Because it's inherent in men and fathers of you protect your women and children, provide. It's an honor to live for them, to die for them, all of it. I remember my daughter showed me some story on the internet. It was a sad story of a rooster who fought off a hawk to defend all the hens and the chicks, and he beat the hawk and scared it away, but then the rooster died of his injuries. And I was like, wow, even a bird, Boyd, even a bird was like a man for his women and children. It's like so tragically beautiful, like something as dumb as a bird could do that. So, it's good. You see her struggling, crying. It's just heart-wrenching.
Yeah.
And the arrow through this bastard. It's so satisfying,
Yeah, right up his ass and out the pee hole.
Right.
Perfect shot.
Hey.
Hey.
And then the other guy that's like holding her, he looks around and he gets one right to the throat, right?
Yeah, and he falls, and that's when you see Denzel standing behind him. Yeah, he puts an arrow through his dumb ass too. And he saves it, and then he goes. Again, it was inside. You see these concrete tubes, these concrete little tunnels, these sections. It's inside of one of those as well. I think it's a way to get out of the sun, because even with when he fought those guys in the beginning, he backed into one of those tubes, those little tunnel things as well. Then he goes inside there to her to come to her aid and help her up. And she just jumps up and hugs him and says, thank you. Because she knew what was about to happen. She knew that there was nothing to stop those guys, and she knows what they're capable of. And she's just, now and for him, it's even worse, because now you're really not going to get rid of her. You saved her life. Now she's really attached to you. You're not going to get rid of her.
Yeah. The way she jumps up on him is like such a kid, a scared kid. Right. And you could really see, like, this is the thing that a stupid person is not going to understand this kind of movie. That Denzel Washington is like Yojimbo, the samurai coming into town, and taking out all these fools. But he's also still got this beautiful fatherly quality to him as well at the same time. This caring, the way he treats her mom, who's blind, and is respectful to her and thanks her and compliments her. And I mean, he's just a Eli. The reason why I did that painting of this character.
Oh, we're about to
is
get
because,
to it, baby.
Yeah, he's an exemplar. Do you know what I mean? He's an
Yeah.
exemplar of humanity. It's great.
Yeah. Well, let me get to that because I brought it up on my computer and I was doing one other thing. +5 for 2. Thank you very much, friend. Hail Double Impact, playing Wolverine PS3 and drawing. Awesome, man. I love to hear
Excellent,
people working
my
on their
friend.
craft and drawing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is an iconic shot. I love the way it looks. Earlier, we had this iconic shot. And for those of you that, we talk about it a little here. We don't promote our business too much. We probably should do more. One Shantanjeti is a very, very talented artist. This is this acrylic or oil or what is this shot?
Yeah, that's acrylic and it's 2 feet by 3 feet, so 2 feet wide, 3 feet
You have
tall
it handy?
painting.
You have it handy there?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I grab
let's see
it right there.
I'll make you big.
Hold on a sec. Let me see here. Let me go stop cam so I can grab it.
But yeah, Shant's art spectacular. And you definitely, there's a link in the description. I want you to, if you love these kind of heroic tales, Shant has written and fully illustrated a comic. He's almost done illustrating it, called Nosfero. It's kind of like Conan the Barbarian meets Lovecraft and stuff, and it has this kind of quality illustration in it.
Yeah, this is how big this painting is. Just to give you guys a sense of how large this painting was, man. But it's like getting the character of both Denzel Washington, the actor, but then also getting the quality of Eli was a really big part of this painting, and it's one of my favorite movies, and it's one of my favorite paintings, and I must have worked on this thing, just trying to get, the sincerity of the performance and the sincerity of the character, but he's a hero of mine. You guys know I start a lot of my streams by playing, a Denzel Washington award speech. He's the man,
Yeah,
he's the man.
Beautiful work, friend. And from one artist
you,
to another, I respect your talent, man. It's fantastic. I know you, and I know you have worked your ass off.
Amen.
So, and I got a lot of respect for that. So, absolutely. But yeah, I wanted to show that. I knew you had texted me this earlier, and when I saw this shot and this shot next, I was like, ooh, well, we got a third one to go with iconic. And yeah, the tear you got there with the paint dripping down, it's just outrageously good. Beautiful work. Imagine if Eli was voiced by Arnold Schwarzenegger or Christopher Walken. Jericho, I know you were gone or something. Did you see this?
Yeah, I did. I saw when he texted as well. Yeah, that's a great. And what I like most about this picture is the way his mouth,
right,
like his mouth's just not sitting there normal resting.
Right.
You can see like he's pondering something. He's thinking about something. Not just in the eyes, but the way his mouth is too. That really stood out to me. He's like, making a very important decision. Damn near all decisions are important in this world that they're in. But yeah, that really stood out to me. Like
and I love how you caught the rim light that they're always using in this movie to show the blasting sunlight of this like no ozone layer Earth or whatever. Yeah, you got it there coming in on the right side, that white on his neck and the top of his head and his ear. Just great.
Yeah, I mean, you know what it is? It's with everything I do. Like when I get commissioned and I'm doing, whether it's a comic book thing or it's a portrait or if it's anything like that, it's always, I try to approach it from a standpoint of respect and love for the subject. And this is, again, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. I bought, I had it on Blu-ray, and then I bought a steelbook copy of it on Blu-ray so I could have a nice collector's Blu-ray of this thing. And I love this movie. This character is very important to me, and so there's this place that you get to when you're really focused on this stuff, man.
Yeah.
And I love this character, and it's one of my favorite paintings I've ever done, man.
Well, I would say your painting is successful not because of your technical skill. Your technical skill is amazing. Your painting is successful because the point of art, to me at least, and I think to you too, is to uplift people. And when you paint something this beautiful, and then the message behind it and the message behind the movie, you do lift people up and inspire them. So fantastic.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Look at this. Arumafe for 10. Thank you very much. Very generous. The look in Denzel's eyes in that painting. Look alive, Shent. Absolutely beautiful skill. Yeah, great work, friend. Bravo, bravo. Guys, there's a link in the description. Please make a mental note that you're going to check that out. If you love this work here, he's got a whole comic that celebrates the values of this channel, of these movies about being a man, being brave, brotherhood, sacrifice, all the great values we love on this channel. A fully painted comic book that he wrote and he's illustrated. He's nearly done illustrating. You're down to just a few pages. And you can order that now. And I would ask you all to order it. Shant is a solid guy. Comes with my highest recommendation. I've seen the work. It's gorgeous. And I know the man. I know the man. He's gorgeous too. So, and he was the first member of my murdering bandit gang here on
Charter member.
Charter member of our three-man the triad murder gang.
You know,
murder. Yeah, it's murder, ambush, and then what else do we do? I don't even know.
We do theft too.
Okay,
that's right.
Well, okay, so I'm not going to murder though. I'll ambush people, but I'm not getting my hands dirty.
I'll do it.
One of you's got to murder.
You say that now. You say that now, Gabe. Wait till I show you how easy it is.
You look like you're having fun.
You make it look like so much fun. You like having a good time. We'll do it like ghosts. I'll stand behind you and I'll take your hands. We'll do your first
just
murder.
more of the same for me, guys.
I got the knife in my hand, and you're like got my rib.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I'm gonna be the guy. See, I'll be the guy in the gang that's like freaking Billy Bob and Sling Blade. You know, I'll just be like, you know what I mean? Well, I just seen red.
Somebody French fried potatoes.
I darn near split his head
Dude,
in half.
That was Dwight Yoakam. I saw the credits. I was like, Dwight Yoakam? Man, you are good.
Yeah, good actor,
Holy
and he
shit.
will be missed. That lawnmower blade.
And Billy Bob Thornton. Couldn't even tell that was
Yeah.
damn Billy Bob Thornton. That was a mess.
He was great in that.
Brian Hendricks, a trio of Yakuza. I don't think they'll allow us. We're not.
Yeah, they won't.
You know,
We don't need a minimum.
We'll start our
requirement.
own. We'll start an offshoot of Yakuza.
I don't know.
Wakuza.
We'll start our own.
It's got to have something to do with ribs. I don't know.
Ew.
So it's murder, ambushing, theft, and beef. That's our game.
That's right.
Right.
And unlimited ribs.
It's
Oh, you can eat ribs.
The first man who brings me the head of Eli.
Exactly, man. And by the way, this scene was great because I can't stand in movies where something that intense happens and the characters move on.
They don't
like
deal
there's
with
no
it.
impact. She
can
realizes that. Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, you go. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, she realizes she can't possibly, and this is the interesting part, not only does he have to take her with her, but even if she wanted to go back, she would have to go back by herself, and she knows she won't make it. So she's trapped now. She's too far from home to go back without a similar experience. It's brilliant, man.
And I think, and she's also so thankful and realizes what she just escaped. Like it overwhelms her. There's another movie called No Tears for the Dead. And one of the things I like about that movie is it deals with it. It's something really bad happens to the main character and he deals with it. It shows the depression he falls into, how it's fucking his life up and how it's falling apart over this one thing that happened. They really dealt with it. They didn't just blow by it. So anyway, like, no, that was too important. She almost had something right underneath murder happen to her and she's overwhelmed. She can't, I think it's gratitude and knowing, whew, I just dodged a damn bullet. She's just this world and the shock of this world. Like you were saying, she's in that town and it's crazy. It's ran by old Gary Oldman, but it's tame in comparison to life, but a stone's throw from the border of that little town. Because, like we said, she was gone 10 minutes, and she's already getting lured by the crackhead, bandit,
The
shopping
murder,
cart lady,
theft, whatever gang. The other word that we don't say on YouTube.
Yeah, murder, theft, and robbery and beef. Lots of beef. We work for beef. We'll work for beef. So yeah, she's just, and then he's like, damn it, all right, come on, girl. and he goes, "You hear that? Hear what?" And he looks up and there's a fucking bird, takes that arrow, boom, and it pulls out for the shot, so you see him shoot the vulture, and then it zooms in and you see the vulture fall, right on the ground. He's all, psh. She's like, "What's that?" "Dinner." And he jogs over and he gets it, and he's like, "We about to eat, girl. I had some cat last night, or night before last. I had some cat. Now I'm about to have some vulture." And you have to think, what has this vulture been eating? But we did find the hairless cat chewing on a dude's toe, so whatever.
Now, unlimited vulture or unlimited cat, what are you munching on first?
Since it's unlimited, I'll pick the bird, but I would have to pick the cat because it's bigger, more meat. But since it's unlimited, I would have to eat that filthy beast.
The world's worst buffet. Do you guys like buffets? I don't like buffets. I think they're kind of gross.
It all depends on the clientele. Like if we're talking about the Walmart of buffets, no,
the Golden Corral.
Yeah, if there's motorized carts in there, I don't want to eat there. But if there's some upscale shit,
someone beeping as they back away from the Jello, beep beep.
If you're sitting down, you hear, "Well, what the fuck you mean I gotta wear a shirt?" Yeah, I don't want to eat that. But there's some upscale shit. If I hear somebody, if I'm staying in line, I hear, and I'm like, "Oh, I want to eat here. I'll eat this."
That's right.
That sounds
if
good.
You've got someone in there with a monocle, you want that buffet.
I did go to like the best buffet in Vegas at Caesars. It's called the Bacchanal, and I think it's like $60-$70.
That sounds like a festival,
dude. They have like it's all gourmet. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I'm down for that.
You'll have to see. You'll have to see next time you're in Vegas. It's all like it's like eating at a fine dining restaurant, but it's like unlimited food. It's an experience. I've been there
I'm
twice.
down for that. But hometown buffet, no, I'm good.
When I was in high school, I saw a man of large carriage arguing with a manager at a hometown buffet in Mira Mesa, that's in San Diego. That he could have as many ribs as he wanted. That he didn't have to only have 3 ribs and then go back and get more, that it was a buffet and he was entitled to take as many as he wanted.
At one time.
Right. I don't feel like that's the argument you want to have in public.
I read the fine print, you son of a bitch. It says all I can eat.
That's right.
So anyway, he caught them a vulture for dinner.
Sure did. Time to eat.
So here's the moment where a knee wound cleaned out with a
all bad.
Urinal cake is walking up and saying, "This looks like Eli's work, based on what we know."
And you see the guy there with the arrow sticking out of his ass. He's one guy through the pee-pee. It's sticking right out of his stinker. Because that's what you get. That son bitch crazy. He put that arrow right through his turd cutter, man. But I wish they could all get that. But he's realizing, okay. And then Punisher, he touches the guy. He's like, "Oh, they're still warm. It could have been more than a couple hours. They're around here somewhere." But then another henchman comes up and says, "We should go back because it's going to get dark, and if we're looking at them at night, they'll see us coming with our headlights, and we could go right past them." Right. So Gary Oldman's like, "Yeah," and then Punisher's like, "Yeah, we'll make up the ground tomorrow. They're walking, they're tired, they're going to camp out somewhere. We'll get in our vehicles and we'll catch them in the morning." And then Oldman walks by him and says, "That better be a guarantee. Like if they slip through our fingers because you guys want to go back, somebody's in trouble." But you can see Gary Oldman's having a real tough time with that knee. That limp is very pronounced. Yeah. And he walks up to the bodies and looks at them and shit. And you could see to the left of the body, the guy with the butt arrow, there's a puddle of blood there.
Talk about playing butt darts.
Yeah, that's not what I don't think that's what they meant, brother.
Triple score.
Oh, I win.
I feel like Gary Oldman probably doesn't have a lot of amoxicillin or hydrogen peroxide to take care of that knee. So
they're having a tough time keeping shit clean.
Yeah.
Let alone, supplies like that. Yeah, that thing probably already has maggots in it. It's disgusting. But they're like, "Okay, we'll head back for the night. We'll get them tomorrow." So then we get
let's get back in the gas guzzlers, boys. It's an apocalypse. I'm sure we have a lot of 89 octane sitting.
Let's get back in our diesels.
Right. Look
And
at that thing on the left, the vehicle there. What is that? 8 miles a gallon, that thing?
that's like 8 feet per gallon. That's measured in
Right.
feet. But Oldman, he's riding in a damn armored truck.
Right.
So, those aren't known for their fuel efficiency. So then, so since they're going back, Mila Kunis and Eli, they're cool to, or Solara, they're cool. They're safe for the night. They won't be tracking them down. So they're sleeping in like, one of those Simpsons intro fucking nuclear silos, those concrete silos.
Towers, yep.
Real quick, in this shot, Ray, what's his name?
Ray Stevenson.
Ray Stevenson finds a scrap of clothing that he recognizes from the owner.
Son of a bitch.
And he's fancied her for a while.
Oh, he'd love to have a piece of her.
Yeah.
Wow.
He told her, he's like, I was in the Punisher. And then she said, which one? He's like, oh, the second one. And then she just kept
the
walking.
shit one.
So.
Then she started laughing. That movie was terrible. They show that on tour buses in Argentina.
It was a disaster piece.
Oh, it was disgusting, darling. Top to bottom, front to back. So
The
he
whole
finds a
thing
little
was
scarf.
a scandal.
It was scandalous, darling. From opening credits to the final credits rolling, it was absolutely disgusting.
I was outraged.
And he stepped on the ball. I was like, who could put together an hour and a half of a travesty?
How do you fuck up the Punisher? He just has to shoot bad guys. It's not rocket science.
Here, let me show you how it's done, darling. I'm the Punisher. Bang, bang, credits.
Oh, that is just excellent, friend.
Absolutely scandalous.
Oh, I like this right here. It was just ghastly.
It was so ghastly.
Oh my god.
Who is this ghastly man?
Oh man.
So he finds
a
scarf. How many scarves does she have?
Right.
Enough scarves to where she dropped one and didn't notice. So he picks up and says, son of a bitch. Because he tells him, I'll help you expand your empire, but I want Solara. That's my price for this. He's like, yeah, fine, I don't give a shit. So come to find out, this means Solara is on the run with him. She's on team Eli. And so he's like, son of a bitch. So they go back. Eli and Solara, they have their night in the cooling tower. She said, can you read some of it to me? There's her curiosity again.
Right.
She doesn't just, oh, you come from that time. She's curious. She wants to know. She wants to get out. She's like the kid who's like, I just want to get out of the small town and see the world in New York City and all this kind of shit. She wants more. So he recites it to her. I mean, he's been reading it every day for 30 years. So as he's going to put it away, he's walking to put it away. He's reciting, though I may walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil. And she's just like hanging on his every word.
I'd like to read it because it's one of the most beautiful verses of the Bible. Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Yep.
And it's wow, again, a Warner Brothers movie. What? Like, thank goodness. And she says, that's beautiful. Did you write it?
He goes, yeah, I did. So really? No, I'm just kidding. I didn't write that. Yeah. He said it was around way before me. But just imagine, she's like this time's equivalent to a shoeless hillbilly in West Virginia in the Appalachian Mountains and shit. Like she's in a holler like shoo, and he's telling her this poetry. She's like, wow, oh my goodness, like she's just blown away by it, and it just feeds her curiosity.
I gotta disagree, Jericho. Those folks have Jesus. This is like a grad student or a PhD in New England, trust fund.
The worst person ever.
Yeah, who's like,
pronouns in the bio.
The closest thing to scripture they have is a fortune cookie saying,
live, love, laugh.
Yeah. See,
And
no,
good times,
totally.
good
That's what it
people.
is. Live,
Just
love.
this vapid, empty, whatever. Live, laugh,
Oh
love,
man.
or whatever.
Yeah.
But he tells her nobody reads the book but me. Nobody touches this book but me.
Yep.
And that's that.
Right.
Yep.
So they go to sleep. He's like, hey.
Well, he tells her really quick where it came to him. He said he heard a voice, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. He explains. Yeah, that's right.
And it told him to go look over here, and he found this book like in a pile of rubble.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he said he heard the voice just as clear as we're talking right here. He said it spoke to me and it was inside of me. He's like, it came from the inside of my own body. And he said, it spoke to me. So he's like, that's what I did. I mean, imagine if you literally heard a voice inside your head telling you, go that way. Well, you're going to be like, oh shit, yeah, I'm going to go that way. So he did that. And he explained to her that this is where he says it told me that I would be protected. And that I would be protected from anything in my path, and nothing could hurt me. I'm protected so I can carry out this mission. So when you think back to Punisher shooting at him and missing him, and him being all dead eye with everybody else, that's part of it. This is part of his skill set to make it. And he does that.
Yeah, I think it's a powerful scene. Real quick for $4.99, Joseph Fazio.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, buddy. Very generous. Punisher Warzone may have sucked, but that pic of Frank in his Marine uniform with the shadow over his face was ruthless. Yeah, Ray Stevens looks great as the Punisher. Too bad the movie
British guy too.
Didn't live up to his face and physicality. That he has.
I mean, the villain in that movie and his brother, that was the weirdest shit. All bad.
But low res, but he looks fantastic. He looks the part.
He had the part. Everything.
Yeah.
Tall, big guy, menacing, everything.
Real quick, I've told some people this when they were in a time of need and they needed to hear it, and I do want to share it because when he talks about like a voice spoke to him and it came from within him or whatever, and like I in my own life. I actually did hear from God once. I know you're like, oh, God, is Gabe insane? I didn't hear anything in my ears, but I felt it inside me. My daughter, Minnie, alive and well, healthy. She'll be 26 in March. When she was 2 years old, we found out she needed heart surgery because you have a vein in you when you're in utero, and then when you're born, it withers. Everybody has that. Hers didn't. So it causes a heart murmur, causes high blood pressure, and it can shorten your life. But they have a way to fix it. And they go in through the leg and they put a little steel spring in there and it scars over the vein. So it seals it off. And in the old days, they had to cut your ribs open and do like heart surgery. But the doctor here in San Diego Children's Hospital, he developed the technique to go through the leg with, where they just poke a hole in your thigh and go up the femoral artery and go to the heart. And, we prayed and this and that. And we got this great doctor, Dr. Frank Ng, and she's 2 years old. I'm only 20. My daughter's 2. And I remember the night I was terrified that she would die in surgery. I was terrified. I don't know why. I just made it up in my head and I was scared of it. And I remember I took her that night out of her bed and I was laying in the living room and just praying and holding on to her and stuff. And just, I told God, like I'm going to tell him anything. I prayed to God. I said,
Listen here.
If someone has to die, let me die instead, please. And I swear to you guys, this is the truth. She spoke to me. This is the only time I heard him speak to me, like in my head. He said to me, I love her more than you do. Don't worry. And it was crazy. You know what I mean? Wow. So when I hear people say stuff that, God spoke to them and this and that, I know it happens. It happened to me, so I don't know. But I just want you guys, when you have a promise or people you're worried about or things, that God cares about it more than you do. We don't know why things go bad or good or whatever. It's beyond our understanding. But you're not alone and you're not hopeless. So, but I did want to share.
And as a parent, man, you wish that you hope so hard that you would be able to take that away from your kid or have it happen to you instead of them. Like, I mean, it's hard to understand that if you don't have them, but
right.
I'll take it. Give me the issue, the illness, whatever it is. I'll take it.
For sure.
Well, just leave them alone.
Right.
One of my favorite boxers, a Cuban heavyweight fighter, who came here from a communist country. His daughter was born with this that I forget what the skin condition is, but it blisters easy and it causes all kinds of problems because you're missing a particular layer of skin. and they have a treatment for it here in the States. But when he was in Cuba, there wasn't much they could do about it. And they said, and the doctor, it's one of these dad moments that you can understand if you're a parent. But the doctor said, we're going to have to, and he's a professional fighter, bear in mind, we're going to have to amputate your daughter's hands. And he said, if you amputate my daughter's hands, I will cut off my own hands. And they decided, because he had that dad look in his eyes, that they were going to look at some other options.
You know what? We let us go back to the drawing board. Maybe we're
when we said that before, we were thinking, just where it was a trial balloon. It was like this is the dad thing, man.
Yeah,
people
some
are
John
serious.
Q shit,
Yeah, don't do it.
Real shit. They tell you about Mama Bear. Man, don't mess with Papa Bear.
Right. But, and we'll get right back on the movie. I know we're getting very heavy and serious, but I think these are important things to talk about. And that's why we talk about the movies we pick here. We pick stuff we know it's going to make us laugh and be exciting and fun, but we're always looking for those themes of goodness and righteousness. And since we're men and fathers, of masculinity and that self-sacrifice and be willing to suffer. And ultimately, if you had to die for your wife and children and your culture and your country and all that. And that's important to all three of us here, to be the best men we can be for as long as we can while we're here. But, the good news is I get to hang out with this person every day. This is my granddaughter here.
What up?
And she laughs her head off all the time. She laughs a lot. And right there, just
good
the
life.
chin that is the little girl I prayed for. My own daughter is her mother right there. So
there you go.
Yeah. So it's happy ending there.
I remember those little mittens you have to put over their hands so they don't scratch their face with their nails.
That's so funny when they're little.
Yep.
They grab their own hair and pull it.
Yeah,
it's
crazy.
Somebody's pulling my hair. And it's like
it's you. It's you.
It was you the whole time.
It's you the whole time, man.
Yeah.
You're crazy, baby.
Yeah. I asked my granddaughter already if she wants to join our ambush murder theft gang. And
that's right.
She said she has to ask her mom. And I said, hey, I'm your grandpa.
Sweetheart, as soon as you can hold a knife, you're in. You know that.
That's right. No one will ever expect it from you.
Get you a little tiny leather jacket. You're in,
the baby is always the last one you'd suspect.
She's gonna have the highest
Say
body
hello
count.
to our little friend.
She's gonna have the highest body count. Oh, look at the baby! Boom,
That's
stick them, girl. Yeah.
Right in the kisser.
And let's talk about the fathers and daughters. Take a look at this shot, man. He's the storyteller. He's passing down the wisdom to her, and she's
look at her face.
Like a kid. Yeah.
Look at her face. Yeah. She's just like, tell me more. It's like when your kid wants you to read another book.
Yeah, she's eating it up. Look at the eyebrows. She's just,
little vulture cooking.
Yeah.
That's a date night post-apocalyptic. Inside of a cooling tower, little vulture over the fire. Yeah, let's all give thanks. And then so they wake up the next day. Oh, wait, hold on. First, they go to sleep, right? He tells her, hey, crash out. Time to go to bed. Got a big day tomorrow. And she wakes up and says, hey. And he's, slumped over, sleeping, has a shotgun in his hand. And she thinks he's asleep. So she goes over, starts digging through the bag so she can look at the book. And that's all she wants to do is look. She ain't going to take it and run back and give it to Carnegie or nothing like that. She just wants to look. She's this huge curiosity. And she opens the bag and you see this name tag. It's a Kmart name tag. Remember Kmart? And it says, hello, my name.
Is Kmart out of business or is I haven't seen one.
Yeah, Kmart's. It's a wrap for Kmart a few years back. And you see the name tag. Hello, my name is Eli. So that tells you he's a normal dude.
I wish it said Kmart, please be patient. I am in training, Eli. On it.
Like, man, this guy came from that to
the nuclear apocalypse happened on his third day at hold on. He's at Kmart. He hates the job. He's in the break room. He's like, I wish there would be like a nuclear explosion to just get rid of this stupid Kmart. And then it's like, wish granted.
Boom.
Yep.
When I was in college, I worked at Home Depot and I didn't like it. And I remember saying that one day. I'm like, I wish this fucking place would burn down. I said it to my buddy or whatever. The next day, not Home Depot, but there's a chain of hardware stores in Colorado and Wyoming called Big R. They're like farm store hardware stores. Big R by my house burned down the next day. So that was terrible.
Everybody looked at you.
I got a solid alibi. They'll never pin nothing on me.
I was at home the whole time.
Right.
I was asleep.
Yeah, this fucking guy.
This
But yeah,
fucking asshole.
she gets in his bag and tries to steal his Bible, or not steal it, look at it.
Yeah.
And he jumps up and grabs her, you know.
He's like, what are you doing? Well, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck? Oh, I just wanted to look at it. He's like, you don't touch this book. Don't ever do that again. Ever. Because if you step your ass in between me and heading out west, I'll stick you too, girlfriend. You'll get it too. Don't ever do that again.
Well, let's talk about this realistically, right? 30 years he's been holding on to this book. What makes you think you're going to be the one who's going to sneak up on him and take the book?
Solara. You know what I mean?
Perhaps you haven't seen my work. You know?
Yeah, he's like, no.
Scarves.
Yeah, I just want you to know that, you came from a small town and I reduced its population by half in about 2 days. So you might not want to touch my book.
You ever do that again and you will join them, I promise you. Tenderoni.
That's right.
And so, yeah, they here they come. They're back out, like they said, or first thing in the morning. Carnegie wants that book, and so they're they go to this cooling tower, and they go inside and see that there was a fire there. Obviously, this is where they slept. This is where they must be headed because they know. Because he asked him which way you want to head, west, because that's what he told him. I'm headed west, and he was very serious about that when he said it. So he knows that's where he's heading. So head west. Boom, we'll find him. And then they come across, and the guy, there is a sign right there, absolutely no trespassing. Because when they get in the house, he's like, didn't you see the damn sign out there? He's like, no, I didn't see it.
You know how like on Seinfeld or Family Matters, you got Urkel, you got Kramer, you got the wacky neighbor. This is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Okay. they
this
run
scene...
into a couple here.
Yeah.
A couple of what is the question?
The cannibal. The cannibal version of that farmer and his wife painting.
Oh,
American Gothic, yeah. And let me tell you
motherfuckers.
If this has a soundtrack, allow me, because I don't want to get copywritten struck, so I'll try to sing it as best as I can. It's dueling banjos.
Well, shit, I'll tell you what, buddy.
Tell you what, you son bitch.
Spider caught a couple of flies. Oh shit! Run.
They're standing on the but just cannibals. Make them cannibals.
Yeah,
crazy
ass the gimp.
Cannibals. And so they're standing on the porch, and they ring the doorbell or whatever, and that sets off a trap door, and they fall down in the little space down there, and he racks that gun, and what the hell do you want? He's like, hey, we're just passing through. We don't mean any trouble. Just fucking, we'll be on our way or whatever. And so they invite him in, and shit goes crazy pretty quick. They're showing him around, oh, this is this and that. And, and so they
offer them some steak.
Yeah. She says, you want some tea? And they say, yeah, we'll take some tea. And so she has a tray, and you can hear the teacups rattling because her hands are shaking. And so she sits it down, and I don't know how they even took a sip, but they take a sip of the tea, and it's fucking horrible because they're like, man, this is they're always good. They're like, yeah.
Did you make this?
Yeah.
What is the worst thing you've ever eaten at somebody's house where you had to just play like you liked it?
Oh, geez, man.
Because that's happened. You've gone somewhere and you can't be rude, so you just you just eat it, but it's awful.
Well, I went to a friend's house one time, and it was Friday night. So we wake up Saturday morning at his house, and his mom says, I'll make some pancakes for you. If you know anything about cooking, or if you can cook, pancakes is that's what you learn first. Scrambled eggs,
like
pancakes.
Cereal.
Yeah, you can't fuck it up. You can't fuck it up.
Pancakes up, man.
So
you can if you try hard.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. No, that's right.
Anything's possible.
Anything can and will happen.
If you could dream it, you could do it.
If you could dream it, you could fuck it up. So
that's exactly.
She says, I'll make some pancakes. I'm like, cool. And my mom, great cook. My dad was a chef. He was a cook in the army, a chef in restaurants and shit, and Carmel at the tennis ranch, all this shit.
Oh,
Celebrities.
damn.
Oh, my dad was a chef at country clubs too.
Yeah, it was the Carmel Tennis Ranch, and Shirley Temple and John Wayne. He would watch all these. He would watch Shirley Temple in the kitchen, and John Wayne. He babysit his kids and shit like that. So he knows how to cook. He knows his way around the kitchen.
Wow.
And I go to his house, and this is what I'm coming from. Chef, great cook of a mom, and she goes, "Yeah, I'll make some pancakes for him." I'm like, "Cool." So we go downstairs, and I cut into the pancake, and batter came running out.
Oh.
So I was like, wait a minute. This ain't right. But actually, one of the worst things I ever had was at my own house. My uncle Charlie decided to make red bean and banana casserole.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Was your uncle high on marijuana at the time?
No, as far as I knew, Uncle Charlie was straight. He didn't dabble in any mind altering substances. But
except for
he made
that dish.
Except for that fateful day. Red bean and banana casseroles. Basically red bean, bananas, and rice.
No, it sounds delicious.
That shit was fucking horrible.
I got to tell you, it's funny, the pancake thing. I was at my friend Robbie, will not mention last name, his house in 1987 because the G.I. Joe movie had come out. Spent the night. His mom went to make us pancakes. Cut into mine. Batter comes out. I tell her, "Oh, this one's not done." She brings me another pancake. 2 minutes later, batter comes out. She brings me a third one. Batter comes out. And I think I just ended up eating eggs or something like that.
Yeah.
You would have eaten eggs if you'd eaten those pancakes, man. Fucking hell, man.
Eggs are fucking running to what the fuck is this, lady?
But here's a little postscript on this. I'm at my Aunt Martha's house. Now, you guys, in my defense, I'm only 8 years old. And I'm at her house, and I mention Robbie, and I mention his last name. And my uncle knows who that is because he works with the mom at wherever he works. I'll protect the identity. My uncle worked with the mom, the pancake lady. And my aunt says, "You know that woman has been married several times." Now, I was 8 years old. I was in the gifted and talented program for language arts. But for some reason, I didn't know several didn't mean seven.
No.
So I was at Robbie's house the next week, and I turned to his mom and go, and as a kid, I didn't mean it was rude. I was just fascinated. I'd never heard of it.
Like, damn, bitch.
I say to Mrs. won't say her last name, "Is it true you've been married 7 times?" That's what my aunt told me. So I'm at Aunt Martha's house a week later. She's like, "Don't be repeating everything I say to people."
I'm sorry. Did you not get the kid handbook?
Right.
You repeat everything.
Yeah, don't tell me shit.
But
everywhere.
I thought she'd been married 7 times. I was just fascinated. Like, what's the deal?
I never met a whore like you before.
What's the deal?
What's the deal with no fault divorce?
What's the deal? It's because you can't make fucking pancakes.
Okay, and I got one other. That's why she got divorced. They left her ass because the pancakes.
Bro, you bring me
one
more
like,
fucking runny pancake.
Runny shit, man.
Bitch, you bring me one more runny pancake, I'm out of here.
Hey, I got a backhand with your name on it if you bring me one more.
Put it back in the fucking griddle, huh?
Try cooking it at a lower temperature for longer. Fuck.
Right. One more and we'll get the car back on the road. My father is from Libya. He is a Muslim man. I'm a Christian man. He doesn't go for certain things. You know, he's very conservative. And he's been a gourmet chef for almost 50 years, my dad. And he worked at the Greeley Country Club, my hometown. He worked at the Denver Country Club. Right by the Denver Country Club is a place called Cheeseman Park. It's nearby. It is known as a gathering place for men who like men. You know?
Yeah.
My father is a Muslim from Libya. I want you to put all that together. And he would
roll that around.
He would go on his lunch break to Cheeseman Park sometimes. And I remember him, my mom told me that he told her one day, "Yeah, the guys there are all super friendly, you know?"
Yeah, well.
And then she told him, and then he wasn't happy. And then he quit going there.
He probably stopped eating his lunches there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a gay old time, you know, when you go there. It's a party.
When they told you they sell hot dogs at that park, that's not what they mean. You know what I mean?
But I remember.
No, they said they throw hot dogs at that park.
No, they swallow hot dogs at that park.
I remember my mom telling me that he was like, really, yeah, man, all the guys there are great. They're super friendly.
Nice, man. They're patting on the back and shaking hands.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, I could just imagine you're from Libya, you know, like an Islamic country, and like that's a culture shock to say the least.
This amazing, man. Everybody's so friendly in America. I love this place.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, man.
So
this is awesome.
Anyway, they meet this old couple. They ring the door. You can ring my bell. Will come into play later. That song.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they ring the bell. Trap door. They fall, and then they have a spot of tea. And then these two show them the backyard, which is a graveyard, a makeshift graveyard. Yeah. And you're starting to figure out what might be going on at this house.
Yeah, but let's talk about this too. This is the part that I found was really fascinating. It's like they can't contain themselves from sharing what they are and what they do. It's seriously, it's like when you see those movies where the serial killer just can't stay quiet, man. Just can't not give it away to the police because they want them to know. You know, it's like, I think isn't she trying to stop him too? Isn't she like, oh, they don't need to see that? And he's like, no, you really need to see it.
He's like, no, you need to see it. Because, they figure it's going to end for him anyway. Like, might as well show them all this shit. They're going to be, on the stove in a matter of time.
We showed it to all of these people too.
Right.
Yeah, and some, nice, both of them nice, healthy individuals.
Yeah.
So, they think they're about to chow down.
Yeah,
a little bit of shake. That's
about it. It's funny. Think about that. When they come up to ring the bell and then they go in and have the tea, she's like, "Oh, you guys want to listen to the Victrola? The wind-up record player." Yeah. And the only record they have, because it's an apocalypse, you can't really pick the song you want, is Gloria Gaynor singing "You Can Ring My Bell." Think about that. How clever that is! Like, you can ring my bell, fall in the trap door, and now you're in my murder, ambush, cannibal, theft gang.
Well, and why do they get one more title than our gang? Right. Anyway, listen.
Hey, listen, Sean. It's a matter of working title, man. Seniority. Yes. Older than us.
But this is the thing about it too, which is, everything in this movie it's just so incredibly well made. You know what I mean? And we've talked about this before, but can we just again mention the fact that the Hughes brothers are incredible filmmakers. Incredible filmmakers. I mean, these guys, they go I understand they're in a period right now where they're not getting on, you know what I mean? They just need to work separately because their whole start of their career, the whole opening salvo of their career was them working together. But honestly, guys, these are the things that these are the directors and filmmakers you got to know. These are the films that are not got to know, but are worth knowing. If you haven't seen their flicks, and if you haven't seen this flick, I mean, watch it. If you have, watch it again. Watch it for the first time. It's just great work, man. It's just great work.
So they go in, and he's telling Mila Kunis, "We got to get at her," because she brings them a plate of meat, which looks suspiciously like a big ham, but I don't think it's from a pig. I think it's from a human. Some of that Boston butt. Hey, they killed an Irish dude. It's Boston butt all around.
That Boston ash. Hey, you got your New York steak and you got your Boston ash.
It's salty.
So he's telling like, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here.
Yeah, he tells her, he's like, their hands are shaking because they had too much human meat. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Right.
But they're like, okay, hey, thanks. Time to go. Appreciate your hospitality. And then they open the front door, and then you see Carnegie and the boys
rolling up in their gas guzzlers,
coming to say what's up, dude. That's a huge carbon footprint. I hate this movie. So they're coming up to party, and it looks like the husband. He's been waiting for this. He's like,
Denzel asks him, "Do you have a gun?"
He goes, "I'll show you some guns." Right. And then she's like, "I don't know what we're gonna do." He's like, "I know what the fuck I'm gonna do." He's sitting there with his M4 ready to go.
He flips open the couch. This dude has grenades. He has machine guns, pistols. He's got it all.
Look at the pattern on the couch. The guns comparison.
Some old school shit there. He has an M4 with a forward grip. He has a sawed-off shotgun. Solaris, she has a MP7, very nice, a H&K MP7, very nice piece of equipment. I can't remember what the wife has. I have to see it. But yeah, man, they're ready to rock and roll, and they've been waiting for this moment because they are happy as shit. The husband's happy as shit to be able to have a shootout, and then Gary Oldman, they hook up that bullhorn to a battery. They clip the wires on there, and then he starts talking. He's like, so we want the book. Give me the book. Come on out. And she's holding an MP7, and they're like, shit, what are we gonna do? And then it's time to rock and roll.
I think she's a good actress, a really good actress. I think she's great in this movie. She's too pretty for an apocalypse. I don't buy that this woman has been living without soap for 17 years.
But that's the makeup. That's hair and makeup's fault, though.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I honestly believe, just from what I've gotten to know about her as an actor from watching her, I think she's a serious actress.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I think she would have let it happen. I feel as though
this is not her. This is above her. This is studio people.
Yeah, this is marketing going, we need her to look pretty. We need somebody pretty in this flick. Like, that's totally what
her mom, Flashdance.
Right?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
She's gorgeous, especially, compared to the rest of those hound dogs out there.
They're
both
gorgeous. Shakes.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, they finally, in this scene, they really got the,
Oh, sorry.
The Baja Men. They're probably working the Virgin Island resort scene. Them dudes are making
the county fair circuit.
Dude, but in the Caribbean.
Yep.
They're getting free sugar cane and shit. Those dudes are doing great.
Get yourself a corn dog and listen to Who Let the Dogs Out.
Yeah, they're banging all the snow bunnies coming in there, to get away from we're going to come down here for the winter.
All I can say is, if you want to know how old, and that song was older even then, if you want to know how old that song is, I've been married now, it'll be, this coming August, it's going to be 23 years. And when the cruise ship on our honeymoon left port for the Bahamas, they played Who Let the Dogs Out. How old that song is.
Real quick, you two, speaking of songs, what is your song with your wife?
Oh,
I'll say mine last.
That's going to be Sunday Morning by Maroon 5.
Do you have a reason for that, or you just both liked it, or...
It was kind of the album that was out when we started dating, and that was just the song we kind of just fixated on. But it's an awesome song.
Okay.
Yeah, Sean? I mean, do you mean like our first dance song, or
your song? Like, this is our song. They're playing.
I'll give you two, because one is our first dance song, which is the Everly Brothers' "Let It Be Me." And then the song I think she heard me singing when she decided she wanted to go out with me was Talk Tonight by Oasis. So
oh, wow.
The Everly Brothers, don't they sing that song, Wake Up Little Susie?
Yep, they do, and that's how we met. So her parents grew up listening to the Everly Brothers, and I had, I was one of those weird kids, man. I had the Time Life rock and roll era CD set. I was one of those people who ordered that shit off of the television.
I used to watch those commercials. I watched the whole thing.
Dude,
beginning
Chuck
to end.
Berry, Everly Brothers, and she heard me listening to Wake Up Little Susie, and she came upstairs. She goes, "Are you listening to the Everly Brothers?" And I was like, "Yes, ma'am, I am."
Wow. I'm big into oldies too. In 10th grade, I started listening to K-Best 95. That was the station here in San Diego, just played hits from the 40s and 50s and 60s. I know all those songs. Our song, Show Me Your Pussy by Lords of Acid. No, just kidding. Our song, Can You Feel the Love Tonight by Elton John.
There you go.
Your relationship started off hot, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, our song was Pussy Control by Prince.
No, our song was Can You Feel the Love Tonight, Elton John. 10th grade homecoming dance. We danced to that.
Our song was Open Up My Labia by...
Okay, I haven't heard that. That must be a B-side.
I'll send you a link. Don't worry.
I both got you to do like a spit take almost. I knew I'd get you too.
Yeah, you did. You got us. Yeah, because there was a part of us that was like, that's probably how Gabe rolls.
I did have that song on a CD in college because I think it's hilariously stupid, that song. It's all like pun, and it's like literally a lady singing about a cat and she wants to pet it and this and that.
Yeah.
And it's like a ridiculous, like a Weird Al Yankovic song or something. So, we would tune into 102 The Meat on those. This is a dedication going out to Marcella. I'm sorry and I love you. I want you back. Sincerely, Ramon. And
it's time to slow it down on 102.3 The Meat. It's time for the pork shoulder hour. Every Friday night.
The pork shoulder slow roast.
I want some pulled pork. Hey, you can tune in tonight and pull all the pork you want on 102.
I can't see the rails from here. We must be
no, they're out of sight. They're out of sight. They're over the hill. They're already over the horizon.
On 102.3 The Meat.
Oh my God.
We're gonna
prime cuts only on 102.3 The Meat.
We're gonna play a favorite from our cold cut playlist. It's called "Touch My Beef."
Don't forget Beaver and the Gooch in the morning.
And don't forget, tune in every morning at 8:55 for the joke of the day on 102.3 The Meat.
Okay, well.
Oh my God!
You want to hear classic?
I can see the rails very far in the distance.
No.
You want to hear classic meat songs? Tune into 102.3 The Meat.
Come learn how the sausage is made on 102.3 The Meat.
Ooh, sausage.
Oh dear.
Make sure you tune in for Tube Steak Tuesdays on 102.3.
So I just want to point out the fact that in the real post-apocalypse, us three jackasses are the people in this house going, you want some tea? That's us.
Tune in for Tube Steak Tuesdays. I'll give you the gravy. On 102.3 The Meat.
Oh no.
Each caller gets to go in our crock pot for some slow braising.
Is that a pork loin, or you just happy to see me? On 102.3 The Meat.
Oh my gosh. I like this. Slow down for the roast beef power hour. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Oh my God.
Oh goodness, I am hungry, guys. I don't talk about food so much on here.
This is really good.
Okay, we can do this.
This is finally the episode that defeated us.
We can do this.
We can't.
You guys go on without me. I'm not gonna make it.
I love the idea of a meat-based radio station.
Okay. Woo, we got this. Oh my God.
Okay. That's enough.
Okay. Whew.
Okay.
Deep burn.
Okay. We will see you next week with part 2 of Boogity Live.
Woo.
Meanwhile, on 4 what? $2 for push 5. Thank you very much. Yeah, that is true. That's his story.
I can't fucking listen to you guys.
Golly. Okay. I don't know what it was about the roast beef power hour.
I took my headphones off. I can't hear you guys for a minute.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna
okay.
get through this.
Speaking of meat, the cannibal couple are like, I found some meat. And they're like, we got to get the hell out of here. The bad guys show up. They're like, give us the book. We're like, no, we got all these weapons in the couch, but you didn't see that coming. And this girl is just too cute for the apocalypse. But what are you going to do about it, right? So anyway, he throws the book out the window, and Ray picks it up. But alas, it is not a book. It's a bomb on a timer, which is just a great action movie thing. And the bad guys scatter, and kablooey, there goes one of their vehicles at least, and a couple bad guys.
And
then an awesome shootout ensues, man. This house is being ripped to shreds. Bad guys are getting shot. It's a good one. It's a nice payoff. It's just been escalated. The bad guys have been chasing them for a few days. I'm trying my best, Jericho. You all right? He's stretching. He has to stretch.
Oh man.
I
don't remember. I don't remember who wrote that comment, but don't you ever fucking do that again.
That was John. That was one of our moms.
Don't you ever? No more comments from him tonight. No more.
But look at he says he would say something like RB Power Hour anyway. So yeah.
God bless the
Jericho's
chat.
got the meat sweats.
I don't know why that set it off, but it set it off.
It happens.
Okay.
So anyway, an awesome shootout starts up.
Yes,
People
awesome. On both sides, in the house and
great
outside
camera
of the house.
work.
Yeah, shooting out or shooting in. It was great. And then old girl, what did he shoot a rocket in there or something? Yeah, shot an RPG in there.
Right.
And old girl didn't make it, and that sets off homeboy real bad. And he starts taking him down.
In training, Jericho, did you ever shoot like an RPG or anything like that in the military training? You do weapons like that? No?
Like there's in the army and stuff, they got those anti-tank rockets, but an RPG, that's going to be some other country with that shit.
Okay. I guess if you're on a naval ship, you're not really shooting RPGs on the ship.
Not a big need for RPGs out there.
It's a good way to sink your own ship by missing on,
Yeah, we got way bigger shit out there that puts those to shame. But when you get into the special ops and stuff, they train with stuff like that because what if they're in the field and they got to pick up their enemy's weapon? So they know how to shoot everything under the sun.
Yeah.
And old girl gets killed here, the old meat eater, and so her husband. That's it. That's all he had to live for.
She goes to the roast beef slow roast in the sky.
Yeah, she went to the cold cuts in the sky.
No, he's leaning down to eat her, and then he goes, shit, the fight's still on.
So, not right now. Stay focused. Stay focused. Yeah.
And then they have like an 1863 Civil War Gatling gun.
Yeah,
that
cranking
shit was crazy.
And it's great because it makes me think, in an apocalyptic future, kind of like Simon Phoenix, you'd go to the museum to find weapons. You know what I mean?
You get what you can.
Demolition Man, So, that's a problem. They just start melting the house with this thing too, just going.
Yeah, those things shot like 44 mags, so those are big old bullets coming fast. But for a little bit of realism, if Punisher was standing that close to that Gatling gun, he would be deaf.
Oh, really? Why?
The sound coming off of that thing and that close. Yeah, man, he probably feel he probably bust an eardrum. He'd have blood coming out of his ear for sure being that close to the damn thing. And they were shooting it for like 5 minutes straight. Yeah, all of them would be fucking deaf. If you're anywhere outside hearing that thing go off and that firefight they just had, everybody's ears are ringing right now.
I'm fascinated by firearms. I told you I started shooting and buying weapons 6 years ago. And I have a book. Because I'm a comic book artist, you need reference. I found a book on sale at Barnes & Noble for like $5 of literally every handgun ever made up until like 2018. That's when the book came out. And I found a gun like this from the 1700s, an automatic weapon called a puckle gun. And it didn't shoot like round or tubular bullets. They were big like metal squares. And this thing is like in George Washington's time or something. And it was a crank gun and it had like, you could only fire like 6 or 8 of these big metal squares. But I found it fascinating. What a chunk of shit that thing must have been. Just shooting big metal squares at people and just missing all over the place.
But back then, we were figuring shit out. They were just, that's kind of cool. They were just like, let's see if this shit works. Around the 1800s, like you said, when the Gatling gun came out, And then really in World War One, that's where the automatic weapon really took off, and they got killing people down to a science right
Check this
around
out.
there.
It may have been a chunk of crap and it didn't work well, but the puckle gun looked cool.
Yeah.
It almost looks like some kind of dial you steer a ship with.
I say, do you want bullet number 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6?
Take your pick, you scoundrel.
Scallywag! I'm going to give you all 6 bullets.
Well, that's the thing too, right? Like when you look back at some of the inventions of these things in Civil War history and all of that sort of stuff, it's kind of amazing. You think that warfare has always upped our technology game. It always has. Same thing goes with, World War I aircraft. I mean, from the start of World War I to the end of World War I, figuring things out like how to shoot through a propeller and sinking the propeller with the gun so that it would turn off when the propellers came by. Like all of that stuff, versus pusher aircraft and all that kind of thing. And so you're seeing these guys, and you think about it, using weaponry from that time is probably taking less of the resources that are scarce right then. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You don't need a battery pack to fire that thing. You don't need any of that diesel fuel. You're just cranking that thing. It's incredible. They really thought this stuff out in this movie. It's brilliant.
Yeah, this was a nice addition to, I guess, the action of this movie to bring something so old. Because this is, at this point, really, really old. This is a, ancient piece of technology. So
I found something fascinating on the puckle gun, guys. There's a motto written on it around. I'm not even kidding. There's 1 to 9 for the 9 bullets, I guess, and it says, "Defending King George, your country and laws, is defending yourselves and the Protestant cause."
All hail King George!
Excellent, my good man.
All hail the king! Now kill those poor bastards!
Huzzah, I say.
Godspeed to you, man.
I like saying "I say" right after I say something, in case there's any confusion that I just fucking said.
I said it.
I think of my life as a novel. It's like, I say this movie is great, he said. It's like, fuck.
It's great, I say.
Yes.
Jolly good.
And this is the thing too. I want to say, because before, and we can leave it here, but there's some moments of what the Hughes brothers did in this film where they're tracking with the rocket launch and the rocket going into the house.
Yeah.
They track with things. They do some really, and I'll tell you this. When you watch these movies that the Hughes brothers, and actually I know this to be true because they were in the 90s, they were very into what was going on in the comics, field. That they loved comics, and I'm sure they loved manga, they loved all that stuff because they shot things in a really cool action way. The silhouette is very Frank Miller's Sin City, where you got the fight and everybody's in silhouette under the bridge. This shot right here, for heaven's sake, man, look at it, it's beautiful. So you gotta love the Hughes brothers, man. They're amazing.
Right. So
beautiful as far as looks, but sad as far as what's going to take place.
So they've got the good guys. They've got the girl. Ray Stevens got his little honey.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Before they come out, actually before the firefight kicks off, they say, "Give us the book now." And so they throw something out wrapped in like a towel, and Ray Stevens picks it up, thinking it's the Bible. And he opens it up, and it's a box. He opens it, sees it's a bomb. He goes, "Oh, shit." And he throws it. And I believe he tracks with the bomb when he throws it. Because he throws it, and it goes over by a truck. And then they run the other way. And then, boom, the truck blows up. And then that's when the firefight starts.
You have to turn the volume up and do a little bit of adjusting. Like bring it into After Effects. Or not After Effects, but Final Cut Pro. And if you adjust the audio, you can hear... Arnold Schwarzenegger's friends with the Hughes brothers, and he was like an extra.
He knows everybody.
And when they had to refilm it because Arnold kept saying, like out of reflex, that there was a bomb in there, is what he kept saying about this Bible. And if you turn it up, you can actually hear it. So
that's right.
Yeah.
It was a trip because I also heard something similar to that, and I heard that the director, the Hughes brothers, told him, "Arnold, if you want to come on set, that's fine. Right. But today, it probably went more like this. Arnold, if you're going to come to set today is where we shoot the bomb scene.
Right.
You know what you're not supposed to say. There's a bomb. Yes, you're not supposed to say that. But there is a bomb in there. I know, but we're shooting the movie.
Right.
You're
So-
not.
So that was that Mr. Schwarzenegger and it's always a pleasure to have you here. Was that hard for you? Because I know that's just like a reflex for you. Was that a challenge for you?
It was hard for me because there was a bomb in there.
Right, and you feel like it's your duty to warn people to get down.
Yeah.
You know, what if there was a bomb in there and then someone had to get down and get to a chopper? What would you tell them?
There's only one thing I could say to them, Gabriel. There's a bomb in there. Get down. Get to the chopper now.
Yeah, no, it's heroes like you just doing your civic duty.
Thank you. Yeah.
Dude, let me say something real quick here. This is important. All right, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Chat, you need to understand this. What makes Jericho's Schwarzenegger so fucking elite is the sincerity he gets into.
You're gonna see in the future Jericho Green is Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know?
Dude,
like
people don't understand.
Star in his biography, like his biopic.
It's gonna be
there. He goes for it.
And Jericho's lifting at Venice Beach, in a t-shirt.
He goes for it though, but it's like Jimmy Cagney. It's how Orson Welles described Jimmy Cagney. He could go big without there being any ham in there. He didn't ham it up. When Jericho delivers an Arnold Schwarzenegger thank you, you feel like he means it. And it's
I do mean it. He means it.
So I gotta talk about this scene here because this scene is just it's a tough scene, but it's got probably one of my favorite scenes in Anti. That's true. The way he said Gabriel.
I noticed that, Jericho. Thank you, Gabriel.
It was genius. But it's the part where he says when he gets the book and he says cynically to him, "God is good," and Denzel Washington says, "All the time."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Not all the time," and he shoots him. And the way they handled the sound, they dropped the sound out. They have the gunshot ring for what seems like, a couple of minutes as he shoots Jericho right, I guess, I'm trying to figure out where, he shot him kind of the stomach, didn't he? Like it didn't seem like he shot him right in the chest or anything like that.
No, he shot him in the stomach, but he must have missed the aorta and the liver and the kidneys,
the spleen,
and the spine,
all,
and the pancreas, everything that would have bleed to death.
That bullet was kind of zigzagging. It was everywhere.
Well, yeah, but let's be real about this too. When they were shooting him out on the street, same thing, right? So the message here is
God's hand is
God is good all the time, and he says not all the time. And funny enough, the person who has been mortally wounded by the other person is not Eli in the sense of he's going to be able to get his mission accomplished. And I have to say, there was something, he's not, Eli knows he's going to get shot. He's unarmed. He knows these people are evil.
Yeah.
And when he says God is good cynically, and he says all the time, the intensity of that it's beautiful, man.
It's with conviction, which you don't see in men anymore. You see so many men give in to indulge their cowardice, indulge their wrath, indulge their lust, indulge their envy, all the sins. You see men, that's why our world is, falling apart in some ways. They indulge that weakness, and he won't. He stands there surrounded by dudes armed to the teeth, and he's like, God is good. He's like, all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I will not
even now.
down.
Yeah.
And
that's
faith.
That's something growing up going to black churches. That's something you always say. The preacher will say God is good, and the congregation will say all the time, and all the time God is good. So it's kind of a a responsive kind of thing. But yeah, you always say that. But he when he gets shot, it's not like he's shocked that he got shot. It's just kind of like I haven't felt this pain before, because he's point blank. Yeah, I'm gonna get blasted here. But it knocks him to the ground and stuff. But when he shoots him, he says, "I told you, he was just a fucking man," because they were starting. Man, he's protecting him. Remember, we tried to shoot him. He's like, "I told you, he's a fucking man." And then when he's laying on the ground, they think he's dying. He goes up to him and he says, "Pray for me." Gary Oldman says to Carnegie says to Eli, he says, "Pray for me." And then he said something else. I couldn't make it. I kept turning up the volume, and I couldn't make out exactly what he was saying at the end. But he did tell me, he says, "Pray for me." He was
mocking him.
He was mocking him. Yeah, he was talking shit. Like, "Oh yeah, pray for me." Yeah, he didn't really help you out. He just shot your ass and you're gonna die.
Yeah.
And so yeah,
I tell you, I'm still like, what? How is this like a movie where the villain is a anti-Christian, anti-God person, and the hero is like a Christian man of conviction who like has morals and like iron feet of resolve that cannot be shaken. I'm like, where did this movie come from? They don't make these anymore. Like I love it. And we need more of it, and to derail just for 2 seconds, this is what I'm doing with like Truth, Justice, American Way and all the comics I work on. This is what Shanta's doing with what he does. This is what Jericho's doing when he does his daily show, where he's speaking, truth to powers. That's saying they've kind of ruined. But when he's speaking the truth and calling out the evil, and then on this show, we're talking about what is good and why you should use it to enrich your life and enrich others. So I love it. A man of unshakable faith. It's a powerful thing, and we all admire it.
I think I've got the quote here for you too, by the way.
Found it?
It says that he says, "Pray for me, okay?" And he goes, I mean it. That is supposedly what Carnegie says.
Okay.
Wow.
When he's on the ground, almost as if he thinks he's doing good for, you know what I mean? Like an evil person who has no concept, man.
But don't all evil tyrants historically, don't they think they're the good guy? That's a big part of their evil,
Oh, sure. That's at least what they're selling to the people.
Right. One of you messaged us when we messaged guys, the three of us, we message each other all week goofing around. Yeah. But one of you wrote today in our texting, Jericho, Sean, how beautiful the shot is, that there's these dark storm clouds in the background there, and over Eli is light, like the light of God there. And that's not an accident, because this is CGI, some of the clouds. So that's obviously designed. Everything you see visually is designed by someone, somewhere, art director, artist. And that's, you're seeing God's providence on him there. So it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
It's some powerful shit. And they figure, fuck it, we got the book. We got rid of Eli. We got Solaris back. Man, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Yeah, so
she's pissed.
We're staying on track, but I would be remiss if I didn't tempt fate by saying it's almost the top of the hour, and you know what that means? Another hour of the slow down roast beef power. Stay on the road. You gotta stay on the road.
Let me stop. Let's stay on the road, because if I say this, we're off the road.
That was close.
That was very close, Tammy. Don't do that again. Do not.
And what happens here, that he's threatening to kill Mila Kunis, but I did that nerd thing where I go, actually, the TIE fighter would never. I turned to my wife and did the nerd thing and said, he'd blow his own hand off the way he's threatening this girl, right?
Shoot himself in the fucking hand.
Yeah.
You can have a bad day. You can have a bad knee with bullets in it and a fucking hand.
Right. What is he threatening her for, though? What
give up the book, to tell him where the book is.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Because he's not afraid if he kills him. He don't give a shit or whatever. But he's going to kill her. So, and then there's another moment of him deciding: do I stay on course and let him blow her face off, or do I, save her again and give up the book and then try to get it back or whatever? But either way, do I let him kill her or give up the book? And he tells him where it is. It's inside the back of the TV, inside the house. He goes and gets it. They take the book, the girl, everything they need. I mean, he found it. He's fine. He's the cat, smiling after he ate the canary. I got it. Now time to build my empire and start, making these people believe that I'm some kind of god. So they take all the shit and they take off. We're out of here. And they leave him laying in the dirt. And she's, heartbroken. Probably the first time, other than her mom, for sure the only time she's felt love outside of her mother. And he's, and Denzel does such a great job. There have been movies where he's played characters that have been shot before, and he just plays that so well, making it, real, almost like he can't believe it's happening. He just has fucking Denzel,
How many times has he broken our hearts? Like, and we still, every time I'm there with him. I'm like,
come back for more.
Denzel, technically you've died 9 times and made more movies, but every time it hurts me, man.
Like
he's
the
so
first
good,
time.
guys.
I mean,
Awesome.
He's so good.
He won an Oscar in his 20s for Glory. You know, he was very young.
Best supporting. Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
And
I
he
think
finally
he was in his 20s or early 30s. He was very young. He's been just killing it for the better part of 40 years or something as an actor. He's fantastic.
Yeah, he's in his 60s, and he has
he's a legend.
He has 7 kids or something like that, 5 to 7 kids. Yep. Big old family. Same wife for that whole time, ever since he's been acting. Great dude.
And he
by all
said,
accounts.
acting is a living. He said the thing he's most proud of in his life, and I have a whole bunch of Denzel Washington clips of him talking about different things. He said the thing that he's proudest of in his life is that he's been there for the birth of every single one of his kids. And he said, I never get confused with making a living with having a life. He goes, acting is making a living. They are having a life. And
right.
There you go.
Yeah, he's the man. On and off screen. He's the man.
Yeah. Yep. Sounds like it. Sounds like a kind of guy that you want to emulate somewhat. So,
yeah. And he...
think about it. All these years, and maybe I'm wrong, I've never heard of like scandals, womanizing, drugs, drunk driving, all the bad shit these Hollywood people do. I never heard one thing about this guy. So who knows? Never. He could be a creep. I don't know the guy, but he seems like a solid dude. He seems like
I've never, of course, come anywhere near dealing with the type of temptations that someone of his stature would. But I think if you have a strong base at home and a family and a wife, man, that's if your stomach's full when you leave the house, you're not going to be looking for nothing to eat. You're just not. You don't need it. Right. So I think he was full in a lot of different ways at home from his home life that kept him, on the straight and narrow. Because I've never. And now everybody got a phone in their pocket. Everybody looking for a soundbite. If he did anything wrong, I think we know about it. It's great. And so they all leave him there, laying in the dirt to die. And so cut to Solara being in one of those armored vehicles, one of those gas guzzlers with Punisher, and she has this rope. It's a little thicker than like a shoestring, and she takes it out of her pocket. She's sitting in the back seat behind the driver, and she wraps it around her hands and basically starts choking this dude, wraps it around his throat, and is pulling it back. And I don't care how strong you are, if somebody's sitting behind you like that, even if it is a petite little lady, when she gets that thing around your throat, you're probably going to get choked the fuck out.
Right. So and they do a good storytelling thing. They have a shot right before she chokes this guy where they show Ray Stevens over the backseat looking to the front, and on the dashboard in front of him, you see the giant blade that Denzel just sitting on the dashboard. And they make sure to show you that first.
Yeah. Because set up on the dash and
you got to set up on that.
Comes back to haunt him.
You gotta you gotta hand it to a woman, even though she's not driving, she causes a wreck. That is the power of a woman. That's a
fucking talent right there.
Driver.
Right. Yeah, this is a commentary on a female backseat driver.
Dude, she took that backseat driver to a whole new level.
We spoke about this before, how our wives tell us, oh, you're supposed to turn here, like as you're passing the exit at 70 miles an hour.
Like, no, I don't think you understand.
70 miles an hour with a Peterbilt semi in your blind spot. Like, turn right there.
No, we can't do that. I need time to get over. Reduce my speed. Traffic. I need time. No, it's right there. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Here's the greatest advice my mom gave me when I was 15 with my driver's permit, and it sounds simple, but you would imagine you guys all know how many people don't follow this. My mom said to me for driving, I never forgot it, and I always do it. Go the wrong way instead of causing an accident. I went to the mountains with my wife. The Julian Mountains are 6,000 feet elevation. The Palomar Observatory. It's only like an hour from my house. Right here in San Diego, up in the mountains. You can go into the mountains, snow and everything. And on a fucking mountain road with a big curve coming up, there was an SUV making a U-turn where you were not allowed to make it on a curve on the mountains. And I'm in the other lane, like 500 feet away. I'm very far. I see this car making a U-turn, and a truck with a trailer is coming right at it and just misses him. It would have been disaster. He would have broadsided into the driver's door, into the mountain. Just horrific. And I turn to my wife and I go, go the wrong way instead of causing an accident, because that person want to make a U-turn in the middle of a mountain road in a hole. And you know, Jericho, the weather we're having in California right now, rain everywhere, just insane rain like we haven't had in ages. So thank God they didn't get nailed in the rain on a mountain by a semi dragging a trailer or something. So
I mean, of course I'm not saying you should do this, but I'm just saying I saw on a movie one time where somebody did that thing and the guy drove up next to them and threw a grenade in the back of their car. Because, I mean, in the movie, I'm not saying in real life, but in the movie, that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. Because not only were you going to kill everybody in the vehicle with you, you were going to traumatize that truck driver because he just killed a family of whatever's in there. Then you got the people around there watching you get killed by this 18-wheeler, and you're traumatizing them. So you know what?
Yep.
We're not going to take your license. We're not going to suspend it. This gentleman here is going to pull up next to you at the same speed you're going, and he's going to throw a grenade in the back seat where you can't reach it.
In a movie.
He's going to pull off.
Not
in a
movie.
In a movie. And he's just going to pull off and go the other direction as you explode in his rear view. You're done. You've proven to us that you're not smart enough to operate a vehicle. So
I don't know, man. I'm driving.
We're gonna put this girl in your car if you do that.
If you do that again, Solaris is going to be behind you in the passengers in the back
That's
seat.
it.
Jeez,
all right,
Louise,
so woman driver right there, you know,
causes a wreck, of course.
A woman driver by proxy.
On shit like that. I remember there was that race car lady. What the hell was her name?
Danica Patrick, who didn't win anything.
I always laughed at. She finally won a race one day, but it was because like the people that were like 3 cars before, they all broke down and crashed and got flat tires.
Yeah, they all died.
And she like rolled into a winner's circle or whatever.
It's so fucking garbage. Oh my goodness, that was so stupid. I think she dated Aaron Rodgers for a while. But yeah, that was an awful decision. So Solaris, she chokes this fool out, and so the car gets to flipping, right? She's all banged up, but she gets out of the car and she sees that Carnegie and the boys are coming. So she goes back, she gets out of the vehicle, sees they're coming, goes back to the vehicle, reaches in the front seat. There's a grenade. She takes the grenade.
What do we have here?
Pulls the pin,
this shot.
rolls it, and it's tracking with the grenade. That's Oldman in the front in the armored truck. He gets the fuck out of the way, but the bread truck guy doesn't see it coming. Rolls right under the bread truck. Hey, bam! He fucking goes everywhere. And that part that's highest in the sky, as she's walking the other way, she almost walks right into it. It almost hits her. Right. So she goes back to there, and that machete or that blade that they had on the dashboard, Eli's blade, is to the handle in his chest. Right around north of the sternum.
Hey,
to the
talking
handle.
about handle deep, you know?
He goes, hey, broad, it don't hurt so much right here, but right about here. So he has this thing sticking out of his chest.
He's a tough dude, by the way. You do get why he was second in command there.
Dude, he pulls it out.
Shit out.
It's like a 2-foot blade that he pulls out.
If this was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, like say Captain Marvel 2, she'd tell him right here because she never liked him anyway, and he was romantically interested in her. She said, "I told you I'd break your heart." You know?
Yeah, I think.
Hey,
as we've mentioned before, that machete is 2 city blocks long. Okay, right. And he is just like it is like a never-ending blade. He pulls the shit out, and he gets out, and it's kind of amazing because he gets out of the car and he kind of like falls. To his knees, he's done, and Carnegie can see him, and it's like
he takes his glasses off and looks up at the sun, almost like, my last, bask in the sun, and then he fucking slumps over, dead. He's done. Dead. So Punisher's gone. Wow. You really nailed to your work, something like that, and something to take you out of the moment. And so he looks at that and he's like, man, fuck this. I'm out of here. I got my book. He already has Punisher's replacement, the other guy who's driving the vehicle he's in. He's kind of showing his smarts. He's the one who told him, hey, we'll come back in the morning. We can't track him at night. They'll see us coming. So you're like, oh, this guy's kind of smart too. So boom, that's Punisher's replacement. Gary Oldman's like, fuck it. Everything's still intact, really. Lost a few guys at the house. Who gives a shit? I got my book. Let's go crack this bad boy open. He's trying to open it. in the vehicle on the way back, but he can't. It's locked. He's like, fuck it. I'll get back. I'll get the little weird looking dude from the pawn shop. He looks like he's supposed to be in a post-apocalyptic movie. Right. He's like, fuck it. I'll have him open it. Shit, we're in the money. Let's go. And so Mila, she turns around, or Solaris, she turns around and goes back for Eli. And she goes back to the house, and he's gone. He's not laying there anymore. She's like, what the fuck? And so she goes down a different direction, probably heading
she's
west.
Driving too. She drives.
Yeah, she does. Did she forget what just happened? What she did from the back seat? And so she starts driving, and she heads west, finds him walking, and pulls up next to him. He's like, "Where are you going?" He goes, "West." Like, as long as there's breath in my body, I got to head west. Even though Carnegie has the book, he's still, at this point, you're thinking he still has that drive. To go, almost like
And at this point, I'm a little confused. I'm like, maybe he gave him a fake book. Maybe he's got another book. Like, I don't know, but we'll see.
But there's been no indication of that throughout the movie. So you're like, what the fuck is this? So yeah, she picks him up, or she hugs him. You know, like, I'm glad to see you, and I'm glad you're still alive, and thank you. You know, there was a lot in that hug, and so she's behind the wheel, and now he's like, oh fuck, I'm really gonna die now. She's driving. And they head heading.
This is how it ends.
So now I know I'm gonna die.
I haven't been scared even after getting shot. I wasn't scared.
But now
this is how I go.
Women drivers, no survivors.
Yeah. Oh man, that was not kind.
I don't know what happened tonight.
It's on the rails, dude.
A lot happened tonight.
They know. It's a journey with this show.
Right.
Oh man.
So they're driving, and then they use this bridge so much in movies. It's iconic. I remember, it's a bridge. Who cares? And I went to San Francisco for the first time ever in 2009. I had a table in Artist Alley at WonderCon, which is not in San Francisco anymore. It's in LA.
They moved it out.
10 years. I hate it. I went to San Francisco, fell in love. This is pre-poop everywhere, pre-nonsense. This is literally like the spring of 2009. It was beautiful. The food, the weather. I went into Alcatraz and got the headset where you listen to former inmates give you a tour of the prison. My kids were like middle school. It was a wonderful trip. And then things changed in San Francisco. But I remember driving across this bridge with my wife and kids, and we were just like all giddy in the car. Like, we're here. We've seen this bridge in movies for years. And it's in so many movies. And I don't know. I think it's great. It's an icon.
Yeah. You know? When our kids were 2 or 2.5, 3, so maybe 2007, I want to say, we drove down California. We didn't go as far as San Diego, but we did see the Sequoia National Monument. We did go to Carmel and that whole area. And the thing about it is that, but we spent 6 weeks in San Francisco when all of the hipsters were like, oh, it's being too gentrified and that. And basically it was, attempting to be a working city. And but it was a beautiful time, man. And we went across that bridge, and I think that was one of the first times I went to Skywalker Ranch, and I think I had some all this. We had a great time out there because we have a lot of friends in the industry and things like that. Oh, we went to Pixar with the kids. A friend of ours who's a director there. We went around there back when Pixar was good. And it was it's a pretty amazing, iconic place, and that is a feat of American ingenuity and engineering.
Yeah,
it's you have to see it for.
Yeah, and the maintenance of it is insane. The guys that go up there and repaint it and change the lights on it and shit like that, and check all the cables and stuff. It's wild, man. It's truly a giant structure. That bridge is crazy. And I was in San Francisco. We went across the Golden Gate to Sausalito. Went past Nancy Pelosi's house.
Ooh,
very, very nice. She lives in a place called Citrus Heights in San Francisco. You can't afford to live there. She does. So we were downtown San Francisco in September, this past September, and I saw human shit, and and it was right next to broken glass from a car window. So
great.
Did they take a shit before they broke the glass? Did they break the glass and then take a shit? Are those two separate instances? Someone just happened to take a shit where
Oh,
there was
my
broken glass?
boy. It's called the San Francisco Special. And you combine two atrocities into one.
Yeah.
No, you confused her. You thought Rice-A-Roni was the San Francisco treat. No, I'm sorry, sir. It's human shit mixed with broken glass. That's
The San Francisco sheet.
I'm afraid I was terribly mistaken.
It's fine, sir. The San Francisco slogan is blood in your stew.
Oh, I do beg your pardon.
It's okay, sir.
Thank you for setting me straight. That's a good chap.
Oh, my pleasure, sir. So we saw a guy passed out face down in a gutter with his pants around his ankles, and two people, and this is all in one street, two people smoking crack. It was 11:30 in the morning. They weren't hiding. Nobody was looking out. They weren't covering with their jacket. They were smoking crack in the open air. So yeah, San Francisco really is like that. But one of the scenes before they get here, it's almost like, and I'm sure there was some symbolism to it, but there's a scene where they're driving that truck or that car and they're going up a hill. Right. And they're coming out of the dirt and the brown and it's turning into green, lush grass and trees and stuff. So of course we're getting close to the water, stuff like that. You know, things are going to be more lush, but it was like they were getting close to life and something that was good. And that was probably Solara's first time seeing grass and green and any kind of life outside of humans. He didn't even see any dogs or anything. He saw a hairless cat. But so they finally make it. They're almost about to make it to their destination. So they can't go anymore. You see there's a huge hole in the bridge, so they got to stop right there. And she slammed on the brakes. They almost went over into the water. And so they get a boat and they start rowing out to Alcatraz. And he's doing great at first because he's been shot. When they're in the car, he gets in the car, he starts patching himself up with like some duct tape and stuff. And he says, I got so caught up in protecting the book that I forgot to live by what was in it.
Oh, yeah, because she asked him, why did you give them the book? Like, you were never going to give anyone the book.
That was everything.
And then go ahead. What does he tell her?
Yeah, he says, I was so caught up in protecting the book that I forgot to live by what's in it. You know, it's he's like, you know, to be kind to people and to enjoy life, I guess, as much as you can.
But doesn't he say to do unto others as you've had them do unto you? And
it was do unto others
and to love thy neighbor. It's the messages of Christ, the gospel there, the love thy neighbor as thyself and all of that.
Or be to people how you want them to be to you. Some shit like that he says. But it was very profound what he was telling her. And so they get here, they're rowing the boat, and he's doing great at first. He's rowing, and then you see it's starting to take a toll on him. He can't do it. He stops, he takes a break for a couple seconds, and then he tries to row one more time, and then he's like starting to slump over, almost like he's passing out. You know, he's like reopened his wound, he's bleeding, he's weak. And so she takes over. There's a shot from above, aerial shot, where you see them switch places, and she starts rowing. And they get to the wall. They're getting close to Alcatraz, and you hear, "Halt! Who are you?" And they look up, and there's a guy up there with a weapon trained on him. "Who are you?" And he says, my name's Eli, and I have a copy of the Bible.
Yeah.
And he says, "All right, stay right there. You know, do not make any sudden moves, or you will be fired upon." So cut to them being welcomed on to Alcatraz. They got their hands, they open the gates, got their hands up. About 5 or 6 dudes come out, heavily armed, checking them out, make sure they have no weapons, and then they bring them in. And then, there's San Francisco behind them, actually looking better than she does right now.
Right. And there's that under his elbow on the left, that building with the pointy spires, the Transamerica
building. Yeah.
And when I went there in 2009, I wanted to go to the top of it, but because of 9/11, they weren't letting anybody go up. So there was just a lobby downstairs, like the size of a 7-Eleven, like a tiny lobby with like a brochure. That's it. Like we went there to see, like, you get a paper brochure and learn some facts about it. It was very disappointing.
But now the Transamerica building means something totally different. Now you don't want to go in there.
Very different.
But real quick,
to the Transamerica building now.
The engineer and a very pale and shaky looking Gary Oldman. He's going downhill, folks. They're
Oh, you
working
know.
on opening the Bible because it has this really advanced locking mechanism on it. So
And
that's what's
he
going
tells
on.
them more than once, be careful with it. Be careful. Like don't mess it up. And so he starts, messing with it. And then they cut back to this guy and he's giving him the tour of, oh, we have a copy of the, Britannica, only missing a couple volumes, and we have this and we have that, and all these things. We're going to start printing them. And this is where we're going to start over. This is where, we're going to re-educate the world and teach them things right here, all this literature that we have in this giant room. And he's telling him all the things he has. And he says, so I understand you have a copy of the Bible. He says, yes, I do. And he says, well, what condition is it in? He says, it's beat up, but it will do the job. And he says, okay, so let's get cracking. Let's get started. And so he says, all right, they're sitting at a table. And he says, can you bring me some paper? And the guy walks in and he says, lots of paper.
Right.
And so, they don't know that they're about to write down the Bible. And so all this time that he's had the Bible, he memorized it. So he didn't need that book anymore. The book is just paper with bound in leather. He has everything in his mind. So he says, write down everything I say, everything exactly the way I say it. And so he starts,
good,
so Genesis chapter 1, he starts from the very beginning. In the beginning, there were the heavens and the earth and all this stuff. And so he starts going down. And so it cuts back to the pawn shop guy popping the lock. There's a shot of the inside of the lock.
He was popping and locking.
No. Gary Oldman's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Open.
You said pop the lock, man. I thought this was
said pop the damn lock, not pop and lock.
I thought you said you were Cabbage Patch, man. What the hell? I brought my dancing shoes because you said we was popping locking tonight.
That's not what I didn't say. Pop and lock. Pop the damn lock now.
Oh, shit, how am I supposed to know?
And if we can say,
I love dancing. Come on now.
And if we can say this too, because this is another great thing about the Hughes brothers, is the interior shot of the lock mechanism.
Yeah.
As it's getting picked. I mean, these guys are awesome. I mean, they're awesome directors.
And the best part of the movie is coming up. You remember what Gary Oldman, what Carnegie was, how he sent Solara down there to have sex with Eli, and how he treated her mother and the people he murdered, and what he sent those marauders out there to do, to rape and pillage and murder.
Think about it. That's what he did with very little power. But his ultimate plan is to use the word of God, the most holy thing in the universe, to use it for satanic evil, to rule like a vast region and inflict misery, death, and terror on as many people as possible for his own indulgence. What a true piece of garbage this guy is.
Yep.
So we get a great shot, as Sean said, of a CGI shot of the interior locking mechanism. I think it's CGI. And he picks the lock. And
but he doesn't even let him open it. He said, I got to open it, so I'll get away. And he doesn't want his eyes to be the first to gaze upon what's inside of it. So he takes the book from the guy and he opens it, and it doesn't show it yet. You just see Gary Oldman's face, Carnegie's face, flipping through the pages, and it starts with such, oh my God, I finally got it. And you see that quickly turn to what the confusion. He's like, what the fuck? And they look, he's like, it can't be. And it shows the pages, and it's fucking Braille. You piece of shit, this book that you murdered and terrorized people for. You can't even fucking read it.
Right.
So it turns out
it's cost you your life.
Right. Yeah, so it turns out Eli is blind. So when you would see him, when you smell that, and when he would look up at the sky, and when the way he was shooting people, because he would hear him, he would hear the guy shoot, and then he would turn around and know exactly where it was. So Eli has been blind the whole time, and you're like, oh shit, he's blind. So he doesn't need the book, and he has it all in his mind. So the fact that Carnegie has the book, fuck it, he's not blind. So he doesn't know how to read Braille. Here, to him, to Carnegie, that's a big ass paperweight, a very expensive paperweight. Right. And so he continues to tell him to recite the Bible to him. And so cut to Gary Oldman, or Carnegie, now the woman whose daughter he sent to have sex with a strange man, and how he treated her and ignored her pleas to not do that to her daughter. Now you got to come crawling back for her to read this fucking book for you. Now you need the ultimate thing from this woman, the thing that means most to you. Your dreams of, ruling the world hinge on this little blind woman you've been fucking with. So now the rabbit has the gun. The blind rabbit has the gun. And so she tells him, hey, those guys are starting to tear shit up because they know that your right-hand man's gone. They know that you've been limping around. She's like, I can smell it. It's infected. You probably got gangrene. She's like, I can smell the infection. And then she goes, and he's
beautiful,
like,
though, too, is when he pushes the book to her and says, read it, she moves her hands over it so she's read some of it.
And you can see her look on her face.
Her face changes.
She's
she
happy.
gets emotional. And she goes, I don't remember. And it's so...
Yeah, she's like, I don't remember how.
God, this movie is good.
Sorry. Yeah. And I think had he fallen to his knees and begged her forgiveness genuinely and promised to retrieve her daughter, because she said, where's Solara? Well, she's out there. It's her choice. Nothing I can do. Here, read it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, she reads it and, puts her hands on it and realizes, oh, this is what you've been looking for. Sorry, motherfucker.
Yep.
And she goes up to him and she walks around the table and she puts her hand on his head, and he's almost on his knees, or at least one knee. And he's like, please, help me. And she feels him. She's like, you're feverish. You're burning up. You're going to die. The infection has set in. Ain't no fucking doctors around there. You got filthy piss mechanic hands down there who patched him up in the first place.
It's so well written because he could have died like in a gunfight or something like more action movie cheap. But he gets a Greek tragedy, poetic justice death, this guy. And and the thing he wants, the thing he's committed so much evil for is right there. He touched it. He felt it. He can't read Braille. It's right there, and he can't have it. And it's such great justice for this shitheel of a villain. You know?
And she said, you've sacrificed so many men you couldn't afford to sacrifice, and now you're weak, and you've got nobody to protect you, and you see the whole kingdom of fucking evil that he's had just start crumbling around him, and he's too weak to do anything about it.
Right. Can't do
Outstanding.
Shit. She tells him that. She said, I can only imagine what it's like to have what you want most right here, and it might as well be a million miles away, because you can't do shit with it. You can't interpret it.
Yeah. Yep. And back in the center of his the Orpheum Saloon here, his henchman with a combined IQ of 73. They just seem to be they've given up. They don't believe anything. They're all savaging each other, beating each other.
Stealing water, raging the place.
His new right-hand man is sitting down loading a shotgun. He's going to kill himself.
About to blow his
they
brains
realize
out.
their false messiah, he has nothing for him.
Yeah. And there's a woman, as Gary Oldman, he slumps down up against the railing. Behind him, a woman's being assaulted. And, that's it. It's all caving in. It's almost like it's only a matter of time until they realize he's up there unprotected. And it's like, I saw this video once of, it was like a water buffalo, and these wild dogs were chasing it, and it got trapped in the mud. And so the dogs were kind of standoffish. This thing's big. It could easily kill one of them, no problem. But as the dogs realized, it's stuck and it can't do anything, they got closer and closer. And pretty soon they started taking bites out of it, and running back, and then realized, he can't do shit. So now they're pulling his entrails out and eating him alive. And that's what's going to happen to Gary Oldman. Once they realize you have no protection up here, they're going to fucking kill him.
Yep.
And, I wish they wouldn't. I wish they would let the infection take him, because that would be way better. But they're going to fucking kill this dude. No problem. They've been under his boot for a long time. And they will definitely take their revenge on that fool. They're animals. They're tearing up. They're not even thinking that, this is our infrastructure. This is water. They're not even thinking about that shit. They're just savages, like animals. They just want to kill. And he's next.
Right. So then we cut back. There's a little more. He's done, I guess, translating the Bible over the course of a couple of days or weeks or whatever. And here, I think it's like a prayer or a letter or something he wrote where he's thanking God for everything.
Yeah, he shaves his. They shave his head. He shaves his head. He puts on this garb, almost like a funeral garb, and he has his prayer, which is beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, really sad moment. I mean, it takes kind of some of the sting out of it because he was able to get that Bible written down. He was able to complete his mission, and he had been shot. So it kind of sets you up for the, this is coming, but, and then it shows you all the pages that guy wrote, as he as he sat there and recited everything to him. And it's, but it is sad that, Eli is going to die.
I've got the prayer here if you want me to read it, man. It's beautiful.
Please do.
Yeah.
It says, "Dear Lord, thank you for giving me the strength and conviction to complete the task you entrusted to me. Thank you for guiding me straight and true through the many obstacles in my path, and for keeping me resolute when all around seemed lost. Thank you for your protection and for your many signs along the way. Thank you for the good that I may have done. I am so sorry about the bad. Thank you for the friend I made. Please watch over her as you watched over me. Thank you for finally allowing me to rest. I am so very tired. But I go now to my rest at peace, knowing that I have done right with my time on this earth. I fought the good fight. I finished the race. I kept the faith."
Right.
Yeah.
Powerful. Yeah, that's Timothy 4:7 or 2 Timothy 4-7 there. Or verse 7 is, "I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith." That what a powerful. I've heard that verse so many times. Love that.
Yeah.
One.
And he's kind of passing the torch to Solara. So I think now it's her turn to spread that book, to take that book and take it other places and start to spread that rebuild. And then you see them starting to actually put on a printing press and make book to make an actual Bible, a book of the Bible. Yeah. And so I think with that prayer, he's passing on that protection to Solara so she can, complete her mission. And so she, takes the iPad or the iPod and his blade and his pack and everything. And you kind of see it all together. They're sitting on the chair. And then cut to this, she's at his gravesite, and he tells her, "You're more than welcome to stay. You'll be perfectly safe." And this is a much better version, a much more civilized version of what she came from. Like, there's civilized people and cleanliness and electricity and, heavy guards who aren't corrupt. So she would be safe there, but she's like, no, I got to get out there. I got to travel. I got to continue this. I got to do my mission now. And since she's kind of been, anointed with this protection, you see the handle of the blade sticking out that not too long ago was all the way in Punisher's chest. And she's like, "I'm out," puts in her earbuds. And then there's that music that it sounds like a horn and a keyboard had a baby. Yeah. It's almost a triumphant. They play it in these triumphant scenes where it's almost like we made it. It's over. The sunshine after the storm. This music that plays throughout the movie, and it's great, man. It's a great movie. It has a good message and good action. I'm there.
Yeah.
And the bad guy gets it at the end. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Right. And just the kind of the coda here. They were printing Bibles off of what he transcribed from the dictation, and they show him this older gentleman. I don't know. Professor Fezziwig, I don't know his name. He puts a Bible. That's the guy that's been making the voice the whole time. I say,
he's the narrator.
You're more than welcome to stay here, darling.
He puts the Bible up on the shelf, and obviously they're going to print a lot of copies, or as many as they can, and they're going to help society rebuild with all kinds of knowledge, music, paintings, and it's fantastic. And then she sets out on the road. You get a nice shot there, and thank goodness there's no sequel, because I'm sure they would have woked it up or something.
Oh man, that's Denzel probably would. He'd be like, "Nah, man, you can't attach that to me."
Right.
And you can see when they have the Bible there, it's right next to the Torah and the Quran. Like they've started, like that was the last one that they were waiting on. Yeah. And that's a Book of Eli, man. That was a really good movie, and it's an hour and 57 minutes, but it moves quick.
It's about 3 times shorter than this show describing it.
Yes. How that's possible, I don't know.
Yeah, we're at 4 hours and 17 minutes. I just want to put that out there in case anybody is wondering.
This is 3 hours longer than the movie itself.
Yeah.
But It's a quick
But you would
watch
have
for
got
2
to hear
hours more.
1023 The Meat.
It's absolutely right. And I have to say this, man. Gentlemen, it is a special pleasure to be discussing this movie with you guys today, man.
Oh.
One of my favorites, and I'm so glad, Gabe, that you were like, we're doing this one next, man.
Well, the next time you have something this good, push on me, because you kept telling me about it. I'm like, oh, it looks cool, and I would forget. I think it's been like 6 months since you mentioned this. And yeah, you got to be a little more.
Most of the times I mentioned it, I was very slurred, though.
Real quick, I put this up before the show.
Let's see it.
The next action hero we feature should be Stallone, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Jackie Chan, or Brandon Lee. People love Jackie Chan, but Stallone won by a hair. So I think we might go into Stallone. But you know, tonight made me think maybe we do a little bit of Denzel, then get to Stallone. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We'll have to ponder.
All
we have to
will
ponder,
be
guys.
revealed.
That's right.
Yeah, we got to decide that, because if we're gonna go Denzel, next, we'd have to start it now, because we can't do Book of Eli and then come back to it.
Right.
So,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
We'll talk
because
about
you guys were saying Man on Fire. I've never seen it. The Equalizer is fantastic, and then we all love Glory. Maybe we do those, and then we move on
I want to go older with Denzel.
Yeah,
like not too new. Yeah, I think Glory.
Love Glory,
because this is a 2000er, 2010. So I say we go Glory, then finish with Man on Fire.
Okay.
Yeah. Good idea.
Man on Fire is Mickey Rourke's in it.
Dang.
It's good. It is
Oh,
good.
well, that was a wild one, and one of our longer ones, guys. That was
absolutely right.
You know, you get off them damn rails.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the
I don't
laughing
know what
fit.
happened in the middle of the show tonight. The lyrics. I don't know.
All the timing was right.
Yeah.
Because we were building to that. We were building to that crescendo of laughter. And then somehow
John came in with the haymaker, you know. So yeah.
You guys
I'll watch it, but American Gangster is not one of my favorite.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have clicked that because I didn't mean the American. I meant his haymaker was the slow roast beef thing on the radio. So,
yeah, I don't know. That was just. It reminded me of this video I saw. These two hillbillies. They're on this giant, like 3-story tall pile of trash, and the guy's standing on top of the pile, and he's just dumping a 5-gallon bucket of gasoline on it. And so I don't know how long it took him. He dumped probably like 15 gallons of gasoline on this pile. It was huge. And so he makes his way down finally, and he gets there, and his buddy's like, light it, man. And he takes a match. And as soon as that match lit and got near that, it just went, oh, boom. And you see the camera like go flipping, and next thing you know, on the side filming the grass. So I think the roast beef line was that match. We have been dumping gasoline on this laughter pile all night long, and just that roast beef hit at the right time, and
it's like you're right. It's just like it's like you're playing Tetris, and you got them all, and you got this wall coming up so high, but you're missing that one long piece, you know. and then God just comes in and goes, "Here you go, friend."
Roast beef, and then it was that shit was ridiculous. But you know, when you're listening to a station like 1023 The Meats, you're gonna have shit like that happen to you from time to time.
Danky Frankie, I don't even know what we're talking about. Gabe, quote of the night.
That's exactly. Well, listen, guys. I
don't even know what the fuck's going on here.
We talk about what and people who don't like. This is the thing, man. The people who don't know how to have fun, you know, the people who aren't in this space. I feel sorry for them because they don't know what it's like to go and have a real conversation that goes on for 4.5 hours and we have with you guys. We're here talking about these movies and we're getting excited. At the end of the evening, I really hope you guys get what we get, which is I feel more uplifted, more positive, more enthusiastic, more energetic, and like, let's go get this, man. Let's go get this. You know, let's keep fighting, let's keep having a good time, and let's, you know, make it happen.
Yeah, hit the like, share it out. We'll get more people in here, and we're going to keep doing this because it's unlimited, guys. There's so many of these movies. We only do one a week.
Forever.
There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of great movies.
There's somebody in here said they're in their studio or something for 6 or 7 hours. So at least you only have 3 hours left without it.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah.
Yep.
So listen,
there you go.
We cleaned up 3 or 4 for you.
Then you could take a bathroom break for like 45 minutes.
Yeah,
In the
you
middle of the
could.
night, your boss ain't watching, man.
You're a
Come on.
lunch break. You're looking at 2 hours gone right there. This is
You go
perfect.
lunch break, then parlay that into bathroom break.
Oh,
You know what
dude.
I mean? And
We're getting 6 hours out of your day for you. But
you're welcome.
the part of the reason, not only the way we break down the movies with the detail and all, everything from the lighting to the script to the people involved and all that kind of shit in our, but it's like talking to your friends, fellas, ladies. I don't know if this happens to you guys, but when you start talking to your friends, you get off into some shit and you're like, wait a minute, how the fuck? You start talking about
do that ever.
you start talking about one thing and then you end up, 20 miles away in another. It's you're starting in the desert and you end, somewhere in the mountains of snow. The shit happens. You just
Here's the magic. You're exactly right. We're talking about a post-apocalyptic movie, and then we ended up talking about a slow jazz radio station that specializes in beef products. That made sense tonight. That all made sense tonight.
That was
You were here for
87% of the content tonight.
Adult, contemporary, and cold cuts.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, my
Beautiful.
Every Friday evening for your drive home, it's the Dried Meats. Hang out with your boy Pepperoni and Calabrese.
Don't forget Beaver and the Gooch with the cut of the day.
Still can't do it.
Beaver and the Gooch. Hey, don't touch me there.
The fifth caller with the pack of hot dogs.
Beaver and the Gooch. I'll show you my beaver. It's always some corny voiceover like that. Ooh, Beaver.
I hate the morning zoo radio. I told you here in San Diego, we had like Rock 105, and there were 3 hosts on since I was like in middle school or something. It was Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
Oh, perfect.
And I'm not making that up. And I just saw last week on like Twitter or somewhere it says, Randy Chainsaw Johnson finally retires after 40 years on San Diego radio or whatever.
Call me Chainsaw.
Right.
He went to go live on a farm.
Oh my gosh. Legal Alien said he got married and divorced during this show.
Yes, that's true.
I'm glad we could see you through your entire relationship, man.
Several empires rose and fell during the course of the show.
Right. Yeah. No.
This one's going out to Legal Alien. His beef got cooked on 102.3 The Meat.
All right, cats
guys.
and kittens. Thank you so much.
What a blast.
That's enough.
It is Wednesday, January 4th. We are going to sign off in a second here. Next Wednesday, January 11th, 2023, by the way. Happy New Year, everyone. We'll be doing, I think we're going to do some Denzel for a bit. And then we're going to get on to Stallone probably. And yeah, that'll be that. So hit the like, check out the links in the description. Let everyone know about this. This is like the funniest show on YouTube, right? I mean, come on.
Definitely.
Guys, I don't mean to brag and nothing, but
definitely.
My favorite thing is we broke Jericho. He had to stand up. He had to stand up.
Shit was uncalled for, man. Uncalled for.
Thank you guys so much. And we'll see you here next Wednesday. The best time. I love this show. I love doing this. Next Wednesday, 7 p.m. Pacific. Talk to you guys later. Okay?
On 102.3 The Meats.